Garden of Snakes, House of Royals, Book 7. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. The shiny silver blade casts a bright reflection in my direction. Its surface is polished, smooth. The handle is free of blemishes, still with a luster finish, very few fingerprints to smudge its surface. It's in perfect condition, just waiting to fulfill its purpose. It hangs on the wall, supported by 2 nails driven into the sheetrock, anchored into studs, directly in my line of sight, where I can look at it every day, reminding me of what is to come. "I told you to stop looking at that damn thing all day long," a voice from behind me says. "I told you to stop telling me what to do," I emptily reply as I study the curve of the axe, imagining how cold the metal must be to the touch, how icy it will feel when it finally kisses my flesh. "So, this is going to be one of those morbid days, then?" he asks. A little spike hits my blood for a moment. I'm a calm and collected person, always in control. But even I have my moments where I can be pushed to the rocky ledge. I force my eyes closed, collecting myself, just as I've trained my brain to do for my entire life. I turn away from the little window, back to face the spacious room and the man who sits in an overstuffed chair, his booted feet propped up on the coffee table. Michael Savage studies me with a dark look that never really leaves his eyes. He's got his collar pulled up high, and he bites the inside of his lower lip as he watches me. Every day is a grim day, isn't it? I ask as I cross the room and grab the blanket from the couch and curl myself into the 2 of them. "Every damn one of them," he growls. He throws the pen he's been twirling between his fingers, and the tip of it sticks in the wall next to the door. A mess of holes dots the area. It's a method of entertainment he utilizes frequently. "Why don't you get us some real entertainment down here, huh?" he yells at the ceiling. The ceiling, which is all busted and damaged, the sheetrock crumbling and broken, because this isn't just some lovely mundane room we reside in. It's a prison cell. Michael has tried busting through every wall, every portion of the ceiling. Only every space behind the seemingly normal walls is lined with sheets of steel, several inches thick. Michael, as a Bitten, is far stronger than me. But even he doesn't have the strength to break through these prison walls. We're both dying of boredom, left to rot and languish. The days are long and uneventful. "Tell me another story from the farm," I say, lying my head on the arm of the couch. "Aren't you sick of these boring farm stories yet?" he asks with a chuckle. "Beat staring at the ceiling," I reply. He shifts, working his way further down into his chair. With ease, he crosses his feet at the ankle and laces his fingers together, resting them on his chest. "When I was about 10, I was helping my dad with the hay. First year he'd let me help him with the big equipment." Michael begins his story. He reaches up, scratching the beard that is growing long on his face. "It was a Saturday, and school was almost over. It was the first cut of the year. I'll tell you, the smell of fresh-cut hay takes me right back." He smiles, which is the most creepily charming one I've ever seen in my life, and shakes his head. "Dad woke me up at the ass crack of dawn and even gave me a cup of coffee when we got down to the kitchen. Made me feel like a man, like an equal." I study his face as he speaks, the crow's feet that spread from his eyes, the wrinkles that frame his mouth, the salt and pepper that creeps from his beard into his dark hair. Michael Savage is an attractive man, even at his age, old enough to be my father. We went out to the barn, he continues. Only I know the building he's talking about isn't really a barn. It's massive, huge, more like a warehouse. I've seen it. It's where I first met him. He let me drive the tractor once he hooked up the baler. It was this massive piece of equipment. It picked up the cut and dried hay, smashed it into a rectangle, baled it, and spit it out to pick up later. He bends one knee, resting his foot on the edge of the coffee table. He walked alongside the baler, making sure I drove in a straight line so it could grab all of the cut hay. Watched me like a hawk. Yelled when I started veering off course. I hear him grit his teeth together, and something in his mood shifts. I heard the rocket picked up. All of a sudden, it made this horrible grinding noise. Dad started yelling to shut the thing off, so I did. The muscles in his jaw flex, and anticipation spikes in my blood. Dad reached in to pull the rock out, but my hand... He hesitates. I didn't even realize it was still sitting on the switch. When I accidentally bumped it, the whole thing started back up. My own hand twitches, as if pulling out of a heavy piece of equipment, a flash of pain searing up my arm. Dad lost all 4 fingers on his right hand, just like that. Michael makes a cutting motion across his right hand, right at the base of the knuckles. Kept his thumb, though, just lost a little skin off the tip. I curl my fingers into a fist, suddenly immensely grateful to have them. He was pissed. Michael chuckles darkly. Never heard a man swear like he did then, but he just smacked me upside the head when we left the hospital and didn't talk to me much the next few days. But he needed my help. I was back on that tractor 2 weeks after that, even though I was scared shitless. I can imagine, I say, staring down at my own hand. That must have been traumatizing. Just a little bit, he says in a gravelly voice. Footsteps outside the door pique my attention, and I suddenly sit upright. Michael sits up straight in his chair, our eyes darting to the little window in the door. A face appears there, and a fraction of a second later I hear a familiar sound whistle through the air. A howl rips from Michael's lips, and he hunches over, his muscles tensing and twitching in pain. There's a thin needle sticking out of his neck. One of my toxins. Curse words fill the air as he rolls to the side, falling off the chair and onto the floor. Something beeps and clicks, and the door swings open. Angel steps inside, studying Michael to make sure he's not going to try anything. Her long, willowy limbs move with grace and silence as she crosses the room, standing above him with a stake in her hand. You could have just said please. Michael hisses through the pain as his eyes roll back in his head. His jaw clenches so tight, I'm sure his teeth are going to fracture. And trust a Bitten to keep his word? Angel laughs. She shoves him with her booted foot, and he cries out in pain once more, unable to defend himself. Because of me. They've been using my own toxins to disable my one and only friend here. Come on, Angel says, nodding her head at me. He wants you upstairs for dinner. Numbness creeps through my veins as I release it, giving it permission to take over my emotions and expression. I empty out my anger, my fear, drain it all out, leave it on the floor. It's easier this way. I drop the blanket on the couch and walk out ahead of Angel, who holds a taser at my back, ready to take me down if I try anything. I've danced with it once before. I'm not anxious to try it again. The common room is dark when we step into it, like this house always is. We pass the bar, climb up the stairs, and the temperature rises significantly. My limbs instantly tingle, and I take in a deep breath as I feel myself thaw out. I'm always cold, but it's far worse living in the basement. The scent of roasted chicken and garlic potatoes makes my mouth salivate. My stomach instantly growls. "You're hungry," a voice calls from across the house. My eyes search until I find Charles Allaway working in the kitchen. "Have you not been eating your meals?" "I have," I say. "It's just dinner time." His eyes rise up to look at me, studying for lies. But I've always been proud of my poker face. "Have a seat," he says, though it's directed at Angel just as much as it is to me. She pushes me in the direction of the huge table that dominates the dining room. A dozen chairs are placed around it, and she directs me to one on the left side. She takes her place next to me. "Dinner is served," Charles suddenly yells. I hear doors open upstairs, and one by one, Meg, Murphy, and Russell all file into the kitchen, each of them taking a dish and carrying it to the table. They take their seats, sitting close together all at one end of the table. 6 chairs are occupied, out of the dozen at the table. And it's a testament to why I am here. The House of Allaway is reduced to 4 members and their royal. A house of 5. "So lovely of you to join us," Charles says as he dishes my plate, piling it high with more food than I could ever actually eat. "I hope you rested well last night?" "I did," I reply, because I know I have to. "Thanks for asking." He gives me that creepy little smile of his, pouring me a glass of grape juice. Charles takes a bite of his chicken just as the front door opens, and in walks 5 people. They each look around, taking in the house, looks of curiosity on their faces. But I see the hint of fear there, slight disgust. "You're late," Charles growls as they walk up to the table, each of them standing beside one of the house members seated. "I'll cut your payments in half next time you're late." "You cut them in half, and we may have to remind you that we far outnumber you, Mr. Allaway," a tall man with a long beard says. "We let you stay because of the financial benefit you've offered to the town of Woodson." Red embers ignite in Charles' eyes, but even though he is royal, he knows the fragile position he is in. Charles grabs the man's arm roughly, and suddenly black veins on his face join the red glow in his eyes. His fangs lengthen and instantly sink into the man's wrist. The others at the table don't hesitate a moment. They each sink their fangs into fleshy wrists as well. The 5 humans suddenly stand stark still, the look in their eyes glazing over. They sway slightly, the threat of falling over a very real thing. My stomach rolls as I see a drip of blood slip down the bearded man's wrist, splashing to the wood floor at our feet. Meg's chin is coated in blood. Russell's expression is of pure bliss. This is the world I live in now, the one I've always lived in. The one I'm never going to escape, no matter how far I run. Angel leans back from her feeder, wiping a smear of blood away with a satisfied ah. Charles, too, releases his man, as do Meg and Russell. "That is plenty, Murphy," Charles snaps when the man doesn't release the woman he's feeding from. 3 more seconds, and he still doesn't let up. "I said that's enough!" Charles bellows, smacking his fist down on the table. Murphy startles away from the woman, his fangs dripping blood as he guiltily looks at his regent. But my eyes are fixed on the puncture wounds in her arm, the blood that drips down to the floor. Slowly, the fog in each of their eyes fades. Slowly, their muscles relax. They blink fast, shaking their heads as everything comes back into focus. "Same time next week?" the bearded man asks as the group of humans head for the door. "Don't be late next time," Charles says with annoyance. The man only chuckles in amusement, holding the door open for everyone else. He closes it loudly behind him. Don't let the food get cold, Charles says, trying to force a smile back on his face. I take my fork, stabbing at the chicken on my plate. I take nibbles, small bites, while I carefully look around the table at the 5 vampires who surround me. Charles has been in a perpetual bad mood since he brought me here. Angel and Meg both do his bidding. They accompanied him when he kidnapped me. But Murphy and Russell seem to have realized that Charles needs them more than they need him. They're both lazy, doing absolutely nothing all day. The tables certainly have turned in this house. They hold more power than Charles does right now. He's so limited. He's even the house cook these days. I can barely call this establishment a house. Even Olivia had more power when she was human without a single member at her side. This is just sad. But maybe that makes me more pathetic still. After all, I am the prisoner of this sad little royal. Eat up, Charles says coldly in my direction. I stab a steamed carrot and put it in my mouth, but I don't taste anything. I want you to pay a visit to the Garrow family in Detroit, Charles says in Murphy's direction. Send Meg, he says without looking up from his food. I said I want you to do it, Charles says between clenched teeth. Detroit is disgusting, Murphy says, his eyes rising to challenge his leader. I don't want to go. You'll go, Charles says, glaring death and curses. Or what? Murphy says with a dark laugh. You'll cut me off? Take away my money? Send me away? The 2 men glare heatedly at each other, and the angry look in Charles' eyes tells me he knows he's backed into a corner. Perhaps I might like living in Vegas more, Murphy says as a cruel smile curls on his lips. Or maybe even the South. I've always wanted to see the Mississippi River. Charles slams his fist down on the table again, cracking the wood. He bares his teeth, a hiss forming deep in his chest. I'll go, Meg cuts in. Her eyes don't quite rise to meet either of theirs. I don't mind Detroit. Is there anyone in particular you want me to talk to? Slowly, Charles tears his eyes away from Murphy. All of them. I'll send an offer with you that I think the entire family won't be able to refuse. Meg nods. The rest of us continue eating in silence. I'm not familiar with the Garrow family, who apparently lives in Detroit, but if Charles is inquiring about them, I'm certain they're born. Perhaps like Aaliyah and Duncan's family, one large in numbers. It's what Charles needs, after all. I tried to help him with that, tried to set up a system we could one day turn over to him, but he cared more about revenge than he did his power. I'm full, I declare 10 minutes later. I push away my plate, only half the food eaten, and stare at the wooden surface of the table. Can I go back to my room now? What, are you not enjoying our company? Charles says, the smile once more on his face. He may be bullied by his house members, but I am the lowest notch on the pole. I'm the last person here he has left to terrorize. I'm tired, I say, instead of the truth. Charles sighs, but he throws his napkin onto the table and pushes his chair back. He holds out a hand for mine, and I know better than to hesitate in taking it. I slide my ice-cold hand into his, and together we head back toward the stairs, back down into the basement. I do wonder what your brother would do, should he ever find you, Charles says with a smile as we reach the bottom of the steps. I've heard tales of his abilities. I'd very much like to see him in action someday. Ian would rip your heart from your chest, I say evenly. Before he resurrected, it would have taken him about 10 seconds. Now that he's aborn, you wouldn't even see him coming. I'm sure it would be something, Charles says with a smile as we stop outside the locked door to my room. I must say I'm equally curious to see the reaction of your lover. Especially since he probably thought he knew exactly where to find you. You leave him out of this, I hiss. The careful facade of my control chips, fractures. Charles' smile grows wider, and he lets out a little laugh. You're an impressive woman, Elle Ward. It astonishes me that you could fall for that fool, Lexington. My hands roll into fists, and it takes everything I've got in me to not strike him. I force my eyes to the floor so I don't have to look at his offensive face anymore. May I please go to my room now? All right, he says. Just let me say goodbye to the little heir first. I squeeze my eyes closed and turn my head when he sinks to his knees. His hands come to the hem of my shirt and lift. He exposes my very slightly rounded stomach, placing his hands tenderly on either side. I must say, Charles says, looking up at me, I had hoped we would have a successful insemination within the first 4 months. I didn't expect it to take in the first 4 weeks. Just say goodnight, I whisper, unable to look down. He chuckles, caressing my stomach. Leaning forward, he presses his lips just above my belly button. Sleep well, my little heir. He rises to his feet, covering my stomach once more. He leans forward so his lips hover just above my ear. Just think, only 5 more months and you'll be released from this hell. He brings a finger up, gently sliding it over my throat. Your brother will be so thrilled to see your face again. Charles steps away, crossing to the keypad. He enters the code and the door pops open. Sweet dreams, he says quietly as I step inside. I don't turn to see him lock it once more. Michael still lies on the floor where I left him, his muscles twitching, his jaw clenched in pain. I will kill that bastard someday, he hisses through his teeth. I nod, only because I don't have the energy to say anything. I cross to the full-length mirror that hangs outside of my bathroom, placing my hands on my stomach, pulling my shirt against my skin. I look at my profile. It's rounded, though many probably wouldn't be able to tell the truth. The truth that I'm just over 15 weeks pregnant. Emotion bites at the back of my eyes as I count back over the weeks. 15 of them since Charles and the doctor made me take the second pregnancy test. 4 more before that of needles and exams. 19 since I missed my cat. 19 since I asked Lexington to leave the House of Marshals to go get her. 19 since I told him I loved him and watched him walk out the door. And Charles found his window to get to me. To get his revenge. A sister for a sister. I slide my hand down over my stomach just as a single tear breaks free onto my cheek. Chapter 2. I increase the speed, upping it to where I can still just barely walk without having to jog. I stare at the wall, going through the chemical process of creating a vapor that will knock any being out, human, bitten, or born. My hands are itching to get to my supplies and create it in reality. Why are you using that thing? Michael asks from where he lies on the couch. He has a book propped open on his chest, reading, but apparently not paying much attention. You don't have to do what he says. He ain't going to kill you before you birth that thing inside you. I'd think you'd not be so anxious to give him a perfectly healthy heir. I huff, catching my breath. Everything is so much harder now that my body is being inhabited by another living being. Because Charles had a treadmill installed in our room the day after I was brought here as a prisoner. He made it very clear I was to use it and keep myself healthy and in shape. Elle, Michael says with a shake of his head,
Don't go getting attached to that thing inside you. You know everything that it stands for. That isn't your child.
My eyes flick away from his, staring at the wall. Except that it is. It is biologically half mine. It is half made up from my DNA. But half comes from the man above me. The one who makes me want to vomit just by looking at him. The one who is a fool and ignorant to the real problems at hand. The one who forced himself inside of me with a doctor's help. That's half of who the child inside of me is. The breath catches in my throat. Bile climbs up it. I increase the speed, picking it up to a slow jog.
Don't forget what it really is,
Michael says quietly as his eyes go back to his book. My eyes slide open to stare at the ceiling. A familiar feeling of longing and emptiness pressing down on my chest. My hand rises to the back of my neck, where I could swear Lexington's hand was just moments ago. My stomach heaves suddenly, and I gag, trying to hold everything down. I leap to my feet, pushing past Michael as I dart for the bathroom. I barely get the toilet seat up before the contents of my stomach empty into it. Michael is instantly there, holding my hair back from behind, silently waiting as my body heaves violently. Shakes take me over as the last of it comes up. My exhausted limbs slide down, flushing it all away, and I wipe my mouth. Gently, Michael pulls me back, curling me up into a ball and pulling me into his lap as he sits on the floor. I tuck my chin to my chest, hiding behind my hair as I rest against his chest. He rubs slow circles into my back, not saying a word. But there are enough of them in my own head right now. Ones that tell me I've given up. I've become weak. I'm not who I used to be. Michael changed everything about who he was because of the determination and strength he saw in me. He gave me his loyalty because I utterly lacked fear when it came to standing up to him. But here I am now, violated, stripped of my human rights, curled into the fetal position, held in his lap like I'm a small child, depending on her father for comfort. Look at who I am now.
Let's take a look,
Dr. Jethro says from the door. Michael lies on the floor, yet again, twitching in pain. Angel shot him through the window in the door, and he's now in for 12 hours of pain, just so he wouldn't cause a problem for the 20 seconds it takes for them to let me in and out of the door. It's not fair, but entirely what I expect from Charles. I stand from where I knelt beside Michael, knowing there's not a thing I can do for him right now. I look darkly at the doctor as I walk out of the room and to the door across the common room. It looks just like a doctor's office inside. Medical equipment and cupboards and drawers packed with supplies line the walls. That terrifying table with straps dominates the center of the room. The smell alone is enough to send me vomiting into the sink.
The nausea should be subsiding any time now,
Dr. Jethro says as he helps me up onto the exam table.
Generally, it goes away in the second trimester, which you are now 3 weeks into. Has it gotten any better since I saw you last week?
Maybe a tiny bit, I say as I lie back and pull my shirt up to reveal my stomach.
And you're still sleeping well?
He asks as he pulls out his equipment. I nod. I've been sleeping like the dead. He presses the stethoscope to my stomach and feels around for a moment. And then there it is. A fast, even whooshing sound. A heartbeat. So quick and so strong. I squeeze my eyes closed and lie my head back on the pillow.
How does everything look?
My skin crawls as his voice enters the room, and every cell of my being wants to shy away from his presence.
We're just getting started,
the doctor tells Charles.
A good, strong heartbeat, Charles says. Already a true Allaway.
My jaw clenches, my fingers curling into fists. Even as the thought, no, like a ward, echoes through the back of my mind. But I push it down, push it back, try to bury it.
There's a chance we might be able to tell the gender of the baby today, Dr. Jethro says as he puts the heart monitor away and turns to the machine in the corner of the room. He wheels it over, plugging it in and prepping it. Generally, we wait until the 18 to 20 week mark, but equipment has advanced. Sometimes we can tell at 15 weeks, and you're actually almost to 16. Would you like to know?
Of course, Charles pipes up. He looks over at me, a sadistic smile curling on his face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you hoping to keep it a surprise?
I look away from him, focusing on the ceiling.
Might as well find out now, Miss Ward. You may not get your chance later.
He chuckles darkly. Because he intends to cut my head from my shoulders the moment I push this baby out. I may never even get to see its face. Dr. Jethro takes the gel and squirts it onto the probe and pushes it against my stomach. The screen lights up with blurry green shapes.
See the head there? He points out,
indicating the large round blur on the screen.
And there's a hand there.
My eyes are wide, huge and round. I don't want to look. I don't want to see any of this. Didn't want to hear the heartbeat. Don't want to make out the tiny round nubs that are fingers. Don't want to see the palpitations of a tiny heart beating. But I can't look away. The breath catches in my throat as I see a tiny profile with an itty-bitty nose and tiny little lips and a chin. That's a little human being in there. A blank slate, an empty vessel.
So can you tell?
Charles asks as he squints at the screen. The doctor shifts the probe around, going to the side of my belly, giving us a view from beneath the baby.
It's got its legs crossed over our view right now, he says as he shifts our view again, trying to gain a picture from above. This little one wants to remain a surprise for now.
He pulls it away, wiping it clean and handing me tissues to clean my stomach off. The ultrasound machine suddenly beeps, and out pops 5 pictures I didn't even realize he'd taken with the machine. It takes everything I have in me to not grab them immediately and study them once again. But Charles does indeed take them, looking them over carefully.
Everything looks great, Dr. Jethro says. The baby is growing at the rate it should. Looks perfectly healthy. We'll try again next week to see if we can see the gender.
Charles nods, a little smile coming on his face. He flips to the next picture.
I do believe that is your nose, he says as he turns the picture for me to see.
The one of the baby's profile.
But I am quite certain that is my chin. This child may not have been conceived in love or in the usual fashion, but I dare say we have made quite the adorable little royal together.
I want to spit in his face, to let out a string of curses and bad voodoo on him. Instead, I roll onto my side, away from him. Charles laughs.
It will certainly be fascinating to see who it turns out to look more like. I'll be sure to send your brother pictures as it grows.
My limbs shake in anger and fear. A vibration works its way down to my core. Something violent and cosmic. A momentum that can destroy royals and houses. But my hand comes to my stomach, caressing the roundness. I'm capable. I can defend myself. But nightmares of blood and tearing and gushing have haunted me for weeks at night. I can fight, but at what cost?
You can keep this one,
Charles says as he lays one of the pictures on the table beside me so I can see it, the one of the baby's profile.
Same time next week,
I hear Charles say as he retreats upstairs. Chapter 3
You took out 5 of my men once upon a time, Michael says in a whisper in the dark. In about 30 seconds or less. Come on, Elle. I'm sure you could take out just Angel. I stand at the window, looking out over the river. Through the dark, I see trees, thousands of them, covered in thick leaves, the world brilliantly green at the end of May. I pull a blanket tight around my shoulders, trying to fight against the chill. Michael stands behind me, his arms crossed over his chest. I won't be able to help you if they knock me on my ass like they always do, but I've seen you in action. He speaks low, so quiet I can barely hear him. He's got all the water in our tiny living quarters running, trying to drown out the sound of our voices. I had supplies then, I say in an even tone, low and quiet. I was armed. You know I don't have anything to fight with. We'll make some damn steaks, he says, his pitch increasing slightly. See that table there? I can bust it with these 2 hands, and voila! You hide one of 'em in your dress and find just the right moment. And after Angel, there's Meg and Murphy and Russell, and then Charles. I shake my head. Even if you weren't knocked out by the toxin, I'm not sure the 2 of us could take on the 5 of them. You were captured pretty quick, after all. He makes a little growling noise, grunt noise, obviously none too pleased to be reminded how he tried to track down and kill Charles for me more than 5 months ago. He's plenty capable, but he isn't as strong as those born upstairs. Come on, little bird. You've survived this long. Surely you've got something up your sleeve. His voice is desperate, but the confidence in it is slipping. A light suddenly flips on outside our cell. I listen for footsteps, but I don't hear any. But the next moment something whistles through the air, and Michael lets out a hissing moan. Not this shit again, he growls as he drops to his knees. His jaw locks up, hissing through his teeth. Did you have to make it so damn painful? He collapses to the floor, seizing. I'm so sorry, I say with a trembling lower lip. Of all the good my toxin has done, of all the times it's saved lives, I regret it in these moments when it brings so much pain to my one and only friend in hundreds of miles. The door swings open, and Angel steps inside. Get dressed, she says with cold eyes as she looks me over, wearing only a nightshirt. It does no good to question her, so I turn, heading for the dresser of clothing Charles provided. I pull on a pair of skinny jeans and a pink long-sleeve shirt. Angel nods her head to my boots and a jacket, which I also pull on. The taser pressed to my back, I follow her out the door, which she locks behind her, and we rise up the stairs. As I climb into the great room, I find Charles waiting beside the front door. I thought some fresh air would do you some good, he says as he looks me up and down, and I'm not really sure what he's looking for. Come. He reaches for me, tucking my arm under his, and opens the door. I expect Angel to follow us, but she doesn't. Charles shuts the door behind us, and the 2 of us walk alone down the grassy lawn toward the road. Moonlight illuminates the night enough that I can see without tripping over everything. I look up, taking in the brilliant stars above. They're so much brighter here than they are back in the city, almost like they were back in Mississippi. I take a deep breath, sucking in the fresh air, something I haven't breathed in now for 4 months. How have you been feeling today? Charles asks as we walk down the road, side by side. Fine, I say. Miss Ward, you are carrying the heir to the Allaway throne. I think you should know that the answer of fine is not sufficient, he says in a cold voice. His blue-green eyes are bright in the moonlight, cold as ice. I haven't thrown up since the day before yesterday, I say, not looking at him. I'm still sleeping like the dead. I'm eating all the meals you send down to me. I walk for an hour a day. I haven't started feeling it move yet. It? Charles says. It is a tiny human being. It is a baby destined to be a royal one day. Do you feel so little toward the child that you are able to call he or she an it? Cold, black ink works its way down my veins. A mix of ricin and castor, poisonous and deadly. It seeps into my heart and my lungs, oozing out of my skin. I can't give Charles a reply, so I say nothing at all. My human spies say there have been many born looking for you at the official house of Allaway. Charles moves on, because he always strikes when I'm the most raw. Even a Bitten. They've been scouring the countryside, searching, but they're still hundreds of miles from here. My pulse picks up, the hope at hearing any news from my friends and family. So far there's been Lexington, of course, Charles says, patting my hand that's been looped over his arm. That Bitten you've been running around with. Kai, I believe, is his name. My eyes widen and slide over to meet Charles. Fear tightens around my throat. And your brother, Charles says as the smile grows on his face. He hasn't been back to that swamp you two called home in months now. They'll never find us, I say, shaking my head. Leave them alone. Just a few more months and you can tell them to stop looking. He lets out a chuckle, but it's humorless. I feel his mood shift, darken. You understand why I have to do it, right? Charles says as we turn left onto a main road, and if I recall correctly, this one leads into the town of Woodson. Why you have to exact revenge for something I had nothing to do with? I clarify, feeling fire and anger race through my blood. I was 16 at the time, Charles. I literally don't have any memories of my mother, other than the one of me killing her. Cora is the one who killed your sister, Charles, not me. If anything, I already got revenge on her for you. He shakes his head. I suppose, as a mortal, you can't fully comprehend the born's value on blood, on family. Forgiving you, forgiving your brother, would be the same as forgiving the woman who made the both of you. That's stupid. I let the words slip without thinking. No, your ignorance is stupid, Charles says coldly as the first shops and bed and breakfasts come into view. Do you think I am the first to honor a blood feud and grudge? Have you forgotten our entire monarchy and royalty system? And I realize it's completely true. Thousands of years ago, Cyrus had 7 grandsons. 5 of them turned against him, sided with Cyrus' son, whose name has been erased from their history. When those 5 lost, Cyrus exiled them, cut them off. To this day, those born mean absolutely nothing to him. He gives all the glory and power to the descendants of the 2 who remained loyal. Charles himself is a descendant of one of those 2, the 3rd son, Dorian. I am only 8 generations removed from the king himself. Did you know that? Charles says, moving on from our very dark and vengeful previous conversation. King Cyrus, his son Dorian, then came Gervase, and then his son Peter, who came to the New World on the 2nd ship to sail here. The House of Allaway was the first established in this country, and therefore the oldest. I hate this man. Hate his very name. And especially hate that I'm fascinated to hear the story he's telling. The history to the name of Allaway. Our family has only ever produced male heirs, Charles says as we finally break into town, passing an art gallery. The windows are all dark, and I only see 2 others out at this very late hour, down the road, headed toward a car. All those 8 generations, only producing 1 son each, he continues his tale. Until our mother conceived the 2 of us for my father, who actually was killed by some humans while we were still in the womb. So my mother ran the house until my sister and I came of age. But Chelsea, she was a first. The first ever female Allaway heir. His words grow tighter when he says her name. His grip on my hand tightens. My sister was a proud woman, a strong one who knew how to use her power to gain what she wanted. The night grows colder, and I hear an animal howl in the night through the trees, reminding me just how rural this town is located. She was the one who ruled the house, the one who knew how to boss everyone around, the one who could get things done. We pass a diner, but by this time it's closed, not a soul around. The two people down the street climb into their car and start down the road, driving away from us. I spent 56 years ruling at my sister's side, Charles says as we come to a bridge, and here he stops. I look south, seeing the moon, nearly full, reflecting off the slowly running river. The air has an earthy scent to it, rotting wood and fresh leaves, the beginnings of flowers emerging from the earth. I paid attention. I know I can do what she did, but my mind... Charles lets out a slow breath, his teeth clenching together. He lets go of me, resting his hand on the railing of the bridge, his fingers curling into the wood. He knows he can catch me in a fraction of a second if I decide to run. I cannot focus on being the regent I must be when I just have visions of all those Bitten slaughtering our house, of the barbed bat that woman brought down on my sister's face. His fingers tighten, splintering the wood. The blood that trickled down Chelsea's neck, the scream that ripped from her throat, the very last sound I'd ever hear her make. Suddenly, Charles' hand is around my throat, his fingers digging painfully into my flesh. He stares at me, his eyes glowing brilliant red, black veins sprouting from them. That is the vision I see every moment for the past 7 years, he says as his voice quakes in anger. That is what dances in the back of my head, repeating over and over, even as the rest of the houses laugh at my tiny house, as those who once stood at my side doubt my ability to provide them protection, as the king makes threats to take me out because of my lack of authority and enforcement of the rules. He squeezes tightly for just a moment and slowly, very slowly, loosens his grip. My hammering heart doesn't still, though. I can rule, he says, though there's a small tremor to his voice that tells me he doubts himself. But not until my mind is no longer distracted, not until I no longer see my sister's blood every time I close my eyes. Once I avenge her death, I can move on. The House of Allaway will rise again, once you are dead. He suddenly shoves me away from him, putting pressure on my throat. I stumble, tripping and falling onto my back in the middle of the bridge. Grit, rocks, and sticks scrape my hands as I fall, cutting my skin. Charles turns away from me, once more resting his hands on the railing. He braces himself there, and I half expect him to turn on me once again, eyes glowing, fangs lengthened, ready to rip my throat out and kill me right now. Lexington told me once that Charles is a patient man, patient enough to wait 7 years to get his revenge, patient enough to wait 9 months, having me in his custody, until he kills me and moves on with his life. I climb to my knees, pain shooting through my injured hands. I look down, curling my fingers around 2 large marble-sized rocks. Glancing up, I see that Charles is still staring out over the river. Silently, I slip the rocks into my pocket. Gravel crunches under my boots as I climb to my feet. I look down at my hands and see the skin shredded there, cuts scattered all over them. Blood oozes to the surface, dripping down my wrist, staining the cuff of my shirt. "You're injured," Charles says. He looks back over his shoulder at me, his eyes fading from red to their blue-green color. "I can't have that putting any stress on the baby. I'll call in Dr. Jethro." He nods his head back down the road, and without a word, praying he won't notice the small streak of blood that leads to my pocket, I follow him. Charles doesn't speak any more as we walk back to the house, but I can feel the pain he's gone through in these past 7 years. He and his sister may have been crazy, deranged from what I hear, but they didn't have anyone besides each other. Neither of them married. Neither of them had any other family. The Allaway line was a narrow one son after another, who have all died. Charles has been left with no one. I understand now why he wants me to take such good care of this child inside of me. It's all he has. When we reach the house, Dr. Jethro is climbing out of his car. Charles escorts us down the stairs before handing me off to Angel. She watches with black veins and red eyes as the doctor clears away all the blood and bandages my hands. And I watch her. My heart wants to thunder as my mind races, trying to plan out how to do this, but she, and everyone else in this house, will be suspicious if suddenly my heart starts racing for no apparent reason. So I concentrate on keeping my breaths slow and even, on thinking calm thoughts. When he declares me to be done and fine, Angel escorts me back into the common room. I slip the rocks from my pocket. Just as she puts the code in and the door slides open, I flick one back into the common room. It lands with a sharp ting across the space. Angel whips around, her brows furrowed, looking for the source of the noise. I take my opportunity. I quietly drop the second rock, placing my foot on top of it and sliding it to just the right spot, right in the corner of the jamb where the door slides closed. "Good night," I tell Angel as I step inside my cell and look back at her. Angel only glares at me as the door slides closed between us. From the window, I watch her walk away, up the stairs. Through the glow of the moonlight outside, I touch my fingers to the door, sliding them to the jamb, slipping them into the 1/4 of an inch crack where the door could not slide closed all the way. "Knew you'd come up with something," Michael says through the pane behind me. Chapter 4. It's the longest 11 hours ever. 12 hours of pain. That's what my toxins grant a vampire, born or bitten. Michael has been shot with them over and over, and for me, I've regretted he has to go through it, but now there is so much on the line. Charles came to get me at 10 o'clock last night. That means Michael won't be through the pain until 10 in the morning. I can't escape without him, and I won't leave him. Taking off during the day is going to be our best chance, I whisper as I push Michael's hair back from his forehead. They're more likely to be asleep. I'll blindfold you and guide you once we're out of the house. "Still gonna be painful," he manages to say through the poison coursing through his veins, "but not gonna touch what I'm feeling right now." "I'm so sorry," I breathe. "They have to be running low on the toxins by now. I took the whole supply the night I met you, and I didn't make much more after that. They can't have much left that they stole from my shop." "This stuff is half the reason I sided with you," he says through a pained chuckle. "Had hoped I'd never be on the receiving end, I will admit." I offer him a little smile, though it doesn't reach my eyes. I glance up, noting the brightening day behind the blackout curtains. The clock on the wall reads 9:30. Half an hour more and he'll be able to move. "You know, once I get you someplace safe, I'm coming back with more bodies to kill him, right?" Michael says darkly. "I'll turn more bitten if I have to. They'll do what I say till the job's done. You can cure them later."
"Michael!"
"This isn't a discussion," he growls. "What he's done to you, it's despicable. He doesn't get to live after something like this. His bloodline is carried on. You find some born to adopt the baby and hold its place until it's old enough. I'm sure your royal sister-in-law can help with that." And suddenly something lifts in my chest. The logic he's presented, the relief it would bring to me, the end of running and hiding. You don't have to feel guilty for any of it. Michael raises his hand, placing it against my cheek. The toxin is finally starting to release him. After everything you've been through, the scales are eternally tipped in your favor. I'd say you've got a free pass to do whatever you feel you have to do for the rest of your life. I place my hand over his, and my heart swells. I'm thankful to have a few people in my life who really understand me, who care. Michael grunts, pulling himself up into a sitting position. He nods that he's all right, and I set to gathering some things. I make a sling bag from sheets and pack it with clothes for the two of us, fill a few bottles of water, grab all of the snacks Charles has sent down. I pull on my boots and my jacket. "Can you hear what's going on upstairs?" I whisper as I set the bag down beside the door. Michael pulls himself up to his feet, wincing in pain. He stretches his back out, his face twisted in a grimace. "It's pretty quiet up there. Pretty sure Murphy and Russell went to bed about an hour ago. Angel is in the library. Charles is in his room." "What about Meg?" I ask as I look through the window, letting in a sliver of light. "Don't know where she's at," he says as he stands upright, stretching out his limbs. "Must not be home." I nod. That makes me nervous. I'd rather know where all the players are. 10 more minutes. 11. 12. 15 more minutes, and Michael is back to his old self. "Angel just went upstairs. Sounds like she's in her room," Michael whispers as he slips our bag over his head, hanging across his chest. I hold the blindfold made from one of his shirts in my hand, prepared to tie it around his eyes the moment we get outside. "I think Charles is asleep. Let's do this." We've left all the water running in the cell. The music player Charles gave me to play classical music for the baby is turned up high and just loud enough not to be suspicious. Hopefully it's enough noise to cover any sounds we're about to make. Michael wedges his fingers in the small crack of the door. They barely fit, and he has to squeeze to get them in far enough, and suddenly I'm afraid I didn't grab a big enough rock to get it open. With his face turning red, inch by inch, Michael slides it back, forcing the steel door open. Once it's open wide enough to fit through, he pops his head out, looking back and forth. He nods and waves me out. There are no openings to the outside down here in the basement. We have to risk going upstairs and out the back door. As we creep up the stairs, I'm terrified that they will creak, that I'm breathing too hard and Angel will hear it, that suddenly nausea will take me over like it tends to do, and I'll announce our escape by puking. But we make it to the top of the steps, and I can see the back door. My heart is pounding like the beat of a drum, but there's no controlling it now. Not a body in sight, and no alert from Michael that anyone upstairs is moving around, so we continue silently to the back door. Across the great room. Michael's hand wraps around the doorknob. He takes a deep breath, preparing himself for the blinding light on the other side of it. I put my hand on his back, giving what little support I can. He gives it a twist and pulls it open. The day is hazy, somewhat overcast, left over from the rain that rolled through in the middle of the night. But still, Michael squints and holds a hand up to block the light as we step out onto the back deck. We could steal a car, get out of here quick. But we need a head start, and the best way to do that is to not let on that we're gone right away. We're taking off through the woods on foot until we get to another town where we will then steal a car. I take Michael's hand in mine and lead him down the stairs and through the underbrush, away from the property. It's difficult to keep our steps silent as we snap twigs and brush against bushes, but I just hope and pray we sound like the hundreds of deer that wander these woods. Finally, 50 yards from the house, I glance back, and when there is no sign of movement in the house, I bring up the blindfold and tie it around Michael's eyes. But neither of us dares breathe a word just yet. Once more, I take Michael's hand and guide him through the thousands of trees that dot the Vermont landscape. We head down the hill toward the river, which I intend to follow east and break off from before it cuts through town. My goal is to follow the highway, off enough not to be seen, until we hit that town I remember driving through on my way in. There, we'll find a car and take off, only a little over 2 hours to Boston. Back to my home. Back to Lexington. Charles always said you were a clever girl. A voice cuts through the silence from behind us. Escaping from a house of vampires proves it, I suppose. My heart spits ice into my veins, and I turn to see Meg standing behind us. She wears a pair of sun goggles, but it's obvious she's still feeling the discomfort of the sun. She wears a smug look on her face, quite pleased with herself at having caught us. "Don't put up a fight, and I won't even tell Charles you tried to escape," she says as she smiles at me. "It will be our little secret." "I'm not going back," I say quietly. "I think you know you are," she says. She takes a step toward me, radiating confidence that she's going to drag me back into that basement, back to my cell. I feel Michael lightly touch the back of my arm, and something rough slides into my hand. I whip that hand forward, flinging the broken stick with every ounce of strength I have in me. The sharp end embeds itself into Meg's chest, right above her heart. But I knew I wouldn't have the strength to embed it deep enough. I dart forward, throwing myself on her, knocking the both of us to the ground. Just as her hands claw from my already bruised throat, I wrap my hands around the thick stick and shove hard, driving the stake down and into her heart. Shock widens her eyes for just a moment, and then they stare into nothing as her body collapses against the ground, her skin slowly turning gray and ashen. "Damn," Michael declares. I whip around, a finger against my lips to silence him. We're still far too close to the house, and one of them might hear us. "There's the little woman who shocked the hell out of me," he says quietly as he peeks beneath the blindfold. "Knew she was still in there somewhere." He pulls a little smile from me, but I hold my finger up to my lips again. I pull the sun goggles from Meg and hand them over to Michael, who replaces his blindfold with them. I dig through her jacket, finding 2 stakes and a switchblade knife. I'm hoping and praying for a cell phone so I can call Ian and Lexington, but no such luck. I guess that would just be too much to ask for. "Let's go," I say, nodding my head back in the direction we were headed. I look back one more time as we take off through the trees. I don't see any movement from the windows, and I hope and pray that it's the last time I ever see the house of Allaway, official or unofficial. There are so many holes in my escape plan right now, so many things that could and will go wrong. I'm not out of the woods, figuratively or literally speaking. I'm not going to be safe from Charles, but at least I'm on my way. I'm going home. Chapter 5. I shiver, pulling my jacket tighter against my skin. The clouds above our heads threaten rain. The air is thick with moisture. I can feel the electricity in the air, begging to be let loose. My feet are swollen, my legs are exhausted, my back is killing me. But I'm trying hard not to complain or show signs that I'm struggling, because I know the second I do, Michael will hoist me up on his back, and I'm determined to do this myself. I devised the plan that led to our escape. I'll walk every step of the way back to my freedom myself. But as I look out and around, emotion bites at the back of my eyes. We're lost. Completely and utterly lost. For an hour we followed the river, but what I didn't anticipate was that there must have been 2 rivers. The one behind Charles' house ran parallel to the one that cuts through town. Only when it cut south, it never ever led toward town. We headed east when I thought we were avoiding town, but we've been walking the entire day.
And we never hit the gorge I recall driving over before hitting Woodson. I need to sit for a minute,
I say, aiming for a fallen tree and stumbling over to it. I collapse onto it, bracing my elbows on my knees, holding my head up with my hands. Sleep immediately pulls at the back of my eyes. "We should stop for the night," Michael says as he stands close by, looking in every direction. He's been completely paranoid the entire time, watching in every direction for Charles to walk through the woods and take us down. "You're putting too much stress on your body. You need to rest." I shake my head, though I don't have the energy to look up. They might catch up to us, and I don't want to have to spend a second longer in this wretched state than I have to. Michael chuckles. "Yeah, I was never a fan of Vermont either. Stuck-up flannel-clad posers." I know he's being extra harsh just to make me laugh, so I huff a little one for his benefit. I slide down the log, sitting on the ground with my back propped up. I lean my head back against the rough wood, feeling bark break off into my hair. I look up at the sky, trying to ignore the exhaustion that's making my body feel like it weighs 1,000 pounds. The sky is dark by now, the sun having set over an hour ago. The clouds hide the sun, and the world is cast in an extremely dim gray glow. I can barely see. The thick trees that surround us on all sides absorb what little moonlight that makes it through the clouds. There's not a chance of seeing the stars. I'm over 100 miles from home. I'm free, but I can't find my way back. "Still nothing?" I ask Michael as I let my eyes slide closed. "Nothing," he says, shaking his head. "These trees are deafening. Haven't heard a sound since we left the house." I shake my head, squeezing my eyes closed tighter. The population of Vermont is so small. The towns are scattered far apart in this part of the state. We could be really, really far from the next town. There's a good chance Michael and I have been walking directly away from any kind of civilization. "Lost in the woods," I say. I force my eyes back open just as a raindrop falls from the clouds and hits my chin. In this modern day, people can still get lost in the woods. "Kinda makes me wish I'd paid more attention in that astronomy class in high school," Michael says as he stands beside me. "Navigating by the stars and whatnot. Not that it'd do me much good tonight." I take a deep breath, focusing on my limbs. They're exhausted, swollen, ready to rest for the night. But I have somewhere else to be, someone else to get home to. I hold my hand up, and Michael pulls me to my feet. "You good?" he asks, concern in his voice. "I'm good," I say with a nod, even as my feet throb with the first few steps I take. I ignore my aching body with mental distraction. Instead of seeing endless trees with difficult underfooting, a million branches that threaten to take me down, I'm in a warm bed with a heavy arm over my middle. A soft set of lips are brushing against my ear, a scratchy beard tickling my skin. My hand rests against a firm chest, touching a scar. Lexington hums softly, some song from the 40s, or maybe the 80s. We're walking through downtown, hand in hand, looking for a random place in Little Italy to eat. He's telling me a ridiculous story about a midnight excursion on a tiny rowboat to Martha's Vineyard he once took in the 50s. He's helping me in the shop, and when the last customer leaves for the day and we lock the doors, he presses me up against the counter, looking deep in my eyes as he tells me he loves me, and then kisses me soft and long, and then wild and quick. That's why I have to keep walking, because somewhere out there, probably in this very same state, is the love of my life. I keep walking because I have to get home to Lexington Dawes. "Eat something," Michael says, jolting me back into reality. I look over at him, and he extends a protein bar in my direction. "You're burning extra calories these days. You need to keep up your energy. I'll let you walk 1 more hour, and then you're getting some sleep." I peel the wrapper open and take a bite. My stomach immediately growls, even as my feet each feel like they become 10 pounds heavier. I nod my head because I know an hour longer of walking is ambitious tonight. I'm freezing. My entire body shivers, pulling me from sleep, from dreams of monkshood and lavender. It's pitch black, and the air feels too thick and warm. Reaching up, I pull something from off my head. Michael's jacket drops to the ground beside me, even as a drip of rain falls from the tree above me and hits me in the temple. I sit up, pain screaming through my body. Dirt and leaves and mud stick to me. A huge maple with massive leaves provided our shelter when I couldn't walk any longer last night. I curled up against the base of it, and within 2 minutes I was out cold. "It quit raining pretty soon after we stopped," Michael says as he helps me to my feet and then onto a large rock. I wince as my muscles protest against their primitive sleeping arrangements. "Looks like we might get some sun later, though." He points toward the sky, and I look up. The clouds are more of a white now, and off in the distance it looks like blue skies are about to break through. Michael is already wearing the sun goggles. "What time do you think it is?" I ask with a yawn. 8, 9 o'clock, maybe." He reaches down and pulls out a water bottle and offers it to me. I take it, though something inside me protests. I've taken care of myself for my entire adulthood now. It's weird having a man old enough to be my father watching over me so much. "Hey," I say as I screw the cap back on, "I think this is the first morning I haven't puked in 3.5 months. "Look at that," Michael says with his charming little smile. "There is an upside to being lost in the woods." I smile a little, taking the box of crackers he hands over. I'm dying for some fruit or something, but beggars lost in the woods can't be choosers. "Come on," I say, standing despite my throbbing back. "I can eat and walk." All day long, we walked past high noon, through the warmest part of the day, and now the sun is heading back toward the horizon. And still, we've not come across a single house, not a single road, no signs of a town. Using the sun to gauge our direction, we were heading southeast, to where I thought we should eventually hit a highway. But after all this time, we turned directly south. Maybe we'll just have to walk from here all the way to Boston. We'll just suddenly pop out of the trees and land in the Atlantic Ocean. Michael has been walking slower ever since he stepped back out from behind a tree to relieve himself. I've been guiding myself for the last 30 minutes, making sure to keep the fading sun on my right. Michael trails behind, tethered to me with a length of rope we found lying in the leaves so he can walk with his eyes closed. I didn't even realize his breathing had changed at first. The harder way his breath came in and out of his lips just seemed natural for the first 5 minutes. We've been walking all day long. I'm tired too. But now little hairs stand up on the back of my neck. A little alarm tugs on the back of my brain. I listen to him more closely. Hard, shaking breath in, forced out, as if through clenched teeth. I slow 3 more steps. 2, 1. Michael comes to a stop, very close behind me. I stoop slowly, grasping a broken branch beneath me, one with a sharp end. Slowly, I turn around. 2 faint yellow rims are visible through the sun goggles, but they glow, and from beneath the goggles, I see black veins sprouting from his eyes. It's been too long, hasn't it? I breathe carefully. I hold the stick tightly in my hand, even as they start shaking. I'm not afraid of having to defend myself against a hungry Bitten. I'm worried I might have to kill one of my best friends so he won't kill me in bloodlust. 5 days, he says through clenched teeth. I see the skin that covers his lips bulge, and I know that his fangs are lengthening inside his mouth. I swear under my breath, swallowing hard. My knees bend slightly, prepared to fight, to swing, if I have to. I don't know what to do, Elle. Michael breathes hard. I see his fingers roll into fists. It feels as if he grows 3 inches as the predator in him begins to take over. If you run, I don't know that I can keep myself from chasing and catching you. I nod. It's true. Once the blood cravings overtake them, their instincts take over. I won't stand a chance. I don't see any other options here, so I don't want you to argue with me, I say as I slip my jacket off, setting it on the ground beside me. But I watch him the entire time, keeping my forced-made steak at the ready. You keep your eyes open the entire time. You keep looking at me so you don't forget who I am, who you are. It's difficult to read him with his eyes covered, but he doesn't argue. I bring my arm up, already covered in numerous scars. And I'm going to hold this to your chest. I take a step forward, placing the end of the stake against Michael's chest, right above his heart. He grabs my wrist, holding it firm there. And you're only going to take what you need to get yourself by, I say evenly, despite the fear that creeps into my throat. And then we're going to keep going, okay? Michael's breathing is almost violent by this point. Out of bloodlust or fear of what he might do, I'm not sure. But only 2 seconds later, he sinks his fangs into the flesh of my arm. My mind empties out. Every one of my muscles goes slack and tight at the same time. I feel like a rag doll, though snapped stiff by my own body so I won't collapse to the forest floor. My brain drifts into a fog, wandering off to get lost in the mist. I don't care about the sharp pain in my arm, or the tight way he grips my wrist, pulling it tighter against his chest. I'm nothing at all. The gray fog I find myself lost in grows darker. The air grows colder, and suddenly I don't feel so anchored. Suddenly, I feel myself falling, for just a moment that feels like a full minute, before something firm and stable catches me. The stake slips from my grip. Muffled and garbled sound tickles my ears. A little light flickers in the back of my brain. Elle? I open and close my eyes. Slowly, very slowly, the gray that became my world begins to clear, and I make out the tip of trees touching the golden sky. Elle, can you hear me? I blink again, feeling the fog shake from my brain. Elle? I try to get my sluggish lips to move. I'm okay. Michael's face comes into view, his eyes still hidden behind the sun goggles, but the rest of me still feels numb. I hear him swear. I feel his arms tighten around me, cradling me like a baby. I feel the ground move beneath me. And I stare up at the sky, waiting for the cursed vampire toxins to clear from my body for the 30th time. Chapter 6.
A road!
Michael calls out from ahead of me.
Holy shit! It's a real deal road.
Adrenaline zips through my blood, and I pick up my pace, despite the fact that everything hurts. I have to be careful. It's nearly pitch black, likely the middle of the night. I jog the last dozen yards to catch up to Michael. And finally, my feet touch down on a real road. A faded yellow dotted line cuts down the middle of it.
Thank you.
I breathe to the sky, relief flooding through me. A smile cuts onto my face as I grab Michael's hand and begin walking down the middle of the road. It's not in great shape. It's older, cracked in more than one place, worn and tired. It's not a well-traveled road, but it's a road, and it has to lead somewhere. 1 hour, no cars. 2 hours, no cars. 3 hours. How has not a single soul driven by us? The plan was to put out our thumbs and hope we get a kind Samaritan to stop. And if that didn't work, Michael would overtake the driver and lock them in the trunk. I didn't like that plan, but at this point, I was desperate. But here we are, walking south on this road for nearly 4 hours, and there hasn't been a single person.
We're never going to get picked up, are we?
Michael says as he hugs me to his side to try and stop the shivers that are working their way through my body right now.
Maybe in the morning,
I say.
there has to be someone on their way to work or something.
But there hasn't even been any houses along here,
Michael says in frustration.
We are literally in the middle of nowhere.
He lets out something between a growl and a grunt.
I freaking hate Vermont.
Me too, I agree, which Michael laughs at. Suddenly, something lightens at my feet, and a moment later, the trees around us are illuminated. Hope leaps into my heart, and my palms break out in a prickly sweat. I spin around, and just over the hill, I see an SUV crest. I stick my thumb out, so absolutely desperate and hopeful and tired and exhausted. Emotion bites at the back of my eyes. Sleep makes me feel delirious.
They're slowing down,
Michael declares in awe. And indeed, the SUV begins to slow as it rolls up just a little behind us. It stops just a dozen feet away. I hold my hand up to block out the bright light of the headlights. The passenger door opens, and out steps a figure. Tall and slender, with perfectly styled dark hair. And my hands go numb when a familiar face finally comes into focus. Rose Salazar. "Need a ride?" she asks with a smile. Chapter 7. My mouth opens and closes twice, searching for words, but they don't come. The last person I expected to pick us up was someone that I already knew.
We need to run?
Michael growls under his breath, his eyes instantly igniting yellow. His grip on me tightens, and his knees bend. No. I struggle to form the simple word. It's okay. I know her. Slowly, I take a step forward, Michael right at my side. Another. Rose watches me with this look in her eyes that is almost smug. A little smile curls on her lips. "You look a little worse for wear," she says as she opens the back passenger door. "Get in." I still can't believe she's here, out in the middle of nowhere. Staring at her the entire time, I slide into the seat, immediately followed by Rose. 2 other women occupy the SUV. A blonde woman sits at the wheel, looking at me in the rearview mirror, and a chocolate-skinned woman with curly hair waits in the back seat. Rose slips back into the passenger seat, and the blonde takes off, ripping down the road at a terrifying speed. "How did you find us?" I breathe. Rose has always intimidated and scared me. My anticipation of her reply is no different. "We have our ways," she answers cryptically. "We've been looking for weeks. Finally got a possibility yesterday morning. Wasn't easy since you kept moving."
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Michael asks. His eyes are narrowed. He sits at an angle so he can keep an eye on all 3 women, his hand held firmly around my right forearm, as if he's prepared to throw the door open and drag me out of the SUV if he has to. You really shouldn't ask questions you're not fully prepared to hear the answers to, Rose says without looking back at us. Even then, I wouldn't tell you. Michael takes a breath, and I just know he's going to say something loud-mouthed and violent. Don't, I say, shaking my head as my heart rate picks up. He meets my eyes. If you're afraid of them, Michael says, trying to pull the truth from my eyes. I shake my head. It's complicated, but I think we're okay. Rose laughs. You're a complex creature, Elle Ward. And yes, I know your real name. Penny Jones never suited you. A cold shiver works its way up my back. Rose has always known too much. How long until we get back to Boston? I ask. Rose doesn't look back. She stares out at the slowly lightening world outside. We're not going back. Not right away. We need your help with something first. Michael's hand suddenly whips out, his fingers closing around Rose's throat from behind. She lets out a choking gasp, even as the blonde swerves, pulling at Michael's hand. You'll take us home, Michael hisses, or you'll be going with us anyway, but as a bloody slick on the floor mats. Suddenly, Michael cries out in pain, jerking his hand back, cradling it to his chest. The skin is bubbled and blackened, as if burned in a fire. What the hell? He hisses, clawing for the door, only he can't seem to get it open. What is going on here? Rose rubs at her throat, glaring death at Michael. I promise you that no harm will come to Elle. We simply need her help in exchange for finding and rescuing her, and once she's done, we'll return her home. My chest is full of ice, my limbs numb and stiff. Rose put in an order only days before I had to hide at the House of Marshals because of Charles' threats. I never completed her order. I'll do it, I say, looking from Rose to the blonde. I'll get it over with, and then you'll take me home. I promise, Rose says with a nod, her eyes burning with intensity. It's ripping my insides to shreds. I just want to get home. I just want to return to my brownstone and figure out how to deal with all of my other problems. But Rose did rescue us. I owe her. Okay. Don't touch her, a voice hisses off in the distance, tickling the back of my brain, attempting to pull me back to the surface. But I'm so deep down here, so warm and comfortable. I have no interest in ascending again. I'm heavy and dark and at peace. What do you really think I'm going to do to her? The voice is annoyed. I need her, so calm your yellow eyes down. I'm rising quickly, though I scramble, trying to swim back down as quickly as I can. But it's no use. Instantly, my eyes pop open. I'm staring at a white ceiling. The room is dim, and my eyes slide to the side to see a window with the curtains pulled closed. I can't tell what time of day it is. Morning, noon, evening. With how tired I am, I very well could have slept for 4 days and not known any different. Great, you woke her up, Michael growls. I look over to see him sitting in a chair beside my bed. His glowing yellow eyes glare death at Rose, who stands in the doorway, arms crossed over her chest. Takes 2 to argue, she defends, raising an eyebrow. My brows furrow together, and I rub my eyes. Where am I? I ask. You're back in Massachusetts, Rose offers. Though not back in Boston yet. Is this where you live? I ask as I push myself up into a sitting position, which is challenging. I swear I'm gaining inches around my stomach every day. For now, she says. How are you feeling? The question startles me. Rose is intimidating, scary, cold. She takes joy from unsettling me, so her tone, which sounds genuine, shocks the hell out of me. Okay, I say. Exhausted. Every part of me is sore from the last however many days, but I think everything is still working. That's good, she says with a nod. Imogen looked you over. The baby seems to be okay. My left hand comes to my stomach. My brows furrow. It will be obvious to everyone in just a few more weeks, Rose says as she walks into the room and sits in a chair beside the door. It already doesn't look proportional to the rest of you. Better watch what you say, Michael growls, leaning forward as if trying to intimidate Rose with his eyes alone. I'm just stating facts, Rose bites. I have nothing against Elle. I actually think she's pretty damn special. Becoming the mother to a future royal just furthers that. Guess that reiterates that she knows plenty about the world of vampires. Not that Michael was trying very hard to hide any part of his true nature. Did you know where Charles was holding me? I ask, not quite able to meet Rose's eye. I think she shakes her head. No, I'm not sure why, but we couldn't tell. Not until 3 days ago. Why? I ask, but it's not the question that is begging to be asked. What are you? The only explanation I can think of is that it's something to do with the town, she says quietly. That doesn't make any sense. Nothing about Rose makes any sense. What the hell is any of that supposed to mean? Michael demands. What's the deal with this house? What are you? I whip a hand out, grabbing his arm. Don't. I shake my head when he looks at me. Fear and adrenaline burn through my veins, and I hope and pray he can read me well enough to not make me have to explain why I don't want answers to those questions. She's a smart girl, Rose says. You should trust her. Michael holds my gaze for a moment longer, and I see the acceptance there. He wants answers, but he'll trust me that now is not the time to get them. How long is this going to take? I ask, slowly loosening my grip on Michael. To make whatever it is you need me to make. Rose leans back, folding her arms over her chest. We've already gathered all the ingredients for you. It's the process that we are unsure about. It could take you a few tries. I'm hoping no more than 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. That sounds like an eternity when I know I'm so close to home, so close to getting back to my family. I know you're anxious to return to Boston, Rose says as she once more leans forward, locking her dark eyes on my face. I can only imagine what the last few months have been like for you. But I promise, if you help us, we will keep helping you. How is that? I ask. Her eyes drift down, locking on my stomach. You're carrying a royal, an heir Charles Allaway desperately needs. He's not just going to let you carry on with your happy little life after you escaped like that. I know that, I acknowledge. Let's just say we'll help keep Charles at bay until after the baby is born, Rose says. Just then the 2 other women come into view, standing out in the hall outside the bedroom. We'll give you time to come up with a plan. Time to figure out what it is you want. Michael looks over at me, and the expression on his face is full of distrust and alarm. He doesn't know what to think of these 3 women, and neither do I. 3 days, I say in a deep breath. I'm imagining Lexington and Ian racing around the Vermont countryside for those 3 days, desperately trying to find me, when I've already been found. What do you need me to do? Chapter 8. I shower,
turn up the water hot, scrub myself from head to the tips of my toes. Our adventure through the woods left me filthy. My muscles scream in pain. I'm still exhausted and could very likely go back to bed. But the quicker I get this over with, the quicker I can go home. When I step out of the shower, I find a set of clothes folded on the counter, a pair of stretchy leggings and a flowing white shirt that buttons up the front. I brush my hair, letting it hang to dry straight. I make my way down the hall, following the voices. I pass several sets of doors. The house is actually pretty large. Finally, I cut out into a big living room. Beautiful wood runs throughout the house, hinting at its age and history. A huge fireplace dominates one wall. Overstuffed furniture is set in front of it. Off to the side is a dining area, and off from there, partially walled off from view, is a huge kitchen.
Feeling a little more human?
The dark-skinned woman asks. She slides her hands into her back pockets and looks me up and down, taking in every bit of me, studying. Yes, thank you, I say around a thick throat. I know how to handle vampires, but I don't even know what these women really are. Michael stands from where he was seated at the dining table, taking a few steps toward me, which places him between them and me.
I'm sure you're anxious to get started, Rose says, looking ever annoyed with Michael. Take a step in here and we'll get you up to speed. We're all studying one another, looking up and down, waiting for someone to make a wrong move. But we need each other. The kitchen counters are lined with boxes of herbs and plants. I see hyssop, wormwood, wolfsbane, willow bark, fennel, and peppermint. There are empty bottles waiting. I see beakers and pots and pans, waiting for me to make use of them. What is it that you're having me make? I ask, peering into a clear zipped bag. I don't immediately recognize the plant. It's another oil, Rose says, walking close by my side, looking at the ingredients with me. This one is much more potent than the Van oil I asked for before. Is it going to be used to hurt anyone? I ask quietly. I run my fingers along the leaves of the peppermint, releasing their strong scent. No, Rose says. This is only for us. I nod. I feel like I can trust Rose, but this life has left me so full of doubt, it's difficult to believe in anything. The instructions were essentially destroyed, Rose says. She turns and accepts a book from the blonde woman. It's huge, fat, ancient-looking. This is Tove, by the way, she adds, indicating the woman and then dismissing her without another look. While the ingredients are still legible, only some of the words are readable. You'll create the oil and write down every step of the process. That way we won't always have to come calling to you. I look up at her, and it's there in her eyes. She's well aware that I don't love working with her. Rose sets the book down on the counter. Don't turn any pages. Don't touch the book. It won't end well for you. A cold shiver works its way up my spine and out down my arms to my very fingertips. Michael swears under his breath, his eyes flashing brilliantly. I'll take it from here, I say quietly, looking up at Rose. She studies me, and I can tell she doubts my ability to complete the task and create whatever this is. But she knows she won't find anyone else with my skills. Anyone else who won't ask prying questions she refuses to answer. We'll give you some space, Rose says with a little smile and the nod of her head. Without another word, she and the other two women step out of the kitchen, and I hear them go their separate ways in the house.
I will help you in any way possible so we can hurry and get this hoodoo voodoo shit done and get the hell out of here,
Michael breathes as he comes up to my side, and he manages to pull a small smile from the corner of my mouth. I strip the leaves of the wormwood from their stems,
I toss them into the large bowl that contains the other 9 herbs. Despite the fact that I don't want to be doing this, don't want to be here, I'm fascinated. One of the herbs is cardamom, which I've never actually worked with before today. It's the world's 3rd most expensive spice. But all the same, it's joined by the absinthe, anise, and calamus. The smell rising from the bowl is strong, pungent. I gag into the sink. I crush the herbs all together, only to have their fragrance triple in potency. More gagging into the sink as Michael holds back my hair, just in case. The writing in the book Rose brought is loopy and ancient. Some of the words I can make out are not the common terms we would use today. I think it must have suffered water damage because the ink runs over the page in several places, and the edges of all the pages are wavy and warped. I lean in closer, hoping it will help me decipher the words that have all blended together. It wants me to pour some base alcohol into something, I say in frustration when Imogen, the African-American woman, checks in on me. But I'm not sure what. Michael leans over my shoulder, looking at the words with us. That looks like a C, he says. He points to another letter that's badly faded. Maybe a P? And another P? Copper pot, Imogen says, filling in the gaps. It's common. There's one in the island. Michael gives her a distrustful look as he ducks down to dig through the kitchen island. He produces it a moment later, setting it down on the stove. Again, I have no measurements as to how much of any of the ingredients to use. Whoever wrote this recipe must have been well practiced. I have to guess everything. I pour in a half a cup of alcohol and, per the instructions, dilute it with water. It next instructs to add in the herbs, but the next lines are destroyed as to how long to steep them. I'm going to let them sit overnight, I say. I generally like to let herbs soak for at least 12 hours. That will give them 18 hours. I scan the next instructions, piecing together what might come next. I'll continue tomorrow morning. This is why we brought you on, Rose says as she steps into view. I put a lid on the pot, knowing it will help trap all the gases the herbs will put off, making whatever this stuff is all the more potent. I wash my hands and dry them. I follow the group out into the living room and sink into a chair, already tired. You'll recover, Imogen says. Your body has just gone through a traumatic couple of days. You'll get your energy back. I should smile, tell her thank you for the encouraging words, but I don't like how she seems to just know what is going on with my body. Like her eyes are too strong, and she sees far, far too much. You're very quiet, Elle, Rose says. You've just been through a lot, seen and heard some interesting things. I would expect you to be a lot more curious than you seem to be right now. I fix my eyes on the wooden floor, on a little scar there. It's black, dug in, like an axe and a burn mark at the same time. I've always known more than I wanted to know, seen more than I should have seen, heard more than any woman should. I don't need to open any new doors. Your amount of self-control is pretty incredible, Imogen says. Most people will be popping off questions left and right, but not you. She's not most people, Michael says. When will you let Lexington and Ian know that I'm not in Vermont anymore? I cut him off. I don't have the energy to rein Michael in right now. If things are progressing steadily tomorrow, Rose says as she twirls her finger around the long necklace she wears. It is shaped like an hourglass, but on one side it looks like it contains dirt, the other water. I will call them 24 hours from tomorrow morning. As soon as possible? I ask. The idea of going back to Boston and being alone is making my stomach sick. I don't want to beat them home. As soon as possible, Rose says with a serious nod. You're really in love with him, aren't you? Tove asks. I look over at her, meeting her gray eyes. The one with the blonde hair. An ache opens up in my chest. I can perfectly imagine the way Lexington smells. The crook of his mouth as he cracks some joke. The temperature of his hand as it rests on my side. I swallow hard, pushing back the pain, and nod. The woman sits back in her chair, resting her arm along the back of it. How do you plan to deal with the mortality issue? Excuse me? I ask, itching at the deeply personal route this conversation has taken. I mean the fact that he is an immortal born, and you're a very fragile human. Or is it just that neither of you expect this to last long enough to worry about it?
Tove,
Imogen says in horror at her boldness. No, she says, her eyes growing wide but serious. I really want to know. I'm not trying to be mean. I just can't stop thinking about it. The three of them turn their eyes back to me, and I see it on each of their faces. They've all wondered the same thing. I swallow once more, pulling the numb comfort around my shoulders. I've been too cracked lately, showing too much of my utter human nature. I need to be myself again, the one who survived growing up in a town that pitied and feared me. It's something we haven't really talked about, I supply them with an answer. But it isn't because this is something neither of us expect to last long. Lexington and I were only really together for about 4 weeks before Charles took me away. 4 weeks. And I've been gone for 19. What if... I think I'd like to get some fresh air, I suddenly say as I stand. I don't wait for a response or permission to do so. I cross to the door. I'll just be outside. I open the door, stepping out, and close it tight behind me. Thick trees surround the historical-looking house I just stepped out of. A grassy lawn stretches out before giving way to the road a little ways down. I see a road beyond the fence, and a park across the street from that. I walk midway down the sidewalk before stopping there. I inhale a deep breath of spring air, letting my eyes slide closed. What if things changed while I was gone? What if Lexington's feelings for me weakened the longer I was away? What if he decided this was too much effort? What if he also realized that even if the love between us was a forever thing, that he would always look the same, while I continued to age, grow into an old woman, and eventually die? What if when I return home, nothing is what I'm imagining? Then you'll continue being Elle Ward, who has survived despite every single thing in your life. You will carry on. I repeat the words to myself over and over. I'm good at mentally controlling myself, but it isn't so easy in this instance. There are so many unknowns waiting for me in 2 days, and I don't know how to deal with any of them. Chapter 9. By morning, I've fully numbed myself back up, shut it all down, only focused on the task at hand. I pull the lid off the pot, stirring the saturated herbs inside. The smell is still strong, but not as bad as yesterday with all of them freshly crushed. I pour some water into the pot and set the heat to low. Over the next hour, I ignore the 3 other women who eventually wake and come to the island or dining table to watch me work. Michael stands at my side, his butt against the counter, arms crossed over his chest, staring right back at the strange trio. I stir the mixture periodically, making sure I run any condensation back into the pot. When the hour is up, I take the pot off the heat and strain the herbs.
don't throw them out.
Imogen pipes up. She scrambles to her feet and searches through the drawers in the kitchen. Finally, she comes up with a piece of cheesecloth. I scoop the herbs into it, carefully squeezing the remaining liquid out and back into the pot. As soon as we're done, she disappears with her small satchel of used herbs.
Freaking weirdos,
Michael mutters. Following what little is left of the directions, I let the emerald green liquid cool and then pour it into a large glass bottle. And then we wait. Over the next 5 hours, we have to wait for the liquid to fade from green to clear. Rose leaves the house just before noon. Tove hovers in the living room, assumingly so that I won't try and escape. Imogen hasn't come out of her room since I gave her the sack of herbs.
where are we exactly?
Michael asks as he flips through a book lying on the coffee table. You know I can't tell you that, Tove responds. She too reads through a book, though this one looks nearly as ancient as the one in the kitchen. I just lie with my head on the arm of the couch, watching the glass bottle on the table slowly turn into a lighter shade of green.
I just mean, how long of a trip back to Boston are we talking about?
Michael pries.
I can smell the ocean. It's close. But are we talking a 2-hour trip or a 20-minute one?
More than 20 minutes, I say quietly, not meaning to speak it aloud. I look over to meet Michael's questioning eyes. I'd know if we were only 20 minutes away. Michael looks back to Tove. More than 20 minutes away, she responds with a little bit of a smirk. A few tense moments pass, though I don't think Tove is bothered whatsoever. It's just Michael that's been ready to snap for the past 5 months straight. Poor guy. He'll probably never be able to relax again. 3 hours later, I grab the bottle from the table, satisfied that it's as clear as it's going to get, when Rose walks in the front door. Her face is splotchy and red, and she looks utterly exhausted. Michael and I exchange a look. She's been up to something, and he wants to know what. But I don't want him asking questions. How is it going? She asks as she takes her jacket off and hangs it on the coat stand beside the door. Getting close, I say, setting the bottle back on the kitchen counter. I lean over the book, scanning back down the instructions, looking for my place. The next steps are the most complicated, and I have to take it slow, hoping and praying I'm filling in the blanks correctly. I have to separate the mixture into several batches. Then it's a few droppers full of oil of wormwood, a few of anise essential oil, some peppermint, each in different bottles, each in different amounts. I know that last part might sound strange, Rose says as she walks into the kitchen 30 minutes later. But I know it's important, and it's the only clear instruction left. Don't skip it. Strange it is. I take the big bottle once more, place a sugar cube into it to block it up, and slowly add in the mixed oils, watching as they work their way through the sugar cube, and drop by drop, the big bottle begins to fill again. What we end up with is a milky green mix, thick and cloudy. Okay, it just needs to sit overnight, I declare as the last of the drops ripple into the bottle. The little hairs on the back of my neck are all standing up. Goosebumps rise up on my arms. I'm cold, but too hot on the inside. It's done. Rose smiles, something deep and creepy climbing out onto her face. She picks up the bottle, holding it close to her body, studying it. I'll admit I haven't seen a complete batch in years, she says. And I swear the air around her grows electric. But as far as I can tell, it looks correct. Just one more thing. She carries it out the back door, and I follow her. She crosses a huge deck and stops at a little table beside a chair. She sets it down. It just has to soak in the moonlight overnight. I swallow, unsure of what to say. Moonlight. Rose looks over her shoulder and smiles, knowing how she's twisting my insides. But she only winks, and we walk back inside. "It's done," she declares as we cross the threshold. "But you won't let me go until morning?" I ask. She looks up, a different kind of smile on her face now. "We have to make sure it works once it's settled, don't we?" Michael straightens, but I hold up a hand before he can move an inch or breathe a word. "But the second you check it, you'll call my people, right?" Rose nods. "I promise." Chapter 10. The ceiling above my head has 2 cracks in the plaster, one stretching from one corner of the room to the center. The other crack begins above the window and only reaches out about a foot. I've been staring at the ceiling for hours. In the past 15 weeks, falling asleep has been beyond easy. But with every second ticking down in my head, so painfully present, sleep is the furthest thing from my mind. And the whispers in the middle of the night got my mind rolling. The quiet, quick murmurings of 3 mysterious women down the hall made it difficult to relax. I'm trying to tell myself that it was just a dream, only echoes in my restless mind. But I know I heard my name breathed over their lips, and that scares me. I'm trying very hard to keep that door closed, but they keep pushing against it from the other side. 3 days, 3 nights spent in this house, when I'm so close to home. I roll over and look at the clock on the bookshelf across the room. 6 a.m.
Did you sleep at all last night?
Michael asks through the dim morning light. I shake my head, knowing it will be enough of a response for him.
Just a few more hours, little bird,
he says, reaching up from where he lies on the floor and takes my hand in his.
I know there's a lot of unknowns about to go down, but I promise we'll figure this out.
"Thank you," I whisper. My throat tightens, and there's a sting at the back of my eyes. "Thank you for being here for me through all of this, even if you didn't want to be. I'm really grateful for you." He's quiet for just a moment. Michael is far from an emotional guy. Maybe that's why we've gotten along so well.
It's been my pleasure.
There's a little knock on the door, and when I call, "Come in," it opens just a crack, and Rose's face appears. "You ready?" she asks with a knowing smile. I only nod and slowly sit up so I don't puke everywhere. Michael pulls me to my feet when I'm ready and steps outside so I can get dressed. I think it's Imogen's clothes I've been wearing. She's close to my size. The house feels fresh and crisp when I step out into the hall, as if the world knows this is the day I will get to go back home. The air smells cleaner, feels lighter. As I step into the living room, my heart beats faster. The oil sits on the dining room table. Tove and Imogen scurry around the kitchen, gathering things, which they set on the table. We drink it, though no one wants to drink straight oil, Rose explains as I take a seat. The mint and soda water make it bearable. I nod, watching as she takes the glass, mixing the 3 ingredients. It looks thick and smells off, despite the mint. All 3 women sit close together, watching in anticipation as Rose stirs the concoction. When she's done, she slides the glass in front of Tove. Her eyes are a mix of fear and excitement. Her hands tremble slightly as she raises the glass to her lips. She takes a tiny sip at first, lets her eyes slide closed, and then downs the entire thing. The glass slips from her hand and shatters on the floor. She slowly relaxes back into her chair, her head tipping back, her eyes staring up at the ceiling. A cold draft rushes through the house, and I swear all of that air is being sucked into Tove. I scramble back from the table, knocking over my chair in the process. Cold prickles all along my skin, instantly picking up goosebumps. A feeling of dread washes over me.
What the hell is that stuff?
Michael growls as he too leaps back from the table. His hand clamps down around my wrist, and I feel every muscle in his body tense. He's ready to bolt at any second and drag me along behind him. "Congratulations! You're going home," Rose says with a smile as she pulls her phone out. "What are your people's numbers?" My mouth isn't working because my brain can't get around this scene that I cannot explain. Tove is still sitting in that chair, eyes wide open, unblinking, just staring at the ceiling.
Elle,
Michael hisses.
what's your brother's number?
I mutter something, and it must be the right thing because a few moments later, Rose is talking rapidly to someone on the other line. I blink, trying to refocus myself. What is happening in front of me doesn't matter. I don't want to know what that stuff was they wanted me to make. I don't need to understand what is happening to Tove at the moment. I'm going home. "They will meet us at your apartment shortly," Rose says, ending the call before I even clear my head enough to think of asking to speak to either my brother or Lexington. "You did your job. Let's get you home." A big breath suddenly escapes from my chest. I blink again, telling my brain to ignore Tove at the table, frozen as if she's in a coma. I take Michael's hand, and we head for the door, Rose and Imogen behind us. I climb into the back seat of the SUV with Michael, Rose at the wheel, and Imogen riding shotgun. And almost too easy, because nothing about my return home has been easy, she backs down the driveway and pulls onto the road. I should be paying attention, trying to figure out where in Massachusetts we are. But I'm not even seeing anything. In my mind, I'm already back in Boston, stepping through my front door, running into the arms of my family. Michael rubs small circles into the back of my hand, but I hardly notice. Time is meaningless, and I have no idea how much of it has passed when familiar skylines come into view. The bridge, the skyscrapers. My heart leaps into my throat, and I lean closer to the window, resting my hand against it. I know these buildings. I know that ocean. This is my town. This is my home. Rose cuts through the city with the help of the navigation system on her phone. It's the only way anyone can get around the city without getting lost and turning the wrong direction down a one-way street. And then there's Boston Common, and I can see the road that leads up to my shop. We turn down my road and roll past one block, and then two. And I don't cry, but tears are at the back of my eyes as my building comes into view. "Don't get out of the car until I say so," Rose says, and the way her voice grows quiet, the edge to her words, they cause ice to drop into my stomach.
He's here, isn't he?
Michael growls. A sweat breaks out onto my skin, and the breath catches in my throat. It's brilliantly sunny outside, but now that the words have been said, I can feel him, somewhere out there, lurking in the shadows. Charles.
You said you'd help her,
Michael hisses, sliding closer to me.
What you got in mind?
Rose locks the door to the SUV as she pulls to a stop in front of my building, her eyes sweeping the road. She turns the engine off and shifts in her seat. "It's already been done," she says, but there's a shade of doubt in her tone. "I just want to make sure there aren't any cracks. Wait here for just a minute." Rose opens the door and climbs out. Imogen immediately locks the doors again, looking ready to kill, ready to unleash havoc. Rose walks down the road. And down 4 blocks, I see a figure step out. He wears a trench coat and a pair of sunshades. His red hair shines brilliantly in the daylight. I see his lips moving, but he's so far away, and I'm inside, I don't have a prayer of knowing what is being said. Can you hear anything? I say quietly to Michael. He gives a tiny shake of his head. She's whispering some mumbo-jumbo, but Charles is too far away. But suddenly, I hear a demonic cry of pain rip through the city. I lean forward, compelled, as I watch Charles collapse to his knees as Rose continues walking toward him.
Charles won't bother you again. Not until after the baby is born, Imogen says. He can't come any closer to you than this while the child is still in your womb. You trying to say you all gave him some kind of witchy allergy to his own air? Michael asks doubtfully. Something like that, she says seriously as she looks out the window, back at Charles and Rose. He's on his knees, glaring death up at Rose as she stops at his side. You can go home now, Imogen says as she unlocks the doors. My eyes are transfixed on the man who has taken away my human rights, and the woman who once terrified me, but has saved me. My fingers hook around the door latch. I pull it open and slowly slide out. I see Charles down the street, and the moment I step outside of the SUV, his eyes lock with mine. He lunges toward me, as if to run and snatch me up once more. But instantly, a cry of agony rips from his lungs, and he collapses to the ground. His fingers hooked into claws into the concrete road, he looks up at me. His eyes are brilliant red. Black veins sprout from them, but they stretch clear down to his neck. I see them race out over his hands. You can't touch her, I faintly hear Rose's voice carry down the street, unless you have an appetite for death. I swear the brightness of his eyes grows more intense. This isn't over, Elle Ward, he bellows, and if looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet underground. I will get my heir, and I will have your head. He suddenly cries out in pain, and I note the intense look in Rose's eyes. Charles scrambles back, tripping over himself as he attempts to put some distance between us. Finally, he climbs to his feet. Our eyes lock, and I know he will keep the promise he has made. This is far from over. But slowly, he backs away, one step at a time, before turning, and the next instant, he disappears. The vice I didn't even realize was there suddenly loosens from around my throat. I feel myself sag, and Michael hugs me to his side. I'm sure he'll try and find a way around this, Rose says as she walks back toward us. He's a stubborn man, and you do have his royal air. Her eyes drop to my stomach. I'm wearing a regular t-shirt today, and my belly bump is only growing by the day. But I promise he won't be able to come closer than that until the child is born. Rose stops just in front of me. Her eyes rise from my stomach to my eyes. It will give you time to figure out what you want to do, where things will go from here. This is still your life, Elle. I bite my lower lip because it suddenly wants to tremble. This is my life, but it's all spun so far out of control, I'm having a hard time getting a grip on it again. Thank you, I whisper. She reaches up and tucks a lock of hair behind my ear. You might feel a little lost right now, she says, but you're still Elle Ward. You'll find her again. I don't think it will take very long. I want to nod, but for some reason it's hard. Instead, I just watch her give me a little smile and a wink, and she climbs into her car and pulls away from the curb. The past few months have been pretty damn weird, Michael says as we watch them drive away. But the last 3 days certainly take the cake. Yeah, I breathe in agreement. And finally we turn and walk up the steps to the door. I enter my code and it unlocks. Up the stairs, and finally, my own front door is in front of me.
I find the key hidden in the vent across the hall, and with it, I unlock the door to my home. I knew no one was going to be inside, because if they had, they would have heard everything going on out front and come to intervene. But my heart still sinks when I open the door and the apartment is empty.
They'll be back soon,
Michael says reassuringly as he places his hands on my shoulders. I bite my lower lip and nod as we step inside. There's a laptop on the coffee table and a jacket hanging on the banister that are the only clues that anyone has been here since I last left it, just before Christmas. It's the 1st of June now. Despite how badly I wanted Lexington and my brother to be here when I got home, relief still floods through me. I'm home. And for the next 5.5 months, I'm safe from Charles.
You're home, Elle, Michael says softly. You can breathe now.
I let out a little sob laugh and nod my head.
You go take care of yourself, he says, ushering me toward the stairs. They'll all be here soon.
I nod once more, unable to speak. I head up the stairs. Despite how amazing the shower feels, I barely take time to scrub my face and wash my hair. I dry off and step into the closet to look for some clothes that might still fit. I've just pulled on a pair of stretchy leggings and a loose-fitting tank top when I hear footsteps in my bedroom. I think all my internal organs disappear. Suddenly, I'm lightheaded, and the only sensation in my body is my heart pounding. My hands are clammy, and I'm suddenly cold and afraid. How will they all react? What if this is too much? But as I hear Lexington breathe my name, my longing to see him outweighs my fear. My heart breaks out into a flutter, and I burst through the door. His blue eyes lock onto mine, wide, shining with unbelief. He's frozen, staring at my own blue eyes. In this infinite moment of magic, despite everything, here I am. I'm frozen, rooted, waiting. But only for a moment. Lexington rushes forward, his hand slipping into my hair, his other hand wrapping around my waist, crushing me to him, and his lips magnetize to mine. Tender and full of longing, his lips alternate to fierce and possessive. I breathe into his mouth, gripping the front of his shirt, pulling him tighter to me, even though there is no more space left between us. We're two oceans, torn apart, only to come colliding and crashing back together with a force that could destroy nations. I can't get enough oxygen, and I'm suffocating, unable to breathe him in deep enough to make up for the absence of him in the last few months. There was only ever one man on this planet that I needed. Only one that fit in with all the complicated puzzle pieces I'd become.
You're here,
he breathes, bringing his hand to my cheek, pulling away to look into my eyes. I am, I say, and my eyes well with tears. He's always been the only one to bring this kind of emotion out of me.
Elle,
someone yells from the stairs. 4 heavy-bounding footsteps later, and suddenly Ian breaks into the room, his eyes wild. He gives Lexington a momentary glare before shoving him out of the way and wrapping me into his arms, tucking my face into his neck, holding me so tight it's almost painful.
I thought I'd lost you,
he whispers into my own neck. There's emotion cracking his voice. My strong, tough, and stubborn as nails brother breaking before my eyes. I'm not going down that easy. I try to lighten his mood, but he only squeezes me tighter to him. From the doorway suddenly steps my sister-in-law. Olivia, I breathe. Tears immediately spring into her eyes as she crosses the room and also wraps her arms around me. And my little family is complete. A single tear breaks free onto my cheek, and as Ian and Olivia finally release me, I quickly wipe it away, trying to smile. But I'm so filled to the brim. too full when my glass is feeling too fragile. I don't know where to start, how to take this next step. Are you okay? Olivia dares ask. Lexington steps forward again, pulling me into his chest, engulfing me with his embrace. I bite my lower lip, just as tears once more well in my eyes. With everything I have in me, I want to tell them that I am okay. But I'm not. Not even a little bit. I squeeze my eyes closed, forcing more tears out onto my cheeks. I tuck my face into Lexington's chest, pressing my forehead between his chest muscles, just as a sob rips up my throat, followed by another. My body shakes violently, trembling out of control, growing weak and exhausted. I got you, Lexington whispers in my ear over the sound of my cries. I got you, Elle. I hear Ian swear loudly, and there's a loud bang, which I'm guessing is him hitting the wall. Soon he's ranting about killing Charles the second he can find him, and Olivia doesn't say a word. Lexington is holding me up by this point. My legs have completely lost their strength, but he grips me tightly, cradling me gently as he continues to whisper in my ear over and over that he'll never let anyone touch me ever again. But they don't understand. None of them have seen yet. I hear a set of boots clomp over the wooden floor and know Michael has come to check on me. And suddenly, I need him. I need him like oxygen. This old world of mine has been turned into something entirely different, and in this newness, he is the only familiar. I turn away from Lexington, not looking up into his eyes. He releases me, I'm sure with confusion. And I look up at Michael as I walk toward him, the crow's feet surrounding his eyes, deep and concerned. But I see the understanding there, the shared scars, my fellow witness to this injustice. I stop just 2 feet from him and reach out for his hand, which he gives immediately. He may not be my father, but the bond that has formed between us these past few months will be enough to tie us together for the rest of our mortal lives. Elle? Lexington says. Honey, please talk to us, Olivia asks with tenderness in her voice. What happened? My brother asks, and I can tell he's trying really hard to be patient. My gaze on the floor, I take in 3 slow, deep breaths. I hold Michael's hand tightly, as if trying to siphon strength and calm from him. It's okay, Michael says quietly. You're strong enough. Always have been. Always will be. I take one last deep breath, straightening as I let my eyes slide closed for just one moment. You're strong enough. I open my eyes, let go of Michael's hand, and I turn back around to face my family. I bring my hands up to my stomach, pulling my shirt tight against my skin, showing off the slight roundness there. A lot has happened in the past few months, I say with a quiver in my voice. Chapter 11. I kind of expected chaos with the revelation. Lots of swearing, walls being punched in, demands for more answers. But they all just stare at my stomach in silence, their expressions slack. All the color drains from Lexington and Olivia. A darkness creeps into Ian's eyes. It's too shocking. Too much. They aren't quite grasping it yet. I grab the hem of my shirt and pull it up to the base of my bra, exposing the tight and rounded skin there. I'm almost 17 weeks along now, I whisper as my voice trembles. He raped my baby sister? Ian seethes, his voice barely audible. His fists tremble, a violent tremor working its way from his feet up, overtaking his entire body. I squeeze my eyes closed. It was bad enough to have to live through the events of the past few months,
The idea of having to recount it all is exhausting. "It wasn't rape," I say, my voice barely able to form words. When I open my eyes again, I can't really meet anyone's gaze. "Why don't we all go downstairs and I'll... "Come on," Michael says, wrapping an arm over my shoulders. "We got this." I nod and walk out into the hall with him. He practically carries me down the stairs, and with all the panic and stress raging through my body, I don't even hear footsteps behind us or think to listen for them. Michael guides me to the chair next to the fireplace. He flips the switch, and it lights to life. He grabs a blanket from the basket on the other side of it and tucks it around me. Lexington sinks into the couch, his elbows resting on his knees, Olivia sitting stiffly beside him. Ian stands beside the stairs, arms crossed over his chest, but he keeps shifting them, as if he's fighting back the urge to destroy something. "You already know when Charles came for me," I begin, staring at a point on the floor just beyond the tips of Lexington's shoes. "I asked Lexington to go get Shada, my cat. I wasn't worried because Duncan and Julie were at the House of Marshals. But just a few minutes later, Charles' people stormed the house, immobilized them, and Charles was there. He threatened Lexington, said he would kill him if I didn't come quietly." Lexington swears under his breath, and I squeeze my eyes closed. "He took me to this house in Vermont, but he told me it wasn't the official house. I guess some houses have backup homes in case they need to hide." "We've never even thought of that," Olivia says. "But we really should, considering everything we've been through." "Makes a lot of sense," Ian pipes up. "Could have used one of those a few times." I nod, though I'm not really hearing them. "It was in this really little town named Woodson," I continue. "It was pretty secluded, small population." "Did they feed outside of town?" Lexington asks. "Kind of hard to go undetected in small towns." "Charles was paying the whole town off," I say, grateful to have something other than me to talk about for a moment. "He paid them to feed on them, to do whatever he needed. He's down to only 3 house members now. He can't do anything on his own now, but he still has money." "3?" Olivia asks in disbelief. Last we heard there were 5. "Adrian left just before Charles took me," I say, finally looking up to meet her eyes. "I killed another as Michael and I escaped." "Who the hell was that called me this morning?" Ian asks. His eyes are brilliant, red embers igniting in them. "She wouldn't say who she was or how she knew you, just that she had you and would be taking you home immediately." "She was a friend," I say with uncertainty. "Before 4 days ago, I never would have called Rose that, but without her, I would probably still be wandering the woods of Vermont, and I'd still have to worry about how to deal with Charles Allaway. She kept me safe." "When?" Lexington asks, but his voice breaks. "When did you escape?" I still can't quite look up at him. 5 days ago. We got lost in the woods for a while. I thought I could find our way to the next town. The plan was to steal a car, but we got turned around. Then my friend found us and needed some help." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Ian growls. "You don't want to know," Michael says cryptically. Ian draws breath to go full anger protective mode, but I hold a hand up. "Don't. We did what was necessary, and it turned out for the better. Let it go." I say it as a command, not a suggestion. We're all quiet, and the massive elephant in the room grows a whole lot bigger. "You said it wasn't rape." Lexington finally breaks the silence. And I have to look. I have to see. My eyes lock with his, and I'm trying to see what is going through his head. But they're just open, trying to figure out what is going on right now. "He had a doctor there," I say quietly.
Charles didn't want to touch me, but he needs an heir.
Why now, though? Olivia says, confusion in her voice. Why you? A sister for a sister, Ian fills in. He gets it.
I nod. He said that I would pay for the sins of our mother. He plans to kill me after I give birth.
He'll be dead long before then, I promise you that, Ian says as he takes 2 steps forward.
King Cyrus has already threatened him. I cut my brother off. He's not happy with how he's been ignoring things, and now that Chelsea is gone, the Allaway line is fragile, and it sounds like Cyrus plans to kill Charles. Cyrus told Charles that he had a year to produce an heir, or he'd kill him and replace his house with a new family. He only has 7 months left on the king's time frame. I look over at Olivia, and there's a dark shadow in her eyes. She knows the cruelty Cyrus is capable of, how little he cares for life. She knows what will happen if Cyrus comes back to America.
So Charles picked you as his victim, Ian says. Artificially inseminated you, and then planned to hold you prisoner until you gave birth. And then what? Just rip your throat out?
Decapitation, actually, I say through a thick throat. He planned to have my head delivered to you. Ian lets out a string of the foulest curse words. He goes on, and soon I can barely understand him.
What are you going to do now?
Olivia asks as she leans forward, bracing her elbows on her knees. My eyes fix on the floor again. Numbness creeps into my chest, spreading out to my stomach, my arms, my legs. I don't know.
She's safe for now, Michael says as he places his hands on my shoulders, standing behind the chair. Charles can't touch her again until after the baby is born.
How? Lexington begins to ask.
Again, don't ask.
Michael cuts him off with the shake of his head.
But for now, Elle, you need some sleep. You didn't get any last night.
I nod, and suddenly I am exhausted. I'm pretty sure I could sleep for 5 days straight right now.
We still have a lot to figure out, Elle,
Ian says as I stand. I know, I say nimbly. I take 2 steps across the room, but I stop, and an instant later, Lexington is at my side, his hand in mine. Not a word needed. He follows me up the stairs and into my bedroom. I still can't quite look at him, though. I slip into the bed facing the wall, but it's everything I need when Lexington tucks himself against me, his arm gently resting over my side, holding me close. My eyes slide closed, and I tell myself that everything can wait until later, and I let the dark claim me. Chapter 12. When my eyes slide open, the view outside is a dim gray. It's hard to tell if it's evening or morning. The warm body beside me shifts, and I know that he knows I'm awake. But I just stare at the wall, hardly breathing, scared to move. I don't know what to say, what to do, where we go from here. A million thoughts are racing through my head, but they are too chaotic and too violent and terrified to make sense of. I'm a mess. I can't say I've ever once really been a mess in my life. Good morning, beautiful, Lexington whispers into my ear. I'm scared. My lips won't move. You okay? He breathes, sliding his hand down my arm, as if he can smooth out my worries. I just keep staring at the wall, feeling so cold and stiff. Finally, I shake my head. It's okay, Elle, he says gently. I'm thankful that he doesn't try to force me to roll over and face him. No one expects you to be. The tightness in my chest relaxes just a fraction. Nothing is right. I don't know where I am right now. My statement could be taken many ways.
but despite the past few months apart, I trust that he knows what I mean. "You'll find yourself," he says. I feel his lips touch the tip of my shoulder, gently, unassuming. "I know you will."
"But what if I don't?"
I whisper. "You will," he says softly. "I'll help you." The tenderness there in his voice, it relaxes me just a little more. I roll onto my back, looking up in his eyes. It feels like this should change everything. I never saw this coming. I don't expect you to be able to just deal with such a big twist. Lexington's eyes drift down from mine to my stomach. He gently slides his hand from my hip up to caress the side of my stomach. "I certainly never saw this coming either," he says with a small chuckle. "The love of my life, carrying another man's child." The statement causes bile to rise in my throat. I turn my face away from him, shame crawling up the back of my neck. But only a moment later, Lexington's hand is on my cheek, turning my face back to him. His blue eyes are intense and vivid, full of honesty. "But I've always known one thing about you from the first day I met you. You're a survivor, Elle. You fight every single time something big and bad rears its ugly head in your life. This isn't your fault. This was a bad man, blinded by revenge, and you were caught in the crossfire." His hand slides down to my neck, but he brushes his thumb over my cheek, back and forth slowly. "I promise I'll walk through the fog with you. I'll help you find your way." Lexington is so honest and without hesitation with everything. When it comes to anyone else, I doubt the statements he just made. But coming from him, I know he means what he says. It might not be easy, and I might not act like myself for a while, I tell him. I don't know what to expect, so neither can he. "That's okay," he says, leaning down and pressing a kiss to the corner of my eye. "I'm in no hurry to go anywhere." I reach up, lacing my fingers into his ever-wild hair, and I crook just a tiny little smile for him. "Thank you." He gently presses his lips to mine. "Anything." "I'm seriously going to puke if you say another word to my sister, Lex," a loud voice calls from just outside my bedroom door. "Now put some distance between you two before I rip your arms from your body." "Seriously, bro, you're just going to have to get used to this," Lexington calls back. "I'm not going anywhere, and the death threats are already getting old." "It's just wrong," my brother says as he swings my bedroom door open and steps inside. "She was 16 when you first met her. You're an ancient bag of bones. It's just—" I grab a pillow and lob it in my brother's direction, hitting him square in the chest. "I'm not 16 anymore, Ian. Open your damn eyes." "You tell him, Elle," Olivia yells from downstairs. "See? There she is," Lexington declares proudly as he pulls me to his lap, balling me up. "Spittin' fire." I chuckle even though I'm still well and annoyed with my brother, who is glaring at Lexington like he's imagining how much blood would pour from his body when he rips his arms off. I push myself off the bed with a groan. Everything is already harder, and I'm not even halfway through this pregnancy. "Time to order 1,000,000 baby books and get my reading on," Lexington says with a wink as he takes my hand. I laugh, even though I'm not sure how I feel about what he just said. Ian gives him a look, but doesn't say anything as he turns and heads downstairs. When I get down the stairs, I look outside and realize that it is, in fact, morning. I've slept through all of yesterday afternoon and all night, and I maybe finally feel like I'm caught up. "Eat up," Olivia says as she places a bowl of oatmeal with strawberries on top in front of me at the table. "We'll get to the heavy stuff after you have something in your stomach." Instantly, my stomach does growl. I sit down and take a big scoop, just as Lexington opens the fridge and pulls out a blood bag. He extends one to Ian, as if he's hoping it'll stand as a peace offering.
Seriously, Ian, can you stop with the death glares? He says when Ian doesn't take it and continues to look very annoyed. Look, I just can't believe I trusted you here, Ian says with a shrug. I mean, that's part of the reason I chose you, because I didn't think you'd ever look at my sister like you did last night. And this morning. Look, Lexington says, holding a hand up, I'm not going anywhere. You're going to have to deal with the fact that I love your sister, and I'm pretty sure she still loves me. His eyes slide over to me, an adorable, hopeful little look in them, and I smile my first real smile in months.
It's true, Ian. I do.
A swarm of butterflies breaks throughout my whole body when Lexington breaks out in a brilliant smile. It's all I can do not to kiss him, hard, here in the kitchen, in front of everyone. See? Lexington says. So you just need to stop looking at her like a little girl. I'm telling you, I'm going to do everything I possibly can to take care of your sister. That's a promise. Ian just keeps looking at Lexington, and it's obvious he doesn't want to believe him. Come on, Ian, Olivia says as she walks over to my brother. She wraps her arms around his waist, and he loops an arm around her shoulders. You know your sister. I've known her for almost 7 years, and I've never seen her as happy as she is when she's with Lexington. Just be happy for her. Ian's eyes slide from his wife, up to Lexington, and then over to me. Slowly, I see something soften in his eyes. Look, I'm sorry, he says. It's just, after taking care of you for 16 years, it's hard to let go and admit you don't need me anymore. I shake my head. I still need you, Ian. You're still the only blood family I have left. I just need you to trust me to make my own decisions. He offers a sad little smile. He crosses the kitchen and wraps his arms around me and places a kiss to the top of my head. I get that, he says quietly. I'll try harder from now on, okay? I look up at him and nod with a smile. And I'll try to get used to this, Ian says with a wave of his hand between Lexington and I. But just know, if you break her heart, you're finished. Ian, Olivia scolds. It's okay, Lexington says, holding up a hand. Sounds fair. My brother gives a little scoff sound and shakes his head as he walks out of the room. He'll get it eventually, Olivia says with a smile. Might take a decade or so, but he'll get it. She knows Ian so well. My breakfast finished, I head upstairs to get dressed, but I'm really going to have to go shopping soon. I go through 3 pairs of pants before I find some that fit without being uncomfortable. I dab on some makeup quickly, the first I've worn in months, and pull half of my hair up. Looking in the mirror, I almost look normal again. I look like the Elle of 5 months ago. Just be her, I tell myself. Just for the next hour. You can do that. I take a deep breath, raise my chin, and walk out. I pause in the hallway. From Lexington's bedroom, I hear faint snoring. Michael is just as exhausted as I was. Where's Shada? I ask when everyone looks up at me as I descend the stairs. She's still at the House of Marshals, Lexington says of my cat. Julie has been taking care of her. I'll tell her to drop her off tonight. I nod, grateful my dismissive pet wasn't lost while I was gone all this time. Everyone looks at me expectantly, and the pressure is growing. I need fresh air, I say. I've been locked up for months. I'm home now, and I need my city. Lexington smiles at me and opens the front door. I jot down a quick note for Michael, and one by one, we all file down the stairs and out the main door. I take a deep breath in when we get outside. The hustle and bustle, the noises of Boston, the scent of ocean and city. I really do love it all. I set off down the sidewalk that cuts through the park in the middle of Commonwealth Avenue, my feet taking over, having walked this trail hundreds of times. How have things been at the House of Marshals? I ask as I step around a pack of tourists reading the plaque at the statue of Alexander Hamilton. Has it grown at all since I left? The tension that immediately fills the air makes me turn and look at the 3 vampires that walk just slightly behind me. What? I ask, instantly on alert. Yeah, the house has grown, Lexington begins. Aaliyah has gotten 3 more born to join.
That's good, I say, studying his face for why everyone has gotten so serious. He nods.
It is, but they're all lying low for right now.
What's that supposed to mean? I ask, my brows furrowing.
You remember how I told you last fall that rumors were going around that Cyrus was finally fully enacting the Bitten eradication order? Ian says as he walks by my side.
Oh, no, I breathe.
Ian nods. A hunter showed up in Silent Bend about 2 months ago, asked all kinds of questions, made some of the house members take him all around our region, proving there weren't any Bitten around. We never met any of them, but I know he had other soldiers in the area, too.
You'd found some bodies before, I say, feeling my heart sink. All those innocent people, being killed because they can be used as mindless slaves who could get their kind exposed.
Ian nods. There were more.
We can't possibly keep tabs on every single born, Olivia says. Too many are created by accident, the result of a random hookup. They die, resurrect, have to figure out their new lives, and they create Bitten by accident. The only way to ensure no more Bitten are ever made is to track every one of the born down. And that's going to take a lot of manpower and time. Did this guy ever have any clue about what your father has done? I whisper. I've learned over my entire life that there could be eyes and ears anywhere.
Olivia shakes her head. Henry has stayed away. I haven't seen him in 2.5 months. For now, he's gone back into hiding. No one but us knows what he made.
We don't dare say the words out loud, the admission that Olivia's father, Henry Conrath, created the cure for the Bitten. So is this a worldwide hunt yet? I ask, moving on. We cross the street and step into the Boston Public Garden.
Rumors of a guy asking weird questions started about 4 weeks ago, Lexington pipes up. Aaliyah was keeping things under control while Ian and I were in Vermont looking for you. She called me, letting me know she'd been following some guy who'd been trying to find Charles Allaway and had heard he was in Boston last anyone saw. When she finally approached him, he asked just that, if she knew where he could find Charles, if we knew of any Bitten in the area, or anyone who'd created any Bitten. You have your own hunter in town, Ian says darkly, and he isn't going to be going away anytime soon.
My blood goes cold. Where is Kai?
Lexington looks around, searching for listening ears from the shadows, and I'm right back in, sucked into their politics and dangerous games. He's been hiding with a few others he's found. He's trying to find and warn others, curing who he can as he goes.
Where?
I ask, panic and fear creeping up my chest for my friend. Lexington shakes his head and shrugs as I make my way to a bench. He's constantly on the move. He checks in every now and then, but the less we make contact, the better.
His poor family, I breathe. They're probably so worried. I should have cured him a long time ago.
Lexington nods, though it's clear he doesn't quite know what to say about that. Kai's past feelings for me got too complicated, and I had to cut ties for a while. During that time is when Lexington and I fell in love. Guilt sits heavy on my shoulders because I know I hurt Kai. But you can't fight the truth of your heart. Needless to say, there's been a lot of dead Bitten cropping up around the New England area, Lexington says as he leans back in his seat, looking out over the beautiful park in full bloom, crowded with people. This hunter and his team aren't wasting any time. I don't know what's going to happen from here on out. I've been gone for a long while now. Aaliyah's been doing everything she can to keep everything from turning into chaos.
If Cyrus has people here, that means he knows things have only gotten worse since he told Charles he wasn't happy with him, I say, leaning back and absent-mindedly rubbing a hand over my stomach. Olivia nods. Cyrus is going to want Charles found. This should be his problem. Instead, his only contacts are the House of Marshals, and I think we all know how he's going to feel about that.
You might not have to worry about Charles after all,
Ian says. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks out over the busy park.
Cyrus might be pissed off enough to just end him now.
Maybe, I say, trying not to get hopeful. There's no way Charles is going to tell Cyrus right away that he has an heir on the way. Cyrus will kill him now if he knows the Allaway line has been continued.
What do you think Charles will do now?
Ian asks, looking to Lexington.
I'm still super confused, Lexington says, shaking his head. You said he can't get near you now? Not until after the baby has been born?
I nod my head, not quite looking up at the lot of them. There's a line here to be crossed. I don't want to go over it, and I certainly don't want to take any of them over it with me. This involves a curse, Olivia says quietly. Doesn't it? I look up at her, and I'm too afraid to nod yes or no, but she sees it there in my eyes.
Charles is cursed against his own child until after it's born,
Olivia clarifies. I see understanding in her eyes. She's always been more perceptive and smarter than most.
How the hell did that happen?
Ian growls. Doesn't matter, Olivia says, her eyes snapping up to her husband. Elle is safe from Charles, for now. Lexington and Ian are quiet for a moment. I can feel the wheels turning in their heads 100 miles an hour. There are so many devices, so many plots, so many options. What matters is figuring out where we go from here. Olivia takes charge when everyone else hesitates. What does Charles do from here on out? We need to know how he's thinking.
He should be working his ass off the next 7 months to redeem himself,
Ian says, snapping back into the moment.
He should be trying harder than ever to rebuild his house and get things back under control, so Cyrus doesn't want him dead.
Lexington and I shake our heads at the same time.
That's what he should be doing, Lexington says. But he's way too obsessive. He's not going to get anything else accomplished while he's still trying to figure out a way to get to Elle.
He's obsessed with revenge, I continue. He told me so himself. He said he knew he could lead eventually, but until I was dead, he couldn't think of anything but making our family pay for what our mother did to his sister. Olivia lets out a little breathy sound of disgust. I wasn't too impressed with the Alloways to begin with, but this...
Then we have to take advantage of the next few months,
Lexington says, desperation picking up in his voice.
How long do we have until the baby comes?
About 23 weeks, I tell without having to do any kind of math. Just over 5 months.
Done,
Ian says, standing a little straighter, his muscles tensing, his eyes scanning the area around us.
I didn't kill Charles before because we were worried about repercussions from Cyrus. But is he really going to be that disappointed that he has to pick a new family a few months earlier now? We'll track him down, take him out.
My brother, the one who scooped me up as a 2-year-old and ran from a vampire, the one who braided my hair when I was in 1st grade, the one who told me good night every night until I was 15, plans to kill someone I know personally. There's a lot of blood on my brother's hands, many ends met. It's just a part of who he is. Elle, Lexington says quietly, it has to be done. If we don't take him out, he's still going to try to kill you once the baby is born. And none of us are going to let that happen.
I look into his eyes. This is a world of endless death and plots. That's never going to change. I nod, swallowing around the stone in my throat. He's going to be in hiding, Lexington says once he sees my acceptance. He'll want to keep tabs on Elle, but he's not going to be in any hurry to die. He's a bit of a coward. He'll be avoiding us, and if he's gotten any wind about the hunters, he'll know to stay far away from them. If he's really only got 3 house members left, there's a good chance he'll just say screw everything and hunker down on his own. That's it then, Olivia says seriously. This is the end of the House of Allaway. There's no way he can continue to rule in any form at all if he's just in hiding. He has to know he isn't coming out of this alive. The end of an era. I rub my hand over my stomach again. And the dawn of a new one. I swallow once, looking down at my stomach. So much unknown, so much to rebuild. Not just the House of Allaway. But I have to figure out how to live my own life again, with a million more complications thrown in. But in the meantime, you need to protect yourself, Elle, Olivia says. I look up to meet her eyes, finding support and strength there. There are going to be a lot of questions when what happened to you becomes more obvious. Everyone's eyes drop to my stomach. She doesn't continue speaking right away, and I know whatever she says next is going to be a delicate idea. If anyone finds out that the child is Charles, it could be dangerous in so many ways, she says gently, holding my eyes. But no one has to know it's his. Olivia's eyes lift from mine to settle on Lexington. I look over at him, the realization of what she's implying dawning in my brain. Done, Lexington says. He's trying to sound confident, but I can hear the tightness in his throat, see the little hint of complexity in his eyes. But still, he wraps his arm around my shoulders and pulls me tighter to him. It makes sense. It adds up. If anyone asks, it's mine, and Elle was already pregnant before she was taken. Emotion bites at the back of my eyes. It's strong, fierce, more powerful than I want it to be. The breath stills in my chest, and I can't suck any of it in. I can't look up at anyone. I press my hands together and tuck them between my knees to keep them from shaking. Fine, Ian says. Can't say I love the idea, but it works. He pulls his phone out. We can worry about all of that later. For now, we have some hunting to do. He dials a number and holds the phone up to his ear, turning away from us while he speaks into the phone. I'm going to have to go back to Silent Bend, Olivia says as she sinks onto the bench beside me. She reaches out and takes my hand in hers. I've been gone as long as I think I can. Niall will be anxious to hand things back over. Ian will lead the hunting team, and I'll give him as many house members as he thinks will be helpful. We've got some solid and talented people in the House of Conrath. She smiles, and I'm glad for the change of focus, and count the possibilities off in my head. Anna, Danny, Christian, and who knows how many newborn I've never even met. But I don't want you worrying about any of it, Olivia says, fixing her eyes on mine. You need to focus on you, on moving on from this wretched revenge Charles has in mind. You need to get back to what you love, Elle, because you deserve it. There is so much love in her eyes, so much tenderness. It's hard to believe that at one point she was becoming such a dark and twisted queen. Guess that's what losing the one you love does to you. I nod, appreciative to have such a tried and true example. Your only job is to take care of this amazing woman, Olivia says, smiling as she looks over at Lexington. Help her find herself again. Hold her close. I look over at Lexington, and he wears a sad but determined smile. Always. It's a promise I know he'll keep. Ian hangs up the phone and walks back to us. Danny, Christian, Smith, Pearl, and Juanita will fly in tomorrow. They're all down for a hunting trip.
A nod. Take Michael with you. He can't stay here. It's obviously not safe for him in the city anymore. And I think he wants to kill Charles more than you do. The look in Ian's eyes says he doubts it, but he nods his head in agreement anyway. Let our complicated lives continue, I breathe. Chapter 13. We cross the bridge from Boston to Cambridge, Lexington's car extremely crowded with 5 adult bodies in it. Ian, Olivia, Lexington, Michael, and myself, all headed for the House of Marshals. When we roll to a stop in front of it, I almost smile. There are flowers growing in the garden boxes, a cute white rocking chair on the porch. I sense all of Julie's touches without even setting foot inside.
Hey, you're finally getting to see what you're paying for,
Lexington jokes as we climb out and start up the stairs.
though I wouldn't expect Aaliyah to say thank you. She's not really the type.
She's from Brooklyn. I wasn't expecting gratitude. Olivia counters with snark as she walks up the steps and goes straight inside without knocking. She knows how to assert herself when there's a need. A few new faces greet me, as well as all the old ones. Aaliyah is already talking with Olivia, getting introductions over with. Aaliyah is looking none too friendly, Olivia not one bit intimidated by her off-putting attitude. The lot of us gathered, we head into the living room, and for a moment I look around, wondering who here is in charge. Thank you all for getting here on such short notice. Of course, it's Olivia who speaks first. As I understand it, things have been a little complicated for you all in the past few weeks, and I'm afraid things are going to continue getting more complicated. The eyes of the house members I already knew keep drifting down to my belly, looking for the size of it. Lexington already explained all of that to Aaliyah last night, who was to pass it on to everyone else. They can't believe what has happened any more than I can. Olivia takes a breath to continue, but stops short when a knock on the door sounds. Lexington turns to get it. Just moments later, 5 more bodies walk into the room. For those from the House of Marshals, I'd like to introduce my house members, Olivia says, her entire face lighting up at the sight of her family. This is Danny, Pearl, Christian, Juanita, and Smith. They are going with my husband, Elle's brother, and Michael Savage, to hunt down Charles Allaway.
You're finally going to kill him, huh?
Aaliyah says, a vicious little smile curling on her lips.
No more fear of starting a war?
There's no one left to start a war with, Lexington says.
Elle says he's down to 3 house members, and he has to know we're coming after him. He's going to have to go into hiding. He knows he doesn't have much time left. There's no forgiveness for what he's done,
Ian pipes up, shaking his head.
The king is just about as pissed off with him as we are. I really don't think he'll retaliate.
No, not now that there's an heir to eventually take his place, Duncan says, his eyes once again fixating on my stomach. There's a new reverence in all their eyes when they look at me, and I have to remember the importance of what is growing inside of me. This child is a royal, after all, a direct descendant of King Cyrus. The House of Marshals has done an amazing job of stepping up to a task that shouldn't have been your problem. Olivia moves on. She stands tall, her chin held high, and her house members stand around her, ever ready to lie down their lives for her if they have to. The once human girl who knew nothing at all has become a true queen. But there is a hunter in the area now. His entire purpose is to track down the Bitten and any others who aren't obeying King Cyrus' law.
With the end in sight for Charles Allaway, things are going to change. Things need to be ready to fall into place, Olivia continues. Ian and I will be going to meet with this hunter when we're done here. This hunter will think me and my team are volunteering to track down Charles so that we can bring him to the hunter, who, I'm guessing, would end up sending him to Rote Himmel for a trial. Ian pipes up. When in reality, we are hunting for Charles, but he's dead the second we find him. While Ian and his team are tracking down Charles and this hunter is dealing with all the issues you've all been trying to keep at bay, we need the House of Marshals to step it up. She looks around, holding everyone captive, hanging on to her every breath. I've wondered before, and I wonder again, how is she not King Cyrus' long-lost wife, Savon, doomed to die and resurrect over and over again? She speaks as if she has power over all her kind. The child Elle carries will one day be the rightful ruler of this area of the country, Olivia says, stepping forward. But until that time, I do believe King Cyrus will let the House of Marshals do their job, with full royal benefits and backing. Aaliyah, Duncan, she looks at the two of them. You need to take this time to figure out how to rule as regents, because I believe, very shortly, there will be no one else to fill the role. Duncan looks at his cousin, but Aaliyah just stares straight at Olivia. It's difficult to read her expression. Pride, fear, confidence. She looks maybe more than a little overwhelmed. She's had fun with her temporary role Lexington charged her with, but this takes things to a whole new level. Duncan once more looks forward, holding his chin high, and nods once. The voice of reason in this duo is in. The monarchy will be putting a lot of trust in you two, Olivia continues, studying Aaliyah and Duncan. You'll have a lot of power, for years, but you know that when the time comes, when the Allaway child comes of age, that you'll have to turn it all over. Cyrus fully honors birthrights, no exceptions. Can you handle it? The weight and tension in the room is enough to suffocate us all. Everyone is thinking the same thing, how this life doesn't play fair. That some of them are born to exiled grandsons, while others were lucky enough to be descendants of the honored, loyal too. I've known my entire life that I'm not a royal, Duncan says. I've seen what they have to deal with, the pressure and the politics. I think after a few years of it, I'll be ready to hand it off to someone else. Olivia chuckles, and I know she fully gets that way of thinking. Aaliyah continues to stare at Olivia for a long moment, and the air grows thicker. Can she just give away that kind of power when the time comes? I rub my hands over my stomach. Oh, what pressure and struggles this child will be born to. Lexington sets his hands on my shoulders, rubbing them as if sensing the stress that's creeping into my chest. I can do it, Aaliyah finally says. A collective sigh rushes through the room. Olivia smiles and nods. Okay then. You all have your own issues to work through. I will give my support and backing of Aaliyah and Duncan to this hunter. Hopefully he'll trust my word enough to coordinate with you. I think King Cyrus would be pleased with how we've handled things ourselves. Now you'll have to excuse me. I have a meeting and my own house to get back to. Voices erupt as the meeting comes to a close. Olivia makes her way to the front door with Ian, Lexington, and myself following behind her. Take it easy, Olivia pleads to me with her eyes. She stalls in the doorway, as if there is more she thinks she can do. I will, I tell her, even if I'm not entirely sure it's a promise. If you need anything, call me, Olivia says, her expression pained as she gives me a hug. I wonder what suddenly made her so motherly. I give her one last smile as she and Ian step out the door.
She really is good at that, isn't she? Lexington observes as we watch through the window. Ian borrows his car.
She was put through enough tests in the beginning. Had everyone question and doubt her, I tease him. She's grown some pretty tough skin.
Hey, someone had to help out, he jokes.
Because, in the beginning, Lexington wasn't always very pleasant to Olivia. Danny nearly killed him for it early on. Walking back into the living room, it's incredibly weird seeing the two groups of people mingling. Those from my new life and those from my old.
Went and got yourself knocked up by a royal, huh?
Christian taunts me, walking over to my side.
Seriously, man, don't even touch it with a 10-foot pole,
Lexington warns him.
She knows I'm just joking,
he defends, wearing an awkward smile. It's okay, I say, forcing a little smile of my own and nudging him in the stomach with my elbow just a bit.
Gotta say, though, it's pretty weird you two wound up together,
Christian continues as he studies the room.
Though, I don't know. Somehow it works.
Danny watches the room as if he's looking for enemies. He's always been terrifying. Apparently that hasn't changed in the past few years. Smith is no different. He sits in a chair, slouched so far down into it he's nearly lying in it. He watches the members of the House of Marshals with hawk-like eyes.
You really are the ultimate survivor,
Aaliyah says as she walks up. She eyes Christian up and down, and he returns her gaze with a smile and a quick nod of his head. He always was a womanizer.
I keep thinking one of these days you're just going to break like a porcelain doll,
but you always seem to bounce back. Nice to see you too, Aaliyah, I say, never once looking away from her penetrating gaze. I really am glad you're alive, Duncan says, wrapping his arms around me in an embrace. Should have known you were too tough to go down that easy. It's a little comical, calling me tough, when I am the only human in a house that currently has 14 vampires in it.
Who are the new people?
Lexington asks, nodding toward the unfamiliar faces. That's Valentina Perez, Duncan says, pointing toward a woman with a massive mane of curly hair that extends midway down her back. She's so beautiful that she's nearly radiant and looks to be in her mid-40s. That's Casey Young. She looks to be in her late 20s, small and fragile-looking, with incredibly pale skin and brown hair. And Po Sun. I think that's his last name, but no one can pronounce his first name. If I had to guess, I'd say he's Korean. He's dressed in nice slacks, a button-up shirt, and a tie. His flawless skin and well-kept hair make for quite an attractive man. It's a good start, I say, looking around at the faces that will be the support and legs for the house that the child within me will one day rule. There are loyalties to be won here, games to play, and the child inside of me doesn't even have a name yet.
I'll check in every night,
Ian says as he packs up the last of his supplies. Stakes, guns, the old go-tos. I wish I had some toxins or acids to send with him, but Charles took the last of my stash.
You better answer the phone every time I call you, or you know I'll be here instantly, knocking down your door.
I know, I say, because I'm sick of arguing with him.
Brothers.
I grab Shada as she darts through the room, cuddling her into my chest. I look around my living room and marvel at the mess it has become. Bags are scattered everywhere. Knives, guns, boxes of bullets, all kinds of weapons are strewn here and there, collected from all over the city throughout the day. Ian's team keeps themselves busy packing and preparing for departure.
Wish I could see this supposed curse in action,
my brother says as he finally finishes packing his bag and stands. He pushes his hands into his back pockets and stands in front of me.
When it comes to these things, they're always a little hard to believe.
I saw it, I say, recalling the way Charles' body seemed to instantly start desiccating when he tried coming too close. I'll be safe from him. Ian gives a little unsatisfied grunt, but he just looks back at his team and sees that they're wrapping up their own packing. Smith hands Ian a bag, who then extends it to Lexington. "Just in case, though." He gives a little nod of his own, and I see his eyes darken. I wouldn't call Lexington a natural-born fighter. It's not really his nature to stab and shoot, but I've seen him in action enough times to know he still shouldn't be messed with.
"We should get going,"
Danny says in that graveyard voice of his. He slings his bag over his shoulder and waits by the door. "Thank you," I say, my voice a little too quiet because I'm more than just a little humbled and intimidated right now. Shada hisses and I set her down. She immediately races for the stairs. "Really, I appreciate what you all are doing for me." Christian winks at me, and Smith offers a scary little smile. Pearl and Juanita, who I don't know at all, don't give any kind of acknowledgement. One by one, they each file out the door.
"I think you already know the rest of the speech I want to give you,"
Ian says as he closes the space between us and folds me into his arms. "I do," I breathe against his chest. "I'll be okay." He squeezes me a little tighter before releasing me. He shakes hands with Lexington before pulling him into a classic quick man hug.
"Take care of her."
"I will," Lexington says as we walk Ian to the door. "Be safe," I say quietly as I wave goodbye and my brother walks away. I close the door behind me and lean against it. My eyes rise up to the ceiling, and suddenly all of my energy leaves my body. "Come on," Lexington says, tucking his head under my arm and pulling it across his shoulders. He presses a kiss to my temple.
"Let's get you to bed."
Chapter 14. Dirt covers my hands, smeared up to my elbows. 5 buckets line the edge of the rooftop, full of weeds. Dozens of tools are scattered around. Bags of soil that Lexington hauled from the car up all these stairs are lying here and there. New bags of seeds lie empty and blown into the corner by the breeze. My garden has suffered greatly from my neglect this spring. It's 2 weeks into June, and it should be getting to full glory, but instead it's dry and overgrown with weeds. The annual plants may not have enough time to grow in now, and I'm counting in my head how many of my creations will have to wait until next year to be made, due to lack of the right ingredients. I'm trying very hard to compartmentalize right now, sectioning these racing thoughts of mine into manageable portions. But it's hard. That's just not my personality. I'm thinking of everything while trying to pretend that I'm not.
"You sure you don't want some help?"
Lexington asks. I shake my head, brushing some hair out of my face with a dirty hand. "You'll probably end up poisoning yourself because you don't know what not to touch."
"Okay," he says, and his tone tells me I was a little harsher than I should have been. He sits in a patio chair, his feet propped up on the edge of the roof. He's reading one of the dozen pregnancy books he did indeed order. I huff, climbing to my feet so I can move onto the next garden box, only it's getting harder to move around with my 18-week belly. I feel Lexington's eyes protectively watching me, but pretend there's nothing he needs to watch. Only when I kneel down beside the next box, I wince as a sharp pain cuts through my left side.
"Hey,"
he breathes, instantly at my side. He takes my hand and gently guides me to the ground to sit.
"Take it easy. Tell me what's wrong."
"Are you an obstetrician now?" I wince as I press my hand into my side, trying to ease the pain.
"No, but I'm thinking we do actually need to find one in the next week or so,"
he says as he kneels in front of me, staring at my body, and I know he's listening for my heart, and probably the baby's, searching for signs of stress.
"The books all say you're supposed to be getting checked out every month. I figure it's been a week and a half since you got home. It was 5 days before that when you escaped, so that means you're due for another checkup in 15 days.
A little laugh bubbles up from my chest. A smile grows on my lips as I look up at his face.
And he's so serious and so focused and intense that for a moment I'm reminded that he's dealing with this unexpected pregnancy too. I reach a hand up and rest it against his cheek. I let out a little sigh. "Thank you," I say. My heart swells, reminding me how lucky I am to have him. He leans forward and kisses me,
grounding me once more when I was starting to float off.
My heart starts pounding as we walk up Charles Street, and I wonder if I'll ever feel truly comfortable with the name again. I pass the bakery, the boutique clothing shops. So much money in such an old and beautiful part of town. Beacon Hill has to be one of the most amazing neighborhoods in all of America.
As we near the end of the street, the sign comes into view, hanging there in the air like an old friend. Oleander Apothecary.
I feel Lexington's eyes on me and turn to see him smiling. I pull my keys from my pocket and slide them into the lock. My eyes well slightly as I take in the sign on the front door in my own handwriting. Closed until further notice. Placed there over 5 months ago. The familiar scent of spices and age engulf me as I step inside. The old wooden shelves, filled with product, all made by my own hands. The checkout counter is covered in dust, but the moment I tap the screen of the cash register, it jumps to life. "You paid the lease while I was gone?" I say, looking up at Lexington, amazed that all of my things are still here, just waiting for me to come home. Lexington nods, a little smile on his face. "You love this place. I wanted to make sure it would still be here when you came back." I step forward, pressing an appreciative kiss to his lips. He couldn't have really known that I would come back. But it's everything that he never gave up hope, even after months. I head into the lab and flip the light on. As I expected, the space is a mess. Lexington swears. When? "It was Charles," I tell him, bending and picking up a box of herbs lying on the floor, the contents dried and brittle. "He raided the shop just before he took me. He had all of my toxins. That's how he kept Michael under control the whole time." "Figured it had to be something strong," he says, bending down and helping me clean up the mess. The locked cabinet I kept all of my finished, deadly products in is broken beyond repair. As expected, every last vial of toxin is gone. All of the acid orbs are missing. All of my stakes, my UV light, my gun. And all of the cupboards are open. Everything is misplaced, evidence that they went through everything, looking for anything that looked useful. Thankfully, all of my supplies still look to be intact and still usable. Only 2 broken beakers and 1 box of vials. It takes the 2 of us all day, but slowly we get everything cleaned up, and by the time I'm too tired to continue any more that evening, it's ready for my return in the morning. I have to remind myself that this is what it's going to take, picking up the broken pieces of my life, one shard at a time. "Are you sure you want to come?" I breathe again as we step off the subway and head up the stairs. "I mean, this is probably going to make it very real, and "I'm sure," Lexington reiterates for the 3rd time as he takes my hand in his. He pulls me close to his side as we step back out on street level and presses a kiss to my temple. "And I think making it real will be a good thing. I'm here for you." A nod, despite the way my face feels kind of numb. Despite the fact that my stomach is a tempest of emotions, roiling and thrashing. We walk the 2 blocks to the office and step inside, escaping the humid, warm day. Nervously, I wait in the waiting room, Lexington rubbing soothing circles into my back, and finally, a nurse calls us back. "Go ahead and change into the gown," she says once she's done getting my weight and taking my blood pressure. The doctor will be with you in just a few minutes." Lexington turns his back while I slip out of my clothes and pull on the gown, sitting on the uncomfortable exam table, waiting.
It's okay.
Lexington assures me as he presses his lips to the top of my head, hugging me tight to him.
It will all be okay.
The door suddenly opens, and Lexington stands up straight to shake the woman's hand.
I'm Dr. Dahl,
she says with a warm smile.
Elle?
She says with a smile before glancing down at my chart. And you must be the father. Lexington stumbles, a slight moment of panic and uncertainty of how to answer blanching his face. Yeah, I'm the father. Lexington, it's nice to meet you." Her expression falters at his unexpected reaction, but she smiles pleasantly all the same. "Well, I'm glad you came in." She looks down at my file, all one page of it. "It's too bad your previous physician lost all those records in the fire. Pretty much everyone these days keeps a digital record." "He was really, really old school," Lexington easily lies, smoothing over the awkward and tense situation. "Guess that's what finally tipped the decision that we needed to find someone new." Dr. Dahl smiles again and launches into her interview of a million questions, asking about the ease of conception, how I've been feeling since then, how much weight I've gained. I have to lie for most of the questions because I either don't know or I can't answer them with the horrifying truth. "I'm going to bring in the ultrasound technician now, and we'll double-check the size and age of the baby." And she ducks out, saying she'll be back in a few minutes. I take a deep breath in through my nose, breathing out slowly through my mouth. My fingers tighten around the edge of the table, my knuckles turning white. "What's wrong?" Lexington asks me quietly. "You've been lost in that head of yours all day." I shake my head. He calls me out so accurately, sees everything when I try so hard to be a blank slate. "I'm pregnant against my will," I say quietly as I stare at a fixed place on the door. "This child was conceived with the threat of my death. This thing—" I shake my head, my throat closing up too tight to say anything else. Lexington reaches over, grabbing one of my hands, and draws breath to say something when the door once more opens and Dr. Dahl comes back inside, helping another woman guide in a piece of equipment. Grateful that I don't have to try and find words to explain how I'm feeling for a few more minutes, I lie back on the table and they press the probe to my stomach. "Heart looks great," Dr. Dahl says as she studies the hazy black and green images. "Measurements put you at just short of 20 weeks, which gives you a calculated due date of November 11th. My heart jumps a little. November seems far too soon. I'm not ready, not even close. "Would you like to know the gender of the baby?" the technician asks with a smile. "No," I say, a little too fast, a little too terrified. I clear my throat, force myself to calm down. "No, thank you." Lexington says, scrambling to smooth things out once more. "We decided we want to keep it a surprise." "All right," Dr. Dahl says. "I'm going to make a note of it here in your chart, though, so if you change your mind, all you have to do is call in and ask." "Thank you, Doctor," Lexington says with a smile. The technician seems to have gotten everything she needs. She taps a button and 3 pictures spit out, which she hands to me. "Your baby looks perfectly healthy," Dr. Dahl says as the machine gets rolled out of the room. "I don't see anything concerning. I will see you next month." She smiles, and Lexington tells her goodbye as she leaves the room. And he obviously knows something's wrong, because he doesn't ask me to speak anymore once I get dressed again and we leave the office. Chapter 15. "Any luck?" "Not today," Ian says from the other line. "It's like searching for one rock in a gigantic quarry." "I guess that means he isn't leaving a trail of bodies in his wake," I say as I cross to the window, looking out into the street. I keep expecting to see a flash of red hair, but in the 3 weeks since I've been home, there's been no sign of him. I have, however, seen Smith. Just brief glances here and there before he disappears into the shadows again. He's been watching the immediate vicinity, keeping an eye out for Charles. He's going to want to check in on me sometime.
No,
Ian pulls me back into the conversation.
he's being careful. But Danny is hot on the trail of his remaining house members. He's got them cornered somewhere in Pennsylvania.
Hopefully they provide some information, I say distractedly as I lean my forehead against the glass.
We'll see,
Ian says.
You okay?
I don't reply for a moment. The seconds tick by, filled with emptiness.
Elle?
My brother asks from the other end. I'm fine, I reply readily. I blink 3 times fast, trying to bring my gaze back into focus, but I can't. Ian takes his time in responding now, and I can feel his presence through the phone. Solid, determined, worried.
Okay,
He says.
I'll call again tomorrow. Can I talk to Lexington?
Yeah, I breathe. I pull away from the window and head down the stairs. Lexington sits in a chair by the fireplace, reading another one of those baby books. Ian wants to talk to you. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Lexington sets his book aside, a concerned look in his eyes as he takes my cell phone.
Okay.
I open the door and head down the stairs and walk out the main door. I head south, cutting through streets of beautiful brownstones until businesses crop up, nestled along the bottoms of tall buildings. Funny, I live just blocks from the Boston Public Library, but I almost never come this direction. The night is dark, the hour creeping toward 11, but it's lit brilliantly by the many streetlights and flashing signs around me. Aimlessly, I wander past the Old South Church, crossing the busy Boylston Street and aiming toward Copley Square. I cross the park and finally settle onto a bench, which points me at the old Episcopal Trinity Church. In the dark, it looks like a Gothic castle, dark and sinister. The Romanesque building, with its arches and tall spires and stained-glass windows, is impressive but intimidating. I let my eyes slide closed and tilt my head back, breathing in the cool night air. Suddenly, there's a very distinctive feeling of movement in my stomach. My hands fly to it, holding tightly, feeling for the sensation again. There's a faint thrust from inside, and then everything is still once more. I thought I felt movement 2 days ago, but wasn't sure if it was the baby or an upset stomach. That was without a doubt the baby.
Everyone is sure putting a lot of trust in this curse.
I jump hard, twisting in my seat and sending a lightning bolt of pain shooting through my side. Aaliyah walks up from behind, her hands in the pockets of her black jacket. She settles next to me on the bench, stretching her legs out in front of her.
Gotta be a relief for you, though, she continues. At least everyone doesn't have to hover over you at all hours.
Yeah, I guess, I reply quietly.
It's good everyone is being careful, though, she says.
There's something different in her voice, something hollow and distant.
We have to watch our every step.
What happened? She looks up at me, almost as if she's a little surprised that I knew so quickly that something has changed. But it's so obvious, the darkness in her eyes, the newfound fear, the humility I didn't see in her before.
I'd heard about a possible Bitten in Salem this morning, she says.
She leans forward, bracing her elbows on her knees. She picks at a cuticle, her shoulders tight.
Thought I'd better go check it out. See if it was someone worth sending a certain person's way.
Kai, so he could cure them.
But when I got there, I found the hunter and 2 of his soldiers.
Her voice turns cold, quiet.
It was the middle of the damn day, and they all had sunshades, but they dragged that man out of this house, down by the water. The guy was screaming in agony, nothing to protect his eyes from the sun.
Tightness creeps up my toes, climbing up my legs, wrapping around my chest.
I stayed out of sight, Aaliyah continues her story. But they dragged him down to the water, and they had these pliers. The breath catches in her throat, and she turns her face away from me. She's quiet for a minute, and I don't want her to continue. "They pulled his fangs out," she says around a tight throat, "and then his eyes. He finally stopped screaming in pain, but then he was just whimpering. Said how what he wasn't his fault, that he promised not to hurt anyone." But the hunter didn't care. I know how the rest goes. Aaliyah nods, looking back down at the ground between her feet. "He tortured the man before killing him and throwing his body out into the ocean. He didn't care about who that man was as a person, how he would have lived his life. He only cared about the king's order." I shake my head as my eyes slide closed. My hands come to my arms, touching all the scars there, representing those who just needed help, to be released back into a life of freedom and choice. "We have to protect Kai and Michael," Aaliyah says, and I look back at her. The protective notes in her voice are ones I've never heard before. "We can't let this hunter ever find them, no matter what." "Thank you." The words slip from my mouth without thought. I'm glad you've come to see them as worth protecting." Her eyes flick up to mine for just a second, and the expression on her face tells me I won't see such sincerity again soon. I thought you should know," she says. "You're going through enough. You shouldn't have to deal with losing 2 of your best friends as well." "I appreciate that," I say. My hands come up to my stomach when I feel another movement. "Has anyone really asked you how much you hate that thing inside of you?" She asks it quietly, but without her normal bite and sarcasm. Her words shock me enough that a little laugh huffs from my lungs. I shake my head. Everyone is walking around the situation on eggshells, and I can't say I blame them. I honestly don't know how I feel towards it. "I wouldn't worry about that too much," Aaliyah says as she leans back on the bench. "It's okay to have a mix of them. Hate, love, confusion. For me, that's just another daily walk in the park." Poor Aaliyah. She's always fighting some kind of demons. Guess that's what happens when your entire, very large family is slaughtered by your uncle. Growing up, I had always wanted younger siblings, someone to keep me company, because even though Ian was always around, he was never very present or actually involved. There was an 8-year age gap between us, after all. And as I got older, I thought of having my own family, children to fill the house, and laughter, and love. Not that I really expected it to ever really come to pass, because first I had to find someone I wanted to be with for the rest of my life. But now, I have someone I love very much. I have my own home. I have a life. And now there's a child on the way. But everything just feels wrong. It's all wrong, and I don't think I can fix it. Chapter 16. So I pretend that everything is okay. I pretend that the past 5 months haven't happened. I pretend that Charles was never a factor in my life. "I'm so glad you reopened," Teresa Beck says as she takes the bag with her Love Me from the counter. "I was so worried about you." "It's good to be back," I say with a little smile. "My poor aunt was just so ill, and there was no one else to take care of her." "Well, you're a good woman, Penny," she says. "I hope Illinois treated you well." "It did." I lie and lie and lie some more. "Have a nice day." As soon as she leaves, I turn and head back into the lab. The castor beans have finished soaking by this point, so I crack them open, dunking them back in the water and returning the water to boil. I pull the white snake root from the zipped bag I harvested this morning and set to crushing it in the mortar with my pestle. All the while, Lexington hangs back, watching me the entire day without a word. Same as he did yesterday, and the day before, and the one before that.
He doesn't believe my fake bullshit for 1 second, but he's not calling me out. He's actually said almost nothing at all for the past 4 days. Not since he talked to Ian on the phone. He's simply been watching me. I've just pulled out the nightshade when the bell suddenly rings above the door. The two of us duck back into the shop, and to my surprise, it's Duncan there, his eyes wide and wild with fear.
"He'll be here any second," he says in panic, looking around the shop for something. "He's going to look for—"
But he's suddenly cut off by a figure stepping into view of the windows and turning to open the door. He's tall, probably 6'3". A lean body and broad, muscular shoulders mark him as intimidating. But it's his eyes that send a shiver down my spine. Slightly sunken, brooding, and hidden beneath dark brows, they scan the shop with intensity. Thick dark hair and a short beard hug his chin. He wears heavy boots, a black shirt, and a black jacket, despite the heat, with the collar pulled up high. The man commands attention.
"You must be Elle Ward," he says.
His accent immediately marks him as Austrian, and my blood runs cold. "I am," I say, forcing myself to stand straight. "And who might you be?" He crooks a slight smile, stepping forward slowly, pulling his gloves off. He reaches to shake my hand, and I make myself not hesitate when I take it.
"My name is Killian Diamant, and I am an ambassador to King Cyrus."
That part was easy to assume. "Welcome to Boston," I say smoothly. "I hope you've been enjoying your time in my beautiful city." He gives a small, low laugh.
"It's quite pleasant, though I don't think you can really say that it holds a candle to Roter Himmel, can you?"
"I don't know," I counter, holding still in my place. "I find the company here in Boston far more pleasant." Killian cracks a smile again, and it's quite intimidating.
"You certainly have changed since I last saw you as a tiny child judge for that silly little Conrath woman. This world has transformed you."
His eyes dip down, taking note of the slight bulge of my belly through my loose shirt.
"She's certainly changed me,"
Lexington suddenly pipes up. He steps forward, placing a hand under my belly, caressing it.
"Never considered myself a family man, but then she came along, and it was all I could think about. Aren't we lucky?"
Duncan's eyes widen in fear as he looks at me, knowing the lie Lexington is spinning, knowing the weight of a court member, one who is here directly on the king's business.
"Congratulations,"
Killian says in a bored, annoyed tone. He even gives a slight eye roll.
"I came here because I wanted to ask if Miss Ward here knew of any Bitten or any Born who might have control issues."
And it's certainly a good thing that vampires don't have the ability to read minds, because instantly an image of Michael and Kai flashes into my brain. "No," I lie. "I can't say I've run into any Bitten since I killed my own Bitten mother 6 years ago." He smiles again at that.
"Interesting,"
he states, stepping around me. He observes the shelves that line the walls.
"Because I've heard some very curious stories from some mysterious anonymous sources that you might have a few leads."
He looks over at me, pausing outside the door to my lab.
"And connections."
He steps inside the lab, the three of us quickly following him, and my heart nearly explodes, knowing what lies through a door, down a tunnel, and underneath the building next door to mine. "The Bitten are prone to poor self-control and reckless behavior," I say. Killian walks around my lab, opening every cupboard, smelling different plants and chemicals. "Don't you think it would be a little dangerous for me to associate myself with their kind?"
"Yes, I would think it dangerous,"
he says, continuing his investigation.
"But those scars on your arms make me think you aren't the most fearful person."
I look down, easily picking out the multitude of circular scars that line them.
It was far too warm today to wear long sleeves. I have a built-in heater these days, and it is the 1st of July. I'm no longer always frozen. Not all of us walked out of the Battle of the Bitten unscathed. I lie again. He looks back at me, giving an unconvinced little smile. He walks back out of the lab and continues studying every other wall in my shop.
My anonymous source had tales of hidden rooms and secret cures,
Killian says. He hovers dangerously close to the tapestry that covers the keypad and hidden door.
Are you sure you don't know what he was talking about?
It sounds to me like you need to be less concerned about crazy stories and more worried about a royal on the run who isn't doing his job. I cross my arms over my chest, faking calm despite the struggle with my pounding heart.
From what I've seen, the court doesn't need to be worried about him,
Killian says, stopping right in front of the tapestry.
The House of Conrath is doing a beautiful job of searching for him.
He suddenly reaches out, flinging back the tapestry, revealing the hidden doorway and the keypad.
Interesting,
he says with a smile, looking back at me when Duncan and Lexington leap forward, closing in around me. And I'm sure he can smell the sweat that breaks out onto my palms and the way my heart just stops for a second.
If you'd be so kind, I'd like you to open this intriguing door.
I swallow once and step forward. All I can hope is that Lexington and Duncan plan to kill this man on our way down the stairs before he can discover the clinic hidden below and rip my heart from my chest for going against the orders of King Cyrus. I enter the pin code and the door unlocks. I pull it open and immediately step through so that Killian will have to walk behind me and Lexington and Duncan bring up the rear with a stake. The air is damp and cool as I descend the stairs. The scent of age and secrets is at once familiar and overwhelming, bringing on a wave of regret for all those I haven't been able to help in the past 6 months. But with every step taken down, my heart thumps faster. My attention is focused behind me, waiting for the sound of a stake embedding itself into a back, to hear a body collapse. But it doesn't come. Panic begins setting in when we reach the hallway and set out on level ground. I glance back over my shoulder, careful to compose my expression.
Are you all right, my dear?
Killian asks, blocking my view of Lexington.
You seem nervous.
Dark, creepy places set me on edge, I say calmly. I don't like coming down here. Finally, we reach the door, and I unlock it. Killian steps in closer to me, his fingers curling around my arm as we step inside. The breath catches in my throat, and all my limbs go numb, preparing for the end. But when I process what I'm seeing inside the small room, I look around in confusion. The room is absolutely empty. No locked ceiling-to-floor shelf containing the refrigerators holding the cure. No needles or sharps container. No cot. No stack of notes with instructions for the cured Bitten to run and not look back at this place. Nothing. See? I squeak out. I don't know what you thought you were going to find. Killian releases my arm, Lexington pulling me into his side, glaring death. He walks the perimeter of the room, walking through the door that leads to the other tunnel, before coming back in and searching the room once more. Duncan is trying very hard and failing in keeping his poker face.
It seems I was misinformed,
Killian finally says, coming to a stop in the room and looking at me with his cold eyes. He takes 3 steps forward, stopping just 2 feet in front of me.
But should you hear anything that might be useful, anything at all, I hope you will contact me.
He actually produces a business card and places it in my hand.
Have a good day, Miss Ward,
he says, before turning and walking back down the hall and up the stairs. None of us dare even breathe until we hear the bell from the shop ring and the door swing closed.
Holy shit,
Duncan says in a breath, exhaling.
I thought he'd find everything and we'd all be dead. Yeah, we would have been, Lexington says, turning me so he can look me straight in the eye. I stare at him in confusion and wonder, unsure how I'm still standing and breathing when a member of the King's Court came here with the intent to kill me for treason. I moved everything just a few weeks after you went missing, Lexington says in a whisper, just in case Killian didn't actually leave. I was worried something might happen, considering Charles was involved. Everything is hidden, stored away under a fake name. A little laugh bubbles up from my chest, still in shock. I pull myself into his chest, shaking my head. Well, that was about the biggest bullet ever dodged, Duncan says as he braces his hands on his knees. Chapter 17. Hey, Julie says brightly as she steps into the shop. Despite the brightness of the day outside, she's walking around without any pain. The House of Conrath has given the solar-triggered contacts to the House of Marshals. How are you today? I look up from my list of custom orders coming up, beyond surprised to see Julie here. The members of the House of Marshals never visit the shop. I'm fine, I say emptily as I try to mask my confusion at her presence. Yourself? Good, she says, and it's too forced, too awkward. Something is up. Hey, Julie, Lexington says, stepping out of the lab. Hey, I have a few errands to run. Do you mind hanging around here until I get back? And the way his eyes briefly flit to mine, I know there is something going on. Of course not, she says, her pitch just a little too high. You go. Thanks, Lexington says, and his tone almost sounds relieved. He darts over, pressing a brief kiss to my temple. I'll be back in a while. I give him a little forced smile, watching as he leaves. When he's out of sight, Julie finishes her walk to the counter, leaning on it. Well, that wasn't planned at all, I say as I duck down, pulling out the only custom order planned for pickup today. Don't be mad, Julie says. She braces her forearms against the counter, leaning over, watching me. With all the heaviness going on lately, I think he just needed an hour or two to breathe, and I thought maybe you could use another female to talk to. You don't know me very well, do you? I say. I head into the lab where my toxins are ready to finish up. It's the biggest batch I've ever made. No, not really, Julie says as she follows me. You're kind of a closed mystery, but I think everyone needs to let out some steam sometimes. I'm fine, I manage to keep my cool. Julie places herself right next to me, her butt resting against the counter so she's facing me. Elle, what happened to you? What's still happening to you is awful. Sure, it wasn't rape, but he still put another living thing in you, playing incubator while he plans to execute revenge on you, all while you only tried to help him get his crap together. Bad things just happen in this world, I say as I strain out the crushed snake root. It's been the story of my life over and over. This case might be a little bigger, but really it's no different than 70% of the rest of my life. Julie grabs my arm, stopping what I'm doing. No, Elle, that's not the way it should be. You should have had a real childhood, with friends and sleepovers, and nights filled with chick flicks and painting fingernails. You should have gotten to choose when or if you wanted children. I stare at the countertop, refusing to look over at her. But I didn't. Julie is quiet for a long minute, and finally she releases my arm. I go back to the task at hand. I always wanted children, she says quietly. A few kids to call my own, to spoil rotten. Pretty much the opposite of everything my mother was. And I recall how Julie once told me that her mother had been obsessed with the supernatural. How she tracked down a vampire, got herself pregnant on purpose, and then convinced Julie to take her own life at the age of 27. But I was always afraid of what she told me was coming, Julie says quietly. I was afraid that I would hurt any children I might have someday, that I'd kill them. And I probably would have. That first year was difficult for me. I realize now that I've stopped what I'm doing and my hands just rest still on the counter. We all run from our problems sometimes, she says quietly. We all know that we can't understand what you're going through. But Elle, you've got everyone worried sick about you. We're here to help if you need or want. She touches my arm supportively, reaffirming what she just said, and then she walks out of the lab to give me some space. Elle? My brother's voice echoes through the phone. Yeah? I reply as I pour the mixture into a bottle, careful not to drop any on the countertop. Just wanted to let you know that Danny caught Charles' remaining house members, Angel, Murphy, and Russell. Did they give him any info? I ask as my heart jumps into my throat. Nothing, he replies in frustration. They said Charles took off as soon as you escaped, and they haven't seen him since. He just abandoned ship. I let out a breath of frustration. Well, I don't think anyone is surprised. Yeah, he says, pausing for a long moment. I feel for him. He's been a hunter his entire life, and now the one he wants dead the most is always just out of reach. We'll find him. It's a promise, a reiteration, as much to himself as it is to me. Lexington really needed a break from me, which hurts. There's that cold, simple truth that the man who says he loves me needed a break from me. But when I really think about it, of course he needed some time to himself. We're together 24/7, and I haven't been the most pleasant company. Julie ends up hanging out at the shop with me the entire day. Just before closing time, Lexington walks back through the door, and the look in his eyes is guilty, but there's also some clarity there to them that I think has been missing for a while. Thanks, Julie, he says as he helps me close things up. He does the motions without even really thinking. He's done it so many times. I hope that wasn't asking too much. Not at all, she says. It was a nice break from Aaliyah's constant barrage of dictates and demands. She's taking this regent thing very seriously. That's good, he says. I step outside the shop and I lock it behind me. We all need to be prepared. This is going to be a long haul. Yeah, she says with a little laugh. Thankfully, we've all got plenty of time to practice. I'll see you both later. I wave a simple goodbye, looking over my shoulder at her as she climbs into her car. She offers a sad little smile. How was it hanging out with Julie today? Lexington asks, and he's acting like he's walking on eggshells. Fine, I say. She likes to talk. About nothing and everything. I don't think she really cared if I was even listening or not. He laughs, though I can tell it's a little forced. Everything going on today has been forced. She's certainly not your typical born. She's got this motherly joyfulness about her, I guess. I nod, but my brain is already wandering away from the conversation. Neither of us says much else for the rest of the walk home, but I feel myself floating further and further back into the recesses of my mind, pulling into that dark cave that leaves me protected and numb. By the time we reach my apartment, I realize I haven't said a word in the past 10 minutes, and when we step through my front door, Lexington is tense and breathing harder than usual. He slips his shoes off and goes to the kitchen, pulling a blood bag from the fridge. He bites into it with vigor, a few drops of it leaking out onto his lip. He goes to stand over the kitchen sink as he drinks it down, and when he's done, he throws it into the sink with force, bracing his hands on the counter. I stand in the living room, watching him, tension growing in my shoulders, a knot forming in my stomach. I feel the storm building. Feel the tide being drawn out to sea before it comes crashing back in to pound the shore. Just say what you have to say, I tell him. I'm not sure I can do that without sounding like an asshole, he says with his back still turned to me. It's not like I haven't ever heard you sound like one before, I say,
feeling the springs in my body tighten, coiling. I've known you for 6 years, Lexington. Give me the honest rawness, please. He takes 3 deep breaths, his shoulders rising and falling, his head hanging low. I see the defined lines of muscles in his arms, tight and taut, like he's 2 seconds away from snapping and unleashing that storm. I miss my old Elle, he confesses finally, pulling his head up to look back out the window. I miss how I could make her smile and laugh, and how she'd get embarrassed whenever she saw me without a shirt. I miss how badass she was, and she wasn't afraid of anything. I miss how she just up and left her hometown because she was determined to become her own person, and rocked being that person. His voice grows tight, pulled thin and hard. But she's lost right now, and I get it, he says, his head sagging once more. She was taken away, trying to protect me, being that brave woman she was. And I looked for her for a long time. But when I found her again, she wasn't the same. He finally turns, and the look in his eyes, it's agony. It's conflict. It fractures my heart a little. I am trying so hard, Elle, he says. His face is slowly turning red. His voice is rough. I'm trying to be supportive and patient. And I know what you've been through and are going through is so absolutely unfair and sick and twisted. But he looks away and shakes his head. I know this is hard for him. But you're not going to get any better, Elle. Not until you deal with this. He looks back up at me, raising his chin, forcing himself to say the harsh and honest words. And I see him rising back up, the Lexington I knew when I was 16. You aren't facing this. You aren't even dealing with the fact that you have a kid on the way. You're just ducking your head and numbing it all out. And you're shutting everything and everyone out of your life, especially me. No, I haven't, I say, instantly defensive. You barely say 10 words to me throughout the day, he suddenly erupts. I'm doing everything I can to be there. I'm covering up all the potholes in front of you, trying to make this as smooth as possible for you. And you barely look me in the eye most days. I want you back, Elle. I need you back on this planet, both feet touching the ground. Because right now this house just feels empty and lonely and sad. Everything in me bristles, inflates, rising spikes around me, warning everyone away. I guess I'm just waiting for you to realize the reality of what is growing inside of me, I say quietly, my voice low and dangerous. What the hell is that supposed to even mean? He asks, his eyes squinting narrow. Elle, I'm the one who hunted down the best OBGYN in Boston for you. The one who knows that baby inside of you is the size of a banana right now. I'm fully aware that you're pregnant, Elle. A quick breath catches in my throat, and I have to look away. I place my hands on my back, because suddenly it hurts, and I'm tired, and feel emotions trying to fight their way up my throat. How can you be so okay with this, Lexington? I breathe, my voice threatening to crack. You've been acting so even-handed and calm. Why aren't you angry? And there, I've finally said it. What I've been holding against him. Elle, he breathes out in disbelief. You don't think this has been hard on me? I hear him take a step forward, but the fractured tone of his voice, I can't stand to look at him. Maybe you just don't get how much this, you and I, has been to me. He takes 2 more steps forward. I told you once, and I guess I need to say it again. Us? This is so galaxy-sized, monstrously different from anything else I've ever had before. I tell you I love you, Elle, and I mean that from the ends of my hair down to the tips of my toes and down to the swirling hot Earth's core. So seeing you, getting bigger every day, hearing a heart beating inside of you that is another man's child,
That has been killing me." He stops just 3 feet away from me, but I still can't look at him. "I've never thought about a family before," he says quietly. "I never thought I'd end up in a situation where that was even possible. But you and I, Elle, we could have a family. Ever since you came back, and the thought dawned on me that it was possible, it's been eating me alive." Emotion rips from my throat. Big, fat tears well into my eyes, not waiting more than a second before spilling out onto my cheeks. "Every time I look at your stomach, it's killing me that the baby inside of you isn't mine. What I said to Killian is true. I never considered myself much of a family man." He steps forward another step, and I feel his eyes on my stomach. "But seeing you like this, Elle, I'm falling more and more in love with you every day. But every day you're just drifting farther away from me. You're fracturing, dropping pieces of yourself to the ground as you walk away." A sob rips from my throat, and instantly he's there, wrapping his arms around me. But I jerk away, turning my back to him and darting across the room. I sink against the wall next to the fireplace, sliding down to the floor. I hug my knees tight to my chest, which isn't easy with my stomach. I dip my forehead to my knees and just sob. I hear Lexington kneel beside me, but he doesn't touch me, and for that, I'm grateful. "You need to really think about what you want from this baby, Elle," Lexington says, and emotion cracks his voice when he says the word want. "I know you don't want to think about it, but it's slowly killing you, pushing it all aside. You have to embrace the hard, ugly shit you've been dealt, and then you can start to make your way back to the surface." Another hard sob rips from my chest. I feel like I'm breaking, fracturing into a million pieces, scattered across the floor and stomped on by 1,000 elephants. I'm utterly broken. And with the words spoken in the last few minutes, I finally have to face and embrace that. My body trembles, and another gut-wrenching cry forces out a stream of tears. I reach out one hand, groping for a lifeline. Lexington grabs hold of it and holds on for dear life as I drown in the storm. Chapter 18. "I can't keep this baby," I whisper in the pre-dawn darkness. I lie on my side, my back turned to the room. My bed is soft and warm underneath me. The moon is just barely visible through the window, just a tiny sliver, nearly a new moon. A warm body lies behind me, curled to my exact shape, but not touching me. "There's a part of me that loves it," I say as a few more tears well in my eyes, "that acknowledges half of it is mine. But I don't think I'll ever be able to look at it after it is born and not think about the evil look in Charles' eyes when he said what he was going to do to me. To not be back in a prison cell, waiting for the day when this child's father planned to kill me." Lexington shifts behind me, propping himself up on an elbow, listening intently. "I know that Ian will find Charles eventually and will kill him," I continue. "I know Charles won't ever hurt me again, that he will never have sway over this baby. But I just don't think I can be the kind of mother I should after it was conceived this way." "No one can blame you for that," Lexington says quietly. I feel his warm breath on the back of my neck, the heat coming off of his body, enveloping me in his comfort. "It will need someone to raise it right, with unconditional love and with a kind, guiding hand." I place my own hand on my stomach, feeling a soft kick. "I think I'm going to ask Julie and Niall to raise this baby." "Why them?" Lexington asks, his brows furrowing. "Because I know that Julie will give it all of the love and attention it deserves," I say. "She will be the ultimate mom. She's constantly taking care of everyone. And Niall, because he was always Olivia's voice of reason. Because he knows how to rule a house with fairness and justice,
almost more than Olivia does. This child will someday rule our region. It will need a good teacher. It's a girl, Lexington whispers through the dark. You called the doctor's office? I ask, alarmed. I roll back toward him slightly, glaring through the dark. I feel him shake his head. No, I just feel it. It's a girl. A smile pulls on my lips and my hands come back to my stomach. Something warms in my heart, and I can tell he's right. For the first time in months, I feel calm inside. I feel peace. You were right, I say. I wasn't dealing, and it was slowly killing me inside. Thank you. So I wasn't just being a complete asshole? He asks, his words rustling the hair along the back of my neck. Maybe a little, I respond in a little laugh. But I think I needed a little kick in the pants. I roll to my side, facing him. Through the dark, I faintly make out the shape of his face, just inches from mine, his blue eyes bright in the night. And thank you for giving me a little hope for the future. I scoot a little closer, closing the gap between our bodies. I reach out, placing my hand flat against his chest, feeling his heart beating. I place my other hand on my own chest, feeling for mine. Neither of us says any words for a few minutes, and slowly our hearts sink to the same rhythm. I love you, Lexington, I breathe. I might not be normal today or tomorrow, but I promise I'm going to do better. I know you will, he says as he leans forward and presses a kiss to my forehead. You're one of the bravest, strongest people I know. I scoot forward, nestling myself into his body, cocooning myself in his embrace. And finally, I know I'm going to be okay. Chapter 19. I sit in the living room of the House of Marshals, legs crossed on the chair, just watching. Po-sun is on the computer and his cell phone at the same time, talking quickly in what I assume is Korean. He's the one who takes care of the financials for the house, and from what I can tell, he's taking the money the House of Conrath is granting them and doubling it quickly. He's quite the businessman. Eva is busy in the kitchen, her messy and unwashed hair tied back with traces of flour in it. But even though she's occupied with the food, she has a steak sticking out of her back pocket. Julie is rushing around the house, arranging and rearranging pillows, dusting everything in sight. Robert is nowhere to be seen. I think he must be upstairs in his room. Duncan and Aaliyah stand at the window, watching, waiting. Darkness is falling outside, and we all wait inside in great anticipation. Lexington steps back in the room, hanging up the phone. That was Ian. He said he spoke with Killian just last night. As far as Killian knows, Ian is still looking for Charles and plans to bring him in for trial. They're looking too far away, Aaliyah says, crossing her arms over her chest. I bet you Charles is never more than 5 miles away from Elle. He's going to want to keep an eye on her whenever possible. I think you're underestimating how much of a coward Charles can be, Lexington says as he sits on the floor beside me, his shoulder resting against my leg. Think about when he and his sister were attacked in Silent Bend. Instead of turning and fighting to avenge her right there, he just up and ran. He knows what we in the House of Conrath are capable of. He isn't dumb. I think you're wrong, she counters, looking back out the window. Doesn't matter, Duncan says as he tucks his hands into his front pockets. He'll be dead soon either way. All of them have so much confidence that Ian's team will find and kill Charles. But suddenly a little spark of doubt flares in the back of my mind. My brother has been looking for him for 5 weeks now. The clock is ticking. What if he doesn't find him? What if it takes longer than this pregnancy lasts? I tilt my chin up, my jaw tightening. Then I'll just have to kill Charles myself. There he is, Duncan pipes up. He and Aaliyah suddenly step away from the window. Aaliyah stands in anticipation in the middle of the room, and Duncan darts to answer the door as the rest of the house gathers. Thank you, Killian's voice cuts through the house like a cold knife. The two of them step back inside, and every eye immediately locks on the king's hunter, waiting, filled with anticipation. "This is certainly an interesting change of power," he says, looking at each and every member. Aaliyah and Duncan, Julia, Eva, Robert, newcomers Casey, Valentina, and Po-Sun, and finally, Lexington and me. "You said you had a proposition for me to present to the king. Speak your piece." Duncan clears his throat and takes half a step forward. "Well, you're fully aware that there's been some chaos in this region in the past year or so. We know that Charles Allaway hasn't been doing his job for some time now, and it's not just an annoyance to the king. It puts all of us in danger. We could all be exposed, and the masses could turn against us." I admire Duncan and his courage. He's always so quiet, so reserved, and the one who watches. But here he is, taking charge, being speaker for a brand new house. "We're proposing that you let us instate a temporary house until the king decides what to do about the situation. We'll keep things maintained once you've finished your work here. We'll make sure things are turned back to order. But to do all this, we need the king's backing. This is a temporary Band-Aid. At some point when Ian kills Charles, we're going to have to tell Cyrus that Charles did, in fact, have an heir. But until then, until it is absolutely necessary, no one wants him coming and getting involved." "You're asking the king to financially support a house that will be ruled by the descendants of those who betrayed him?" Killian asks. And suddenly he lunges forward and grabs Valentina by the throat. A tiny gasp rips from between her lips before her supply of oxygen is cut off. "You want him to look past their treachery and support them taking over a royal's job?" He pulls her toward him until he's nose to nose with her, looking deep in her eyes as if he can see to her very core, to her DNA that proves her a non-royal. Everyone is on the edges of their toes, ready to leap forward and rip him limb from limb if he harms her. "We're asking for temporary permission to carry on the king's wishes for secrecy," Duncan pipes up, throwing a hand in front of Aaliyah when she looks ready to dart forward. "All we're doing is trying to help." Killian smiles a cruel smile, and suddenly shoves Valentina away. She stumbles back into Julie and Robert's arms, coughing and holding a hand up to her red throat. "Whose idea was this?" he asks, looking around the room. No one responds right away because no one knows what he's thinking. "Mine," I pipe up, sitting straight in my chair. Lexington's grip around my ankle tightens. The idea has evolved from my original vision, but it was indeed my idea to mimic what Jasmine Volterra once did in Silent Bend. Killian steps forward, his eyes fixed on me. "And what do you care for the affairs of vampires? Why are you even involved?" I lean forward slightly. "I've been raised in this world from day one. My brother is the one doing the hunting, and I carry a future born in my womb. Of course I care." A smile curls on his lips, and I can't tell if he's impressed by me or if he's imagining drinking my blood. Finally, he backs up one step, folding his hands behind his back. He looks up, taking in the others who surround me once again. "I will present this entertaining proposition to the king. On one condition." "Condition?" Aaliyah asks in annoyance. "We're only trying to help you, and you'll accept that with conditions?" "Do you really want to go around testing a member of the court?" Killian says as his eyes slide over to her. "Clearly you've never met one of us before, nor taken a trip to Rotterhimmel. Careful. Your true ignorance is showing, and you're doing little to convince me you can do this job." Aaliyah shuts her mouth, though the darkness in her eyes doesn't let up. "The condition is that you each bring me a Bitten, dead or alive. It doesn't matter.
The smile grows on Killian's face. "Prove to me that you have the guts and strength to do this job." "But Ian and your team have taken almost all of them out by now," Duncan says. "How are we supposed to hunt down 7 more?" "You'll bring me 9 more," Killian says as his eyes brighten with red. "They may not be officially connected to this house," he indicates Lexington and I, "but if they want any say, they count for weight." He turns and walks toward the door. Just before exiting, he turns back. "You have 1 week." He steps outside and closes the door behind him.
Chapter 20. "You brought in another?" Lexington says as he steps aside, letting Ian in. My brother has a spray of blood all up his front side, a cut on the left side of his jaw. "That's 5. Ian nods. I go to the kitchen and wet a rag. Ian follows me in and takes the rag, wiping it over his entire face. "And there's the 2 that Eva and Valentina brought him." Lexington starts counting off. "We still need 2 more, and there's only 2 days left." "How's Michael?" I ask when my heart rate spikes. I miss him, like, really bad. "He's fine," Ian says, turning to the fridge and pulling out a blood bag. He doesn't even hesitate when he bites into it. Once upon a time, he hated himself. He would have rather stayed dead when Jasmine Volterra drove a sword through him. But being a vampire is just a part of who he is now. Took a lot of convincing to get him to go join Kai and stay out of Killian's path. Never met a Bitten who was as vicious as he is. Pretty sure you're right. He does hate Charles more than I do. Can't wait to see what he's going to do to him when we finally find him." "Ian," I scold, mortified that he seems to be enjoying the thought. "What?" he says with a shrug. "Not gonna pretend I don't want the man to meet a gruesome end." I shake my head at him. "What about Kai? Has anyone heard from him recently?" Lexington shakes his head. "It's been a few weeks now. He's got to be pretty deep into hiding. Last I heard, Henry was sending him shipments of the cure from different locations around the world. He's being watched pretty close, so he's lying low as well." "I wish I could see him," I say, crossing my arms over my chest. "I'm really worried about him. Until he finally takes that cure himself, he's in danger." "But he can't take that cure and still help those like him," Lexington counters. "I know," I breathe. "Doesn't mean I have to like it." "He knows how to take care of himself," Lexington says as he pulls me to him and presses his lips to my forehead. "I'll be back in the morning when you wake up, okay?" I look into his blue eyes and pull myself into his chest. "You be careful out there." He stares back down at me, and I see all the emotions there. The concern, the fight, the love. "Promise," he whispers before leaning down and pressing his lips to mine. A little sigh rushes from my lips. With every one of his kisses, I feel a little more peace settle into my soul. He takes a step away from me, glancing at my brother once, as if waiting for the threats, but he only gets a glare. He grabs the bag of supplies by the door and slips outside. "As much as I want to rip his throat out every time he does that," Ian says as he begins wiping the blood from his skin again, "he's good for you." "He is," I say, still watching the door Lexington just walked through. "I didn't think I'd ever need anyone else." "Out of all the members at the House of Conrath, I probably would have picked him last that you'd end up with, if I had to pick someone," Ian says with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, we're pretty much polar opposites in most ways," I say with a smile as I finally turn and walk to the island and sit. "I think that's why it works." He sets the rag down next to the sink and stands at the island with his hands braced on the granite countertop. "You seem better this week." I nod. "I think I am. Lexington kind of finally forced me to confront all the pent-up emotions I had about everything. It was pretty brutal, but it was everything I needed to hear." Emotions roll through his eyes. Anger, resentment, relief, acceptance. He walks around the island and sits next to me. But he faces me, and his eyes settle onto my stomach.
Tentatively, he reaches a hand out, resting it on my belly.
I still can't really believe you're pregnant, he says. I think because I've seen you so little in the past 5 years that you just kind of got stuck at 18 years old in my head. But you're this woman, and you're certainly old enough to be having a kid now. But it's just all twisted, I fill in for him.
Yeah, that's most of it,
he says, his eyes rising up to mine, but just for a brief moment before they fall back down to my stomach again.
You're going to be a mom soon, and I'm 8 years older than you, but
he takes a deep breath, lines creasing between his brows.
But I'm never going to get to be a dad. As much as I love Olivia, as hard and forever as I'm going to get to love her, this isn't possible for us.
My heart instantly breaks for my brother. I place a hand over his, holding it to my stomach. I had no idea he wanted children. He never seemed the type. I might be giving birth in a few months, I say quietly, but I'm not going to be a mother to this baby. Ian's eyes rise up to meet mine. I've decided to ask Julie and Niall to raise it. My brother always has something to say, some opinion on what's right and wrong, but I only see emotions flash through his eyes, and he doesn't have any words. He isn't sure what to think of my decision. This may be the child of Charles Allaway, forced on me under ugly circumstances, but it is still an innocent baby. I shake my head, feeling my insides quake. I can't be selfish, because I don't know that I will ever be able to look at it and not think of Charles and everything that surrounded its conception. It deserves someone who will love it unconditionally, and someone who can raise it to one day rule with grace and fairness. There's still so much conflict on my brother's face.
Elle, are you sure?
And I hesitate for just a moment. The words sound good. The plan is solid, but am I so sure? I nod. I think it's best, and maybe I will want children someday, even though the thought that someday I will grow old and die, and Lexington will keep on living, looking exactly as he does now, kills me. A family is possible for us, Ian, but when we're ready. He lets out a little breathy sound that isn't quite a laugh. His eyes fall down to his lap, and he pulls my hands into his.
You really love him that much, huh? Ready to make a family with him someday and everything?
I chuckle at my brother. Poor guy. He's agonized over me for so long, always looked out for me, and now I'm moving on to someone else. I haven't told him in as many words as I should, I say seriously. And I haven't made this very easy on him since I got back. But yeah, Ian, this is serious. The real deal. He's my forever, however mortal it is.
It's kind of sickeningly sweet, he says with a sad smile. But also too damn tragic when you put it that way.
We can't all be immortal, I say to try and lighten the mood.
I know you, Elle, he says, looking up at me. You wouldn't want this life any more than I did in the beginning.
I shake my head, because he's right. Not after everything I've been through. Not after all the hurt I've seen the life of vampires cause.
For what it's worth, Ian says, the way Lexington looks at you, I don't think he's going to care one bit when you're old and gray and he's still the same. I might act like an asshole when he puts his lips on you, but I can't deny it. He loves you, and how can I not be grateful for that?
I look at my brother, and my heart suddenly swells with gratitude. I lean forward, wrapping my arms around him. Things might be really twisted and wrong right now, but I'm surrounded by people who love me, and I couldn't ask for more than that. Chapter 21. My breath hitches in my throat. My fingers curl around the sheets. A sheen of sweat breaks out onto my upper lip. The pounding in my chest becomes painful. He cries out, and there's a flash of red eyes. A scream rips from my chest. My body reacts on instinct, and I dart forward to end a life. Only I jerk hard, my right leg rising to run, but I startle in my bed, jerking upright, looking around in confusion. My bedroom is still dark. The clock on my nightstand reads 4:28. The thumping in my chest is painful. The anxiety climbing up my throat is suffocating. The next instant, I'm on my feet, scrambling through the dark to find my dresser. I pull open the top drawer, fishing around to the bottom. My hand clamps around a stake, and not a moment later, I'm out my bedroom door and flying down the stairs. Through the dark, I scratch at the front door, looking for the handle. Yanking it open, I rush down the stairs without closing the door and fly out the main door into the dark, pre-dawn morning. The speed of my heart doesn't slow. If anything, the urgency in my blood rises. I still on the sidewalk, looking left and right, desperation climbing up my throat. My feet dart to the left, straight, left again, sprinting down the sidewalk wearing nothing but some red pajama shorts with white polka dots and an oversized black t-shirt of Lexington's and a stake in my hand. I dart through the silent city like a madwoman, with an urgency in my veins that is eating me alive. I halt at the crossing at Boylston, the Boston Public Library rising into view. And a flash of red, a blur of blonde. Charles steps around the corner of the library. A crossbow is gripped tightly between his hands, malice in his eyes. Lexington doesn't see him, and before the warning breath can gather in my lungs, the arrow fires. I'm frozen for a moment, in utter denial. But it buries itself into Lexington's back, and a cry of pain rips from his chest. Not a moment later, Charles is on top of him. Pain shoots up my bare feet, splintering my legs. Something pulls in my stomach, but I keep running. Darting across the street without looking, across Copley Square and the park I came to for solace just a week ago. Charles lets out a grunt, and his head rises. His eyes search the space around him, anger and confusion twisting his face. I see him lose his strength, nearly falling on top of Lexington, his body quaking in pain. But I am rocketing across the intersection, my feet barreling up the stairs, and with a screaming war cry of my own, I barrel into Charles, knocking him off of Lexington and sending the both of us careening across the steps of the library. "Get away from him!" I bellow, swinging my arms as we tumble. A scream of agony, an unholy sound that sounds very little like a human or vampire, explodes from Charles' lips. I watch as black death streaks down his veins like ink, choking the life out of him. Tripping backward, he scrambles back from me. "What deals with the devil have you made, woman?" Charles half screams, half chokes as he spider crawls away from me, his eyes glowing in the night. A gurgled groan from behind me pulls my eyes away, and instantly I forget about Charles. "Lexington," I breathe, rushing to his side. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Charles scramble back, tripping, falling as he runs, his red eyes turning back to me. He knows he's going to have to run. "No," I whimper, kneeling over Lexington. There's a stake embedded into his back, and I can't tell if it's quite high enough to pierce his heart. He lies on his side slightly, and when he coughs, a stream of blood dribbles from his lips. The past few minutes have gone by in a hazy blur, pure instinct. But as I reach up, my thumb brushing away the blood that leaks from Lexington's mouth, I realize this is not a dream. This is happening, and this is the love of my life. "No!" "Elle," he hisses. "You shouldn't be out here." "Shh," I hiss, my hands hovering, unsure of what to do. "You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. I can fix this." "Elle," he breathes, but he sounds like he's drowning. I climb over him, and curling my hands around the stake, I yank it free from his back. He lets out a gut-wrenching cry, and suddenly it cuts off. When he rolls over, I see he's drowning in his own blood. no, I cry, rolling him back onto his side so it can run from his mouth. No, no, no. Think, I internally scream at myself. You can figure this out. He's not dead yet. If the stake pierced his heart, he'd already be dead. But the blood in his mouth, it's pierced his lung. You have to drink, I command in desperation. I press my forearm to his lips, his blood leaking down all over my skin. It will help heal you. Drink, please. He coughs, but it comes out more as a bubbling gurgle. He tries to shake his head no. Damn it, Lexington, I yell. I won't forgive you if you die on me. Now drink. I shove my arm against his teeth hard enough to cut my flesh, and with the first drop of my blood, his fangs instantly lengthen. They sink into my arm, and weakly, his hands come up, clamping my arm in place. Numbness creeps into my brain, and I freeze. The familiar feeling of being bitten by a vampire settles into my muscles, and I begin drifting away. No, I internally scream at myself. You can't disappear. He needs you. That, I struggled to speak through the haze. Is that enough? He bites down on my arm harder for a moment, and I squeeze my eyes closed as a sharp pain shoots from my arm into my chest, up to my brain. I feel him take one more long pull, and suddenly he collapses back to the ground, releasing me. I blink 10 times, fast, clearing the fog from my mind. My hands reach for Lexington. Finally, my fingers settle into the side of his neck. I find a pulse, despite his eyes being closed, his body entirely limp. He's going to need some time to recover, but he'll be okay. I look up, searching the still dark area. There isn't a soul around, but I swear I can feel eyes on me. You can hide as much as you like, Charles, I say through clenched teeth. My hands tremble. But we will find you. You can come after my family, but we are stronger. We have more bodies. We have loyalty, and we will kill you. And I swear to you, you will never see this baby. A cold shiver works its way up my spine, and suddenly I feel the eyes on me disappear. I kneel down on the concrete next to Lexington, placing my hand on his cheek. He's perfectly still, his chest shallowly rising and falling. He'll live. But if I hadn't had that nightmare, if I hadn't instinctually known where to run, Charles would have killed him. I would have lost him tonight. Elle? I hear someone yell through the night a few blocks away. Oh! My voice quivers. My hands shake, realizing what nearly happened. Over here! A second later, Ian appears in the middle of Boylston, his eyes searching for me. The moment he sees us, he disappears into a blur, and the next, he's at my side, stooping down and picking Lexington up. It was Charles, I say as I run behind Ian and we head back for my apartment. He shot him with a stake, but the curse is still working. As soon as I got close, he was obviously in pain. The closer I got, it looked like he was dying. How? Ian says in confusion as he looks down at Lexington. How did you know? Tears spring into my eyes. I shake my head, holding my stomach as I run. I don't know. I just had this nightmare and woke up in a panic. I didn't even think. I just started running. Ian's concerned eyes turn to me, so much confusion in them, but he doesn't say another word as he keeps running. We break into my apartment and Ian lies Lexington on the couch and immediately pulls his phone from his pocket. He's in the area, Ian barks, and I faintly hear Danny's voice on the other end and Smith in the background. He attacked Lexington just now. Watch your back. He's apparently feeling up to a little game of cat and mouse. He hangs up, but immediately places another call. Duncan, get over to Elle's right now. Bring whoever you can with you. All the while he's on the phone, I'm rushing around the house, gathering supplies. A wet cloth to clean the wound, herbs that I'm immediately smashing to form a poultice. I roll Lexington onto his stomach, and Ian helps me as he hangs up. I tear at his shirt, and Ian finishes the job for me.
Charles must be feeling more desperate, Ian says as he paces the living room, watching as I clean the wound. He must be figuring out we aren't going to let up. If he takes out a few key players, this will start to shake apart.
I don't think it was a coincidence that he went after Lexington first, I say as I finish wiping away the blood from his back. The skin is already starting to knit itself back together. He's trying to punish me. I stir the poultice once more and scoop it out onto his back, spreading it around, just to the side of his tattoos, the ones of his siblings' birth years. And I take it as a good sign when he winces.
This is insane, Ian says. How the hell have we not hunted him down yet?
I hear him smack something, but I don't look up to see the damage caused. I place my hand on Lexington's cheek, studying his face. The scrape on his forehead from when he fell is completely closed. His brows are furrowed, and I'm sure he's in pain. His entire body is tensed, even though he's not conscious.
Make him suffer, I say quietly. The anger in me gathers. All the injustice Charles has dealt me in the past 6 months, all the twisted and satisfied smiles he granted me, come rushing in.
When you finally catch him, make him suffer as you kill him.
Ian doesn't say anything right away, and his silence is a weighted thing. I look over my shoulder at him, and he stares at me with a darkness. His eyes reflect the vengeful snake being birthed in my stomach. The line of my brother's lips changes, his shoulders tighten, and his fingers curl into fists. His chin drops, and red embers ignite in his eyes. I swear I will. If we finally kill Charles today, what are we going to do about the king aspect? Duncan asks as he sinks his teeth into a blood bag. Killian is going to find out pretty quick. We'll deal with that when we get to it, Ian says as he gathers his supplies. My house has turned into a war locker room. It's stuffed to the brim with stakes, guns, toxins. I'm pretty sure there's even a few grenades lying around. I've got to get back out there. Charles can't be far. I want the two of you monitoring the block. But watch your backs. If he's attacked Lexington, anything can happen. He's not going to get away with this, Eva says through clenched teeth as she looks up at the stairs. You're sure that curse is still working? Ian asks, stepping forward, placing his hands on my shoulders, looking me in the eye.
I promise, I say, nodding. He can't come near me.
My brother nods his head. All right, he says. Let's get out there and hunt this royal down. I watch as they file out the door, armed to their fanged teeth. Look at all the drama I've created. I'm no longer the girl on the sidelines, watching everything happen to my brother or Olivia. This hunt is because of me. I place my hands on my stomach, looking down at it. This child has only had a heartbeat for 16 weeks, but already it's the center of so much turmoil. She will be born into a destiny that will be so heavy to bear, have so much expectation upon her shoulders. And as the acceptance that this is indeed going to be a girl settles into my chest, a dreadful realization comes into my blood. This child is a female descendant of royal blood. And King Cyrus keeps tabs on all of his descendants, but especially the females, because he's been searching for his queen, waiting for her to resurrect for over 279 years. What if the heir of Charles Allaway, this girl who is half me, is the queen, wife of King Cyrus, Savon? I swallow hard, thinking of everything Olivia went through when Cyrus came to wait and see if she started to remember everything. She only had to deal with him for a month. Cyrus will know for this child's entire life that she's a possibility. Cyrus will have to patiently wait until she's an acceptable age to resurrect, and then he'll kill her, or force her hand, just like he did to Olivia. She'll never really get a choice in when she will want to die. I squeeze my eyes closed, swallowing hard.
Like Ian said, we'll deal with that when we get to it. For the time being, there's nothing I can do about it. I turn back to the stairs and climb them. Lexington is still out cold when I get into the bedroom, Shada lying on the pillow beside his head, so I head for the bathroom, turning on the water in the shower. When I'm clean and dried, I pull on underwear, my bra, only my boobs have gotten so big it barely fits anymore. I turn to look at myself in the mirror, marveling over the changes my body has gone through. My hips have certainly widened. My chest is obviously bigger. Little red stretch marks are barely visible on my sides, just above my hips. And my stomach. Being 22 weeks means it's nice and round. My belly button is stretched wide. My skin already feels tight. I'm to the point now where I can't just be mistaken for having gained weight. I look pregnant. Over halfway there. A groan pulls my attention back to the door, and I dart back into the bedroom instantly as my cat darts out of the room. Lexington groans again as he rolls from his stomach onto his side. His eyes squeezed closed, he runs his fingers into his hair, wincing. "Are you in pain?" I ask, kneeling on the bed beside him, my hands hovering, looking for anything to fix. "My back is stiff," he says, his eyes still squeezed closed. What the hell happened?" "Charles shot you," I gave a quick explanation. "I found you just in time, and he ran. Ian brought you back home." He winces again, but a little smile cracks his lips. "So you saved my life?" I smile. "Pretty much." He rubs his eyes and finally opens them. Instantly his eyes slide from my face down, and I realize I ran out here wearing nothing but my underclothes. But I don't shy away. I let his eyes wander, sliding from my chest, over my collarbones, down to my stomach, over my hips, all the way down to my toes. Suddenly, I'm self-conscious, bearing everything for him to see, all the evidence of how I've changed in the past few months. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, Elle," he says, reaching forward. He grabs my wrist and tugs me toward him. A little smile curls on my lips as I swing a knee over him, straddling and bracing myself over him. My wet hair cascades down around us, closing the two of us in this little cave. "I think you're just getting more beautiful every day." "You mean that?" I ask in a whisper as my eyes slide down to his mouth. "Every word," he says quietly. His hands rise to my sides, holding me so gently and carefully, with reverence. His head raises and he presses his lips to my collarbone. His warm breath sends a flash of goosebumps rushing over my skin. "Do you ever think about it?" I ask quietly as I enjoy the feeling of his skin against mine. "That you're immortal and I'm not?" His eyes level with mine again, and my heart flutters. Everything about him is so beautiful, inside and out. I want him forever. "Of course it's crossed my mind," he says as his eyes study my lips. He reaches a hand up and cups it behind my neck. "But I think it just makes me appreciate this, us, all the more. I have to take advantage of every single second." It should sound so tragic that one day I will die and he will live on. But he's right. It just reminds me to love him more. To love him fierce and as deep as I can. I let my eyes slide closed in happiness for a moment. I appreciate the small miracles that have made up my life, leading up to this one right here. Lexington rises up and rolls me from my side to my back. His hand slides away from my hip and over my stomach, where it rests. He props himself up on his elbow, only wincing once as he looks down at me. Holding my eyes, I see something deep and serious settle into them. "I love you, Elle," he says, leaning marginally closer. "Today, yesterday, through next week and all through the rest of forever. You're the end-all love of my very long life. I reach up, resting my hand on his cheek.
I love you too, Lexington. Always will, for the rest of my days.
The emotion that flashes through his eyes tells me he has thought about the day when I won't be here anymore. But like Ian said, he isn't fazed, and I know how lucky I am to have found a love like this. He lowers his face to mine, pressing his lips against my own. His hand slides around my stomach to my side, pulling my body against his, molding the two of us together. Always meant to fit together as one. Chapter 22. We've been hunting 24/7 for the last week, Aaliyah says with a growl. There simply aren't any more Bitten in the area. You have to accept 8. Killian's eyes darken. He folds his hands behind his back. The deal was for 9 Bitten. You didn't hold up your end of the bargain. Why should I be held to mine? My team has killed probably 20 Bitten in the last month while we've been looking for Charles, Ian says as he steps forward, his eyes brightening. That has to count for something. And it does, Killian says as he takes a step toward the door. You've helped ensure the safety of your kind. You've kept the peace and avoided interference from your king. You already have your reward. He takes another step for the door, and the panic in every one of us hitches. Fine, we won't count on the king's financial assistance. Duncan speaks up. But can you at least give us clearance to do what we have to keep things in order? Killian laughs, turning back to us all. You really don't understand, do you? There will be no forgiveness from King Cyrus. Your blood is tainted, unloyal. We give you permission to act as royals, and there's no telling the treachery you might resort to. Are you kidding me? Aaliyah barks, death in her eyes as she leaps forward. Po-Sun grabs her just in time, dragging her back. We are carrying on his work, and you're just going to accuse us of anarchy? I'm pointing out the obvious, Killian says as he pulls the door open. You're an unrefined born. But I suggest you continue in ensuring the secrecy of your kind, for now that you're educated and on the radar, you will be held to a higher standard. He walks out and pulls the door closed behind him. That arrogant, backstabbing, two-faced ass— Watch your mouth, Ian barks, glaring at Aaliyah. He won't be far away yet. I sit in a chair in the corner of the living room of the House of Marshals, so unneeded and insignificant in this moment that I'm entirely forgotten. Lexington stands beside me, his arms crossed over his chest, watching. Aaliyah grabs a vase that sits on the side table and hurtles it across the room where it shatters against the wall. Why the hell are we doing this? She hisses, her eyes glowing brighter by the moment. Why am I wasting my time, putting myself at risk, all for nothing? This isn't for nothing, Duncan says, walking across the room and carefully gathering all the broken pieces of glass. It's for our future. Screw the future, she yells, throwing her hands up. I say it's about time for some damn fun and fresh blood. I'm heading to Brazil. And if you think the Monaro family is just going to let you run around their region causing chaos, you'll be dead in a day, Ian says with a glare. He crosses his arms over his chest. Whatever, Aaliyah says, grabbing her jacket. But I'm not wasting another minute of my time. She yanks the door open and steps out into the dark. Will she come back? I ask after a tense minute. Duncan looks up from the floor, frustration and weight in his eyes. Yeah, he says. She'll be back, but probably not until she's drunk away her anger. Which means a few people are probably going to die first. She's right, though, Robert says, glaring out into the room darkly, his arms crossed over his chest.
If we can't get support from the court, how are we supposed to really do this?
No one answers right away, because no one has a good response. My hand goes to my stomach, because the only good one is growing inside of me. No, Lexington says quietly. Only it's in a room full of vampires, so every ear turns to him. Not yet. It's the only way to get full support from the court, I say, even though it's not an option I want to explore either. If we kill Charles and Cyrus knows there's a royal on the way that can replace him, the king will back us up. Not until after the baby is born, Ian says, shaking his head. You don't need that kind of stress while you're pregnant, Lexington says. It's just going to have to wait. My eyes rise up to meet Duncan's, and I feel for him. All this responsibility under terrible circumstances. We'll wait, he finally says. It might not be pretty or easy, but we'll make it through the next few months. Chapter 23. Thanks again, I say as I walk up the 6 steps to the main front door. I've got a bunch of bags hanging from my hands, each stuffed to the brim. Trust me, going shopping is never a burden, Julie says with a smile. Though shopping for maternity clothes was a first. I think I enjoyed it, though. I smile again, giving a little laugh. I'll see you later. Julie waves goodbye before heading back to her car. I step through the door just as the last of the daylight begins to fade away. My feet are tired and swollen as I walk up the stairs to my top-floor apartment. It's been a long day, and I just don't have as much energy as I should. Julie picked me up around 11 this morning, and we've been running from store to store the entire day. I was the one who asked her to go with me. The entire day she kept asking me how I was feeling, if I'd thought of names for the baby yet. All these things a mother should be excited over when they're expecting. Only I didn't quite know how to answer, because I'm blocking out all thoughts of what comes after the birth of the baby. The whole day I meant to bring up the subject of her raising the baby, but every time my mouth opened, the words would get stuck in my throat, and my hand would come to my stomach. Next week, I tell myself as I unlock the front door. I'll do it next week. Want some help with those? Ian asks as I walk through the door. I startle a little, surprised to see him here. Sure, I say, handing them off. What are you doing here? Oh, he says, awkwardly shrugging my question off. Just had some stuff to talk to Lexington about. What stuff? I ask, pulling a water bottle from the fridge and opening it as I follow my brother up the stairs and into my bedroom. Just stuff, Ian says as he dumps the bag on my bed. How you feeling? You were out all day. I flop down on the bed and it feels amazing to get my feet up. Fine, I guess. I feel kind of broken. Like I'm only 23, but I feel like I'm 73 right now. I just want to feel normal again. A few more months, Ian says as he begins massaging my foot, rubbing his thumbs deep into the arch. It's kind of sad how amazing that feels. I sigh as I let my eyes slide closed. Ian chuckles. Well, don't get too comfortable, he says, smacking my foot before he drops it back down to the bed. You've got a big night ahead of you. What? I ask in confusion. No, Ian, I'm tired. I just want to take a shower and go to bed. Where's Lexington? A little smile pulls in the corner of Ian's mouth. I think some of your roses need tending to. What? I groan, getting annoyed by his weird behavior. Ian, I'm tired. I'm not in the mood for gardening right at this second. Oh, my hell, he says, exasperated. Lexington is waiting for you on the rooftop. My eyes grow wide, and my heart leaps into my throat. What? I gasp. I sit up sharply, every muscle suddenly tense and on alert. Oh. Yeah, Ian says, laughing at how I'm finally catching on. Go.
Maybe put on something nice first? My heart is suddenly racing. Sweat prickles onto my palms, but a smile pulls on my lips, and I can't calm it down. I dig through the bags, scrambling for anything that will be appropriate. I pull out a light blue dress and head to my closet. A maternity dress certainly wasn't what I pictured myself wearing when this moment came, but as I pull it on and look in the mirror, I'm still glowing with happiness. I pull my hair back into a low, somewhat messy bun. "You'd better hurry up," Ian says from outside my door. "Trust me, the poor guy is about ready to die from nerves up there. Why prolong his torture?" I step out of the bathroom. "Way to spoil the element of surprise," I tease him as I step around him and head out into the hall. "I know you, little sister," he says as he follows me to the laundry room. "You hate surprises 80% of the time, and he knows that too. Dropping some hints was his idea." The smile on my face just grows, and the swelling in my chest doubles. "Thank you," I say as I wrap my arms around Ian. "Go," he whispers against my hair, hugging me tight for just another moment. Without looking back, I let him go and head up the stairs. My heart races when my hand closes around the doorknob, and I pause for just a moment, closing my eyes. I picture Lexington on the other side of the door, and everything in me calms. The air is still warm when I step outside, and my garden, which I love almost more than anything in the world, has been turned into a magical fairy tale. Twinkle lights have been strung up over the entire rooftop, crisscrossing overhead, casting the garden in a soft glow. And across the rooftop, standing with his back to me, his hands stuffed into his pockets, I find Lexington. He wears a suit, and I've never seen him in a suit, but suddenly I think it might be my favorite thing I've ever seen him wear. When he turns back to look at me, I'm sure of it. His expression is hopeful, excited, full of light. Suddenly the distance between us is just painful. I step forward, and my feet can't move fast enough. I'm not quite running, not quite walking, as I dart around the garden boxes, streaking between the rows, and I only slightly slow before I crash into him. My hands come up to Lexington's cheeks, and my entire body feels at home as I rest against him. "Hi," he says quietly. I can practically feel the happiness radiating off of him, echoed in perfect reflection by me. "Hi," I whisper. My eyes slide down to his lips, and it's everything I can do not to take them. I love those lips. I love that always changing beard of his. I love those somewhat crooked ears of his. I love these strong hands. I love this solid chest. And I love these blue eyes, which are almost the same shade as mine. I love that he lets me be me, my independent self. I love that he has absolute confidence in my ability to choose for myself. I love that he can speak up for me with his loud mouth when I freeze. I love that he can sit back and observe when there's a need. How he notices everything and reads me and every situation so well. I love how he knows me. I love everything about this man. "There's about 1,000,000 words I could say," he breathes, looking down at me. "I could have put them into some grand speech, but I thought I'd just keep it simple, because in the end, that's what it's always been between us, Elle. Simple, easy. Two pieces of a puzzle that just slide into place." The smile grows on my face, and emotion threatens to explode me into 1,000 diamonds. But it's so good and beautiful. Lexington reaches down into his pocket and pulls out a little black box. I bite my lower lip as he drops down to one knee and opens the box, looking into my face the entire time. "Elle, I love you, and I'm going to love you for forever," he says with a smile and hopeful eyes. "Will you marry me?"
A breathy gasp escapes my chest, and I can only nod for a moment. Yes, I breathe. Yes. Yes! And the smile that breaks out onto his face could cure all sadness in the world. He raises to his feet and pulls the ring from its box, sliding it onto my slightly trembling hand. The ring is a simple gold band set with a round cut diamond. Simple. Easy. No frills, but absolutely perfect. I love you, I breathe as my hands once more come to the sides of his neck. His face drops to mine, and for the first time, I kiss my fiancé. And in this moment, it is the happiest I have ever been in my entire life. I love you too, Elle, he whispers against my lips as his hands wrap around my lower back, pulling me close to his body. I'm alive. Every cell in me alights with happiness and peace. This is where I was always meant to end up, even if I never could have imagined it for myself. In love, engaged to marry a born vampire, carrying the child of another man, constantly surrounded by danger and threats. But this is my life, and I've fought for every perfect second of it. Chapter 24. Warm sun is what pulls me from sleep. The soft feeling of its rays, the gentle caress whispering to me that it's time to meet the day. And then I notice the soft music coming from one corner of the room. My eyes slide open, and I find Lexington sitting in the chair by the window. He holds the guitar I bought him for Christmas 6 months ago across his lap. One ankle is crossed over his knee, and his head is down, his lips moving just slightly. The music he strums is quiet, and the words he sings are even quieter. Take a breath. Breathe you in. Just a step. Almost there. He pauses, correcting a chord. Did you write that? I ask quietly. His head suddenly shoots up, and I realize he didn't know I was awake. He stumbles. Yeah. He gives a little smile, looking back down at the guitar. Keep playing, I ask when his fingers stop. I'm not very good anymore, he says. But he picks the strums back up, and softly he sings. Through the snakes and all the thorns, I found you, thriving in a garden full of weeds and poison roses. I'll walk the dark with you, knowing what you are, my fearless little lion's roar. I smile, something incredibly prideful and humbled when he finishes playing. I don't know, it just came into my head this morning while I was watching you sleep, he says, looking somewhat embarrassed as he sets the guitar to the side. He climbs into the bed, lying on his side, facing me. I loved it, I whisper as I face him too. He reaches out and brushes a strand of hair behind my ear. He rests his hand on the side of my face, just staring into my eyes. You said yes, he breathes out. A smile pulls on his face, and I've never seen any smile more adorable or captivating. Yeah, I whisper. I did. I bring my left hand up, holding it up between the two of us. He takes it in his, studying the ring. I thought I was going to puke right before I asked Ian's permission, he says with a chuckle. I was about 50% sure he was going to just stake me right there. I laugh, scooting closer to him. He wouldn't do that. He knows you're too important to me. I mean, you two were friends before you came to Boston. I think he's starting to like you again. Starting to, Lexington chuckles, shaking his head. Well, I'll take what I can get. Thank you for asking him, though, I say. That really means a lot. Of course, he says. He rolls over, bracing himself above me. He lowers his lips to mine, but he doesn't leave them there for long. They slide down to my neck, over my collarbone. My entire body alights into electric flames as he kisses his way down between my breasts.
One of his hands comes to my side, and he becomes slow, his body still. He brushes the tip of his nose over my stomach before resting his forehead gently against it. There's something reverent about Lexington's demeanor. He holds himself so light above me. His emotions roll off of him, so intense. Gently, he presses his lips to the crest of my rounded stomach. Emotion suddenly jumps into the back of my eyes. I bite down on my lower lip as my fingers lace through his hair. He turns his head, resting his cheek against my stomach, looking up at me. "I love you," I whisper through the quiver in my voice. "Thank you for letting me love you," he says, and his sincerity overwhelms me. It's just so raw and honest. Every part of you. His phone dings, making the both of us jump. I want to throw it out the window and curse all technology for breaking the magical spell. But there are too many important events going on right now, and we can't ignore the real world. "Reality calls," Lexington says regretfully. He rolls to the side and reaches for the phone. He groans. "I'm on Charles hunting duty. I'm going to hop in the shower and then I need to head out." He climbs out of bed but leans down, pressing his lips to mine for a brief moment. "We'll talk wedding details later, though, okay?" "Okay," I say happily as I watch him head into the bathroom. He only shuts the door part way, and I get quite the spectacular view as he takes his shirt off and starts the water. I lie back, letting my eyes slide closed, accepting this happy feeling. It's something I rarely do. Allow myself to just feel happy. My phone starts ringing, and when I reach for it, a number I don't recognize displays on the screen. I debate answering it for a moment, but considering everything going on, it's probably best I do. "Hello?" "There she is," a dramatic voice declares from the other end. "Been too long, little bird." "Michael," I say happily. "It's so good to hear your voice." "So you didn't get sick of me after 4 months of being locked up with this ugly mug?" he teases. "Maybe some days, but not today," I say with a smile. "How are you? Are you safe?" "I'm good. Don't you worry about me." "Are you with Kai?" I ask. "Yeah, I keep telling that hard-headed brother of yours that I should be out looking for Charles, but he seems to think you'll mind if that hunter catches me." "That's 'cause I will mind," I say, resisting an eye roll. Michael chuckles. "Yeah, well, for some reason I've started caring what you think. But I guess Kai's not so bad. He's doing good work, getting the word out, curing lots of people. He's a good guy. A little serious and intense, but I can see why he was your friend." "Is my friend," I say, suddenly yearning for our quiet walks to and from my shop. "I really miss both of you. Hopefully Killian leaves soon and you can both come home." "Yeah, seems I'm missing all the action," Michael says. "Got an interesting phone call 2 days ago. For some reason, that fiancé of yours seems to think my approval matters." I laugh. "That's because it does. Does this mean you gave him your approval?" "He's the only topic that put even a trace of a smile back on your face when we were locked up," Michael says. "I'm not going to say no to someone who makes you that happy, little bird." I smile, even though there's an ache in my chest. I miss this. Even though we were locked up during our time together, prisoners, he always fiercely had my back. "Thank you," I tell him. "You bet," he says, and his own tone grows more serious. "I just wanted to tell you congrats. I gotta go now, Elle. You take care of yourself." "I will," I promise. "Oh, Michael?" "Yeah?" I bite my lower lip for a moment. "When the time comes, will you walk me down the aisle?" He's quiet for a moment, and even though I can't see him, can't hear anything from him, I can imagine the emotions rushing through him. "I'd be honored." "'Kay," I breathe with a smile. "I'll talk to you soon." He tells me goodbye and hangs up.
I rest my phone on my chest, peace rolling through my veins. Looking over at the clock, I see it's already 8:30. I need to be at the shop to open in 30 minutes. I climb out of bed and head to the closet. I'm halfway dressed when Lexington gets out of the shower. I peek out, catching his eye just as he walks out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist. I can't decide if I ever want you to stop blushing or not when you see me half naked, he teases as he steps into the closet, placing his hands on my hips. I'm wearing a new pair of slacks, but just a bra on top, and his eyes eat me up. You do seem to have quite an effect on me, I breathe as he buries his face in my neck. His hands slide around, cupping my butt, pulling my hips closer to his.
I think I like the effects you have on me.
And I can certainly feel those effects. I don't want to wait very long, I breathe, lacing my fingers through his hair. Let's have the wedding next month. August it is, he says as he kisses his way up the front of my throat. My eyes roll back in my head a little as I tip my chin up, giving him all the access he could want. But suddenly his phone starts going crazy from in my bedroom, reminding us that we both have somewhere else to be right at this moment. Lexington growls into my neck, and the next instant, he's gone. And as my eyes search for him, I suddenly blush harder, turning beet red and hot. He nabs his phone from the bed and starts walking out the door to get his clothes from his bedroom, but he drops his towel. And if he doesn't have the most spectacular ass. He looks over his shoulder and winks. Thought you could use a little preview of what's to come, soon-to-be Mrs. Dawes. I give a little squealing laugh, covering my face as I feel it grow all the hotter. Chapter 25. This stuff really will give you the best night's sleep you've ever had. Promise, I tell the woman as I pick up the bottle of Knock Me Out. My phone dings as yet another text message comes through, and everything in it is natural. The woman in the fancy pantsuit looks at the bottle doubtfully. She's very staunch and serious, and she certainly isn't the type that normally wanders into my shop. What's in it? She asks, looking scornfully at my glass bottle with the cork. I turn the bottle over where it shows a list of ingredients. Poppy herb and flowers, hawthorn berries, hops flowers, passion flower, and agrimony herb. I've never even heard of most of those things, she says, shaking her head. There are dark bags under her eyes. She's well dressed and put together, but really, I can see that she's a mess. She looks like she hasn't slept in days. How do I know it won't poison me? I graduated from Northwestern University with a degree in botany and chemistry, I say, holding back most of the exasperation in my voice. I've studied all of my creations for years, tested them thoroughly. I promise you'll get some sleep tonight, and you'll wake up feeling much better. The woman sighs and finally nods. I guess it's worth a try. Nothing else has worked. I give her a little smile, and we head to the counter, even as my phone dings again. That will be $13.76. There are instructions on the label, but take 2 droppers full in a glass of water 30 minutes before bed, and 2 more right at bedtime. If this works, I know 3 other people in my office who will be in here tomorrow evening. I'll be seeing them tomorrow then, I say with a smile as I hand over the bag containing the sleep solution. The woman turns and leaves without even a smile. Business has been slower since I opened back up after my time in Vermont, but it's slowly picking up. Rebuilding takes time. But this is my passion, and I'm dedicated to doing whatever it takes. I pull my phone out and find 3 new text messages, all congratulating me on my engagement to Lexington. One from Lee, one from Cameron, and the last from Sheriff Luke McCoy. Guess more than a few people back in Silent Bend still care about me after all these years. Not 2 seconds after I walked through the doors to the shop, Olivia called, practically screaming and crying through her excitement. I've just stepped back into the lab when the bell above the front door dings. I step back out, and my brain is instantly racking itself, trying to place the familiar face that just walked in. "Afternoon," he greets with a friendly tone. He wears a sweater, despite the mid-July temperatures, pushed up to his forearms. A well-worn but freshly pressed pair of slacks hug his hips. Thin lips give him a serious look, and a deep crease between his brows give him a constant expression of anger or concern. "The look on your face tells me you must recognize me but can't remember exactly who I am." "I'm sorry," I say, stepping behind the counter. With very slow movements, I reach under the counter and wrap my fingers around a stake. Charles himself might not be able to come after me, but he's paid others to do his bidding before. "Your name is escaping me at the moment." He gives a tight, thin little smile. "You never did ask my name, though I know that was on purpose, and it's been—" He squints one eye, looking off to the side as he racks his brain. "About 10 months since you last saw me." "You were one of my patients," I say, because it's too dangerous to say the truth out loud. He smiles and stops just a few feet in front of the counter. "You got it. Name's Jonathan Harper." I smile, nodding, but really my brain is racing through the possibilities of why one of my Bitten has come back. "I'd say it's nice to see you again, but you were instructed to never return here." "I know," he says as he slides his hands into his pockets. The sun reflects off his light brown hair, brightening his hazel eyes. The last time I saw them, they were glowing brilliant yellow. "But I really needed to ask you for some help." I swallow hard, and beneath the counter I reach for the gun instead of the stake. He's human again, and if push comes to shove, I stand a chance of fighting him off if he has ill intentions, but in my current state, it isn't going to be easy. Everyone is out in full force right now, hunting Charles. It's just me today. "You seem a little tense," Jonathan says, his eyes narrowing. "Let me put your mind at ease. I'm not here to cause you any harm. Quite the opposite." "What's that supposed to mean?" I ask. My fingers tighten around the handgun, flipping the safety off. "You were doing some pretty incredibly selfless work, for years, from what I've heard," he says. He turns, looking around the shop, walking slowly as he studies the different labels. "But all that stopped about 6 months ago. Seeing you now, I guess I know why." His eyes drop to my stomach, flick to the ring on my finger. "I will admit, I was a little annoyed and frustrated when I learned you were no longer helping them. But I get it now." The expression in his eyes does indeed lighten. "You have a family to take care of. The work you were doing was dangerous." I nod, going along with him, pretending that is the reason why I stopped, when it isn't. "There's still a need for what you were doing. I'm proposing to take up the mantle and continue it myself," he says as he completes his loop around the shop, standing before the counter again. I believe he doesn't mean me harm, but there's something about his demeanor that is setting me on edge. "You can give me the rest of the doses you have, and I'll go, taking the danger away from you." "I don't have any of it anymore," I say, shaking my head. The familiar longing in me rises up again, desperate to help those who had no choice in this life. There's a hunter in town. It isn't safe. If he finds out—" Jonathan's expression hardens, his shoulders growing tense, gathering toward his ears. "They just ruin everything, don't they?" "Who?" "The born. Even the Bitten. All of them completely unnatural, ending and ruining so many lives when they shouldn't even exist." He walks up to the counter, resting his forearms on it, leaning in, the pure hatred burning in his eyes. "You must hate them too. I don't know why else you would have put yourself in danger over and over again." I keep looking at him, trying to figure this very strange situation out. He might think he knows some things about me, about Penny Jones, but he obviously doesn't know anything. At least he hasn't been spying on me. They take and take, getting away with so much and for so much time. He pushes away from the counter, turning away from me, staring off into nothing. The work you have done has helped so many, but there can never be an end to it. Dread rises from the pit of my stomach, creeping at my throat, making it difficult to breathe. Not until the source of the problem is exterminated. He says the words so quietly, I almost don't hear him. But the words pierce me to the core. Not all of them are bad, I say. Not all of them cross that line, taking or changing lives. He looks over his shoulder back at me. You're a selfless person, Penny, looking for the good when really all there is gray. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small piece of paper. He crosses back to the counter and sets it down. The change begins tonight. Come if you want to see history being made. He turns and walks straight out, not another word spoken. A huge breath escapes my chest, but my anxiety threatens to take me over. I know something big is on the horizon. I grab the card from the counter and see an address and a time written on it. Individuals who try to start revolutions in this world cause problems, big ones. The system of the monarchy and the houses is not perfect. There are certainly flaws and innocents who get hurt from the manipulation and politics that are ever flowing. But for the most part, innocent lives are spared. There have been no open wars, no spilling of secrets. Revolutionaries in the world of vampires threaten everyone. I'm reaching for my phone when the bell above the door dings and a huge group of tourists walks in. They wander the shop, touching everything, bombarding me with a million questions. I absent-mindedly answer them, but I keep looking at my phone, itching to report what has just happened, watching the time tick away, one agonizing minute at a time. The tourists pick through the selection of ointments and headache treatments. Finally, they end up at the shelf with the love spray, and as usual, they go crazy over that. In the end, the lot of them end up spending over $300 on love spray and another $100 on other assorted things. The clock hits 5 almost exactly when they finally leave, and I flip the sign to closed and lock the door. I grab my phone, about to call Duncan, when a text comes through. You at the shop? And the name attached is one I haven't seen in so long. Kai. Yes, I instantly reply. Don't go anywhere, he immediately responds. Be there in 2 minutes. Instantly, my heart is hammering. Killian has to still be in town, still hunting down any trace of Bitten or Bourne who haven't been following the new law. Kai is in great danger just being here. I'm anxiously watching the street window when a noise from behind me pulls a little squeak from my throat in surprise. I turn to see Kai stepping through the hidden door that leads down into the underground rooms. Kai! I breathe in happiness and relief. I dash across the shop, throwing my arms around his wide shoulders and resting my cheek against his chest. You really shouldn't be here. It's not safe with a hunter in town. I have a feeling it's about to get a whole lot worse, he says as he hugs me back. There's been a problem growing right under my nose, and I didn't see it until a day or 2 ago. What are you talking about? I ask in confusion as I look up at him. In most ways, he looks exactly the same as I last saw him. Same beautiful brown skin, same curly flowing hair. But there's a darkness to his eyes he didn't have before. Some life experience he hadn't gone through yet. I think this is something everyone at the House of Marshals needs to hear, he says, releasing me. And instantly his eyes slide down to my stomach. I assume you've heard, I say, that familiar feeling of guilt and being tainted creeping into my chest. Kai nods. Duncan and Lexington have been keeping me updated. And you're engaged now? His eyes are fixed on the ring on my hand, and the dread rears its head in my chest once more. Hey, Kai says, cupping his fingers beneath my chin and forcing my eyes back up to his. It's fine, really, Elle. It's been a while. What you said about us, about something missing, I see it now. I'm happy for you. Really? I ask. I want that so bad it makes my chest hurt.
Really?
He says with a little laugh and a smile.
Now, I think you better make some phone calls so I can explain what's been happening.
Wait, I say, reaching into my pocket. I think I know at least part of what you're talking about. One of the Bitten I cured, he was here.
Jonathan Harper?
Kai asks with a dread in his voice. That's him, I say with a nod. I pull the card out and hold it up between us. He was going off about how none of us can be at peace until all the born and bitten are gone. He said things would change tonight. Kai takes the card and reads it over.
6 o'clock.
He looks up at the clock on the wall. It's already 5:15.
We've got less than an hour. Start making phone calls. Tell them to meet us at this address.
I dial Aaliyah as he helps me lock up, just like old times. She doesn't answer. Kai takes my hand in his, pulling me down the street, looking at the walking directions on his phone. I follow behind him, not looking where we are going as I next pull up Duncan.
Hey, you've got Duncan. Leave a message.
I swear under my breath as we walk down Charles Street. Next, I try Lexington, only to get his voicemail as well. Something must be going on, I huff as we walk swiftly toward Boston Common. Nobody is answering. Maybe they finally got a lead on Charles. I dial Ian, and I'm not surprised when all I get is his machine. Where is Michael right now? I ask, hopeful he's close by, but also hoping he's far, far away from the danger of Killian.
He's with the other Bitten,
Kai says. I'm huffing as we dart across the massive park, dodging dozens of people. I'm holding my side as he cuts us across the street at Park Street Church, heading into downtown. We pause at the corner of Tremont and School Street, and Kai looks up and down from the address and his phone and our surroundings. Straight ahead of us is King's Chapel, an old and beautiful church built in 1688. Beyond that lies the graveyard, and to the right is the old City Hall.
It's got to be in the City Hall building, Kai says. But there's no way whatever is going on is waiting just inside the front doors.
He hesitates again for a minute, looking at the front doors of the City Hall building. Maybe we're supposed to take some kind of back door in, I breathe. I tug him forward, cutting in front of the church. We round it, stepping into the graveyard. The side of the City Hall building stretches all along the back fence of the graveyard, framing it in. There's a good crowd of people wandering around. This cemetery was the first ever in the city of Boston, established in 1630. The headstones at the front of the graveyard are flat and thin, the old style that easily breaks. Almost all of them feature the image of a skull with wings on either side. A man, looking around, catches my attention. He seems lost, too, not simply a tourist wandering, checking out the old dates and looking for possible family history. No, he's looking for something else, too. I nudge Kai in the side and indicate him. He wanders for a minute longer, and finally, he ducks behind a bush. Holding my breath, we watch for a full minute, but he doesn't return. Looking around, seeing if there's anyone else who might be searching for entries, we head to the bush. One lone tomb sits behind its thick branches. Making sure no one is paying us any attention, I step behind it.
Look,
Kai says.
The cement is loose.
Indeed, the end of the tomb looks loose. Kai grabs it and pulls it away from the other walls, and it easily swings out, revealing a staircase. Holy, I breathe. I look up again, checking that no one is looking, and I step down onto the first step. Kai follows closely behind, covering the opening. Through the pitch black we descend. I drag my fingers along the walls, carefully stepping down to each step. There are 16 of them before it levels out and makes a sharp turn to the right, and then another turn. This has to connect to the basement of the old City Hall building, I whisper. And as soon as I utter the words, my eyes pick up on faint traces of light. I make out the tunnel around us, lined with old cinder blocks. Slowly, the light grows brighter, and I see a series of doors ahead.
We can't just walk straight in,
Kai breathes close to my ear.
But we need to know what's going on.
I nod and press my finger to my lips for him to be quiet as we approach. The doors all look ancient, Old. Original from when the building was built. Kai pauses, listening. Finally, he grabs my wrist and pulls me through one door. The room we enter is dark, barely any light to see by. But Kai leads us directly to another door, which leads into a closet. At the back of that, he feels around a wall and pushes. It pops open and we duck inside. It seems to be a utility room. There's barely any room for the two of us, much less my extra belly size and Kai's broad shoulders. But we tuck ourselves between a water heater and a furnace, right behind a vent. And through that vent, we can see a fairly large room with over a dozen people gathered in it. And Jonathan quietly speaking with most of those people. From everything he was ranting about at my shop, I'm assuming none of those people are vampires. But I'm still scared someone will hear my racing heart or too quick breathing. Two more people file into the room, and Jonathan looks pleased to see them. "Please come in. We're just about to get started." Those who just walked in seem nervous. Almost everyone does. And it's quite the random assortment from what I can see. A police officer, some girl sporting a lot of black, a guy wearing running clothes, a man and a woman dressed for the boardroom, a guy wearing a cowboy hat. I can't imagine a stranger assortment of people. "Well, it's 6 o'clock now," Jonathan says as he looks down at his watch. "I had hoped to see a few more faces, but I suppose this is the sum total of people who are ready for the truth right now." He claps his hands together, causing several of the audience members to startle. He rubs them together, looking out over the crowd, and I can see the wheels turning in his head. "Ladies and gentlemen, this world is much bigger than you ever could have imagined." Oh, no. No. My heart starts racing. Sweat breaks out on my palms. Kai places a hand on my shoulder, and there's something knowing about the gesture. "You're here because you've grown suspicious about the stories that have popped up over the last year. You can't quite believe the explanations of animal attacks that have left so many dead, many others missing." Jonathan looks around, folding his hands behind his back. "You might have come here feeling like you're a little crazy, wondering if you've finally lost your mind." He finally stops pacing, standing stark still in the middle of the room. "Ladies and gentlemen," he says quietly, "I'm here to tell you that you haven't." A door that I cannot see is opened, and I hear two more people enter the room. One of them is breathing hard, so sharp and strangled that I can feel their distress from here. Instantly, the room takes a sharp intake of breath, and most of them lean back in their seats. 2 or 3 of them stand up sharply, taking a few steps back toward the door. Into our view walks a man, holding a woman's hands bound behind her back. As she turns to face the audience, I see very distinctly her glowing yellow eyes and extended fangs. She breathes hard, her chest sharply rising and falling. Black veins spread out over her cheeks. She's fighting her hunger right now, but it's not easy. "This is the monster that's been hiding in the dark," Jonathan says. "It's her kind that is responsible for all those stories that just don't quite add up. It's her kind that have spawned centuries of horror stories. She's a vampire. Once a human who had her willpower sucked away to become a slave. Once to the individual who turned her, and now only to her thirst." I would expect these people to be spitting off a million questions, demanding the full story. But they only sit there in stunned silence. "I know all this because I once was one of them," he continues. "There is a cure. It's difficult to come by, and I'm not even sure who is responsible for its creation. So at least some of them know that I'm not the one who made it. But their existence will be an ongoing problem. The world needs to know they're real, and the world needs to help end them all." "That could be just colored contacts and a good actress," a man pipes up. But there's enough doubt in his eyes to tell me he's afraid. "I thought you all might think that," Jonathan says with a sad smile. "That is why I have called tonight a demonstration." The man holding the bitten woman captive turns her restraints to Jonathan. "You sure you got a full dose?" the man nervously asks Jonathan. "I'm sure," he nods. "I promise I won't let it last long." The man nods, and I can see a sheen of sweat on his forehead. "Show them what has happened to you, Abigail," Jonathan says, and he loosens the chain he holds. With not a second's hesitation, Abigail leaps forward, sinking her teeth into the man's neck. Several people in the room scream. Others jump forward as if to help. Others retreat further toward the door to run and leave. But Jonathan holds his hand up, imploring them to stay. "She drinks enough blood to ruin a person, but not quite enough to kill them," he explains in a hurried fashion. "It's a fine balance, but one that most are good enough at striking. After that, the change only takes a little bit of time to happen." The people in the room are once again silent, just watching in morbid, frozen fascination as they see the color drain from the man's skin, as his body grows more and more limp. And suddenly the woman pulls back from him, letting him collapse to the ground. The second she lets him go, Jonathan jabs a needle into her shoulder. I know what comes next. She screams out in agony, folding in on herself, trying to make herself smaller, to contain the pain that burns through her body. The audience is in a panic, unsure of what is going on. Their breath is collectively held as they watch. Finally, Abigail collapses to the ground, utterly still and silent, as the cure rages through her system, returning it to its human condition. "Neither of them is dead," Jonathan reassures. He wipes the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "She is in the process of turning human once again. He is transitioning into what she was." He looks up from the two unconscious people, his eyes very serious and deadly. "We cannot let their kind, my former kind, continue to carry on in the shadows. They've been doing it for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, and they're only growing more powerful." For 30 minutes, Kai and I barely breathe as we listen to Jonathan Harper tell them every detail he knows about how the system works, about the science. He doesn't seem to know everything. He doesn't know how vampires came into being. It doesn't sound like he knows about Cyrus or Court, or just how worldwide this infestation is. But he knows generally about the house systems. He knows how a born or bitten can create more bitten. He knows about the debt and how to get out of it. "You see," he says when he gets to the end of his tale, "despite this cure, despite the miracle that it is, this cycle is never going to end, because the born will always crave the blood of our kind. Not all of them will ever get their thirst under control. There will always be slaves. There will always be people killed. We have to stop this." I didn't realize how much time had passed until suddenly the man on the ground takes a deep breath in. The room is utterly silent, save for his breathing, as every eye turns to him. The speed at which his chest rises and falls gains. His hands, which were resting at his side, curl into fists. I see Jonathan pull another syringe from his pocket, his knees slightly bent, his eyes tense, his muscles prepared. The man on the floor suddenly leaps to his feet. Fangs bared, he gives a great roar, sounding utterly inhuman. His brilliant yellow eyes glow in the dim light. The crowd screams and scatters back away from the newly awoken threat. Jonathan doesn't wait another second. He darts forward, burying the needle into the man's neck and depressing the plunger. Having lived as a bitten for less than a minute, the man cries out in agony and collapses to the floor. Everyone in the room is breathing hard. They're stunned, silent, trying to process an entirely new world they didn't want to know existed. "You see, ladies and gentlemen," Jonathan says as he tries to get his breathing back under control. He pushes his hair back away from his forehead. "This is the reality of what lives in the shadows. There is an entire house full of them, somewhere right here in this city, and the world is not safe with them in it. The audience settles back into their seats, and I'm so scared when I see determination, anger, revenge settling into their eyes. They're seeing for the first time, and they're ready to do something about it. "Will you help me?" Jonathan says in a low voice. "Will you be the founders of the Purge? Will you help me hunt them down, one by one, and make the world a safe place once again?" "Yes!" Two voices suddenly cry out, the cop and the cowboy. And with their readiness, it bolsters others. Soon half the room is crying out that they're ready and willing. Jonathan smiles. "This is how history is made, ladies and gentlemen. Your names will go down in the books as heroes, as martyrs, and saviors." Chapter 26. I shake my head, horrified. This is exactly what we've been so afraid of ever since Charles stopped doing his job. We feared exposure. But in the end, it didn't come from bold born or out-of-control Bitten. It came from someone who should have just let it go and moved on. Kai reaches out, pulling me against him. He's one of the only people in the world that could understand the bitter feelings I'm experiencing in this moment. It's another hour before everyone in the room clears out. I don't really process anything said after Jonathan's speech. I'm sure they were making plans, but all I could think about was getting out of here and warning the house. Considering if I need to tell Killian. All those people just want to help. By telling Killian, he would kill them, innocents. But if he doesn't, they could lead to the deaths of so many more people. Finally, Jonathan says goodbye to the last person, and he drags Abigail out of the room, and a few minutes later, he returns for the man. Not saying another word, we wait another 10 minutes, and finally, we dare leave. Silently, we walk back through the tunnel and up the stairs. When we step out of the tomb, it's growing dark. "This," I breathe as we slip into a crowd of people and exit the graveyard. "This is bad. This is going to change everything." "He's the reason I came back," Kai says. I pull out my phone and track Lexington's location. A little dot with a picture of his face shows up, and with him is Ian, Aaliyah, Duncan, and Poe's son. They're on the move. I try calling them all again, but still no one answers. Kai and I head down the street, taking off in that direction. "Jonathan found our camp about 5 weeks ago," Kai explains as we walk quickly. "He showed up with this woman, Patricia, and they just said they wanted to help, but not really curing. Michael and I were taking care of that. They more seemed like they wanted to help transition all the Bitten back to their human lives. Almost like... "A support group?" I suggest as we take a left and head down a street while I watch my phone. The house is headed to an area on the south end of town, so I aim us for the closest subway station. "Yeah, I guess that's what you could call it," Kai says as we turn a corner and head down the stairs into the station. We both swipe our commuter cards and wait for the next subway car to arrive. "I don't know as much as I should about Jonathan," Kai admits. We stand at the far end of the station so we won't be overheard. "But I know that when he was turned, he killed his wife and his youngest kid. I think he had one more kid who was gone at the time or something. Whoever his sire was kept him as a slave for 2 years before the debt finally wore off." I shake my head, swearing under my breath. Sadly, almost all of the stories I hear of the Bitten's early days are the same. "Jonathan killed his sire, and sometime later he met Patricia, who was on her way to you, telling him about a cure." I nod. I kind of remember having 2 of them show up at the same time. The train car pulls in, and the small crowd files onto it. We linger at the back, trying to keep distance between ourselves and all the people who don't want to hear this story. "I'm really not sure what happened to him after you cured him," Kai says. "He said it's been about 10 months. I fill in what little information I have. Kai nods. "My guess is something happened, maybe with the kid who survived.
He's certainly the bitter type, and was never all that pleasant when he was helping me. But about 2 weeks ago, he had this freak-out, ranting about injustice and bloody cycles.
He must have gotten word about Killian enforcing the Bitten eradication, and he may have even heard about Ian cleaning things up, I whisper, looking around at all these normal people who surround us while we have a very abnormal conversation.
I should have been more worried at the time,
Kai says. He watches the dark and light flash by as we race beneath the city.
But honestly, I was a little relieved to have him gone. It wasn't until he started calling and asking to talk to anyone I cured that I started getting worried.
He's trying to recruit soldiers. I fill in the gaps. He's playing on their bitterness and pain. Kai nods.
I screwed up, Elle. He's probably talked to 15 or 20 of them in the last few weeks. 2 days ago, a woman told me he was talking about ending it all, and that's when I finally started realizing what he was talking about.
I shake my head. A weight settles on my chest. This is big. This could be bad. And I'm afraid we're going to have to resort to extreme measures to deal with it. I check my phone again and see the group has stopped at some location close to the water. Kai and I ride for one more stop and hop off. We level onto the surface and walk 2 more blocks. I keep checking their location, but they haven't moved. We round the corner, and I see our destination is a rather secure-looking storage facility. What is going on? I whisper as we walk through the gates. I keep an eye on the phone, guiding us as we wander through row after row of storage units. We turn a corner, and the both of us freeze. All of the doors to the units on this row are open, except 2. Down the aisle, I see Lexington, Ian, Aaliyah, Duncan, and Po-Sun. And Killian. And a dozen others I don't recognize. Immediately, I shove Kai back, tucking him around the corner out of sight. "Don't you dare come out," I whisper as I hold his eyes. I hope he can read from them that I will not forgive him if he steps into view and gets himself killed. Without another word, I step back around the corner, quietly listening.
This would be far easier if you all just told the truth,
Killian says calmly. He grips the handle of the rolling door and yanks, breaking the lock and flinging the door open. "What?" I breathe, but my voice doesn't quite want to work. I take a step forward, and then another. "What's going on?" Every eye turns in my direction, and the color drains from Ian's and Lexington's faces.
"You're quite a brave little thing,"
Killian says with a smile.
"So fragile. Even by human standards, you're quite tiny and frail-looking. Yet you choose to tie yourself to our kind, always putting yourself in danger."
"They're my family," I say as I close in on the group. "Of course I'm not just going to walk away." I stop between Lexington and Ian, and both their eyes are locked on me, looks of absolute terror on their faces. "You shouldn't be here," Lexington says, pulling me into his side protectively.
"Should have stayed missing," Ian growls under his breath. "Your timing certainly is impeccable," Killian says with a little smile. "This afternoon I was paid a visit by one Charles Allaway. The poor fellow, he didn't look so good. Seemed rather distraught. He told me a story about how someone from the House of Marshals,"
he says the title with a tone of sarcasm and disrespect,
"has indeed been curing the Bitten, helping them."
Killian crosses his hands behind his back and steps forward.
"I think the poor fool thought giving me information would persuade me to save him. He thought it would grant him forgiveness for his lack of leadership. I told him he would have to do better than just give vague information."
Killian steps forward once again, his eyes locked on mine. Ian takes a step forward, and I can practically hear every one of his muscles tense.
"I informed Charles that I already investigated the lead he'd given me, that I had visited your little shop and been to its hidden underbelly, and that there was nothing to find. Charles told me he had done more investigating into the matter, and that if I promised to give him more time to redeem himself, and promised not to kill you, but rather take you prisoner, that he would tell me where I could find infallible proof. Lexington's grip tightens on me, and fear creeps down my spine. Which led me to this address, Killian says with a smile that is growing chaotic and wild with satisfaction. He can see the fear he's causing in me and all those around me. And I am quite excited to see what we shall find behind door number 16. He turns quickly and goes to the last door on the row. The Bourne I do not recognize tighten around the house members, and I have little doubt they have stakes hidden in their clothing, ready to take every one of us out. Killian's hand closes around the handle, and Lexington stops breathing as he yanks it open. Well, Killian says with a satisfied smile. It seems we have hit the jackpot. He steps inside, and I take a step forward to see. Inside is my locked cabinet, which Killian immediately breaks open, scattering vials all over the concrete floor. He unearths the sharps container. There's the cot lying against one wall. Killian grabs the stack of envelopes lying atop it and pulls out a sheet of paper and begins reading. By the time you are well enough to read this, you'll have been fully cured. You are 100% human once more. Please exit through the same door you came through. Do not return to Boston. Do not come looking for me ever again. Don't speak of what has happened to anyone unless it is another like you who needs my help. Good luck. Killian looks up, a darkness creeping into his eyes. His hand curls around the note and he crushes the page, flinging it aside. I am a very calm, even-handed man who does not get upset very easily, Killian says as he takes 2 slow steps forward. But what I cannot stand is a liar. Everyone tightens around me, and my instincts go into overdrive. I step forward, knowing I have to do something, now. I never lied to you that day about this, I say, tilting my chin up a little. I said very little that day, if you recall. You never once asked me if I had been curing the Bitten. There is no difference between omission of information and a lie, Killian says as he takes another step forward, his dark eyes fixed on me. But she never lied to you. Lexington suddenly steps in front of me, coming face to face with Killian. She isn't the one who's been curing them. It was me. Killian gives a little humorless laugh. Ah, how beautifully romantic. The lover taking the blame to protect the mother of his child. I won't fall for your grand gesture. The basis of the cure is cisplatin, folinic acid, and arsenic trioxide, Lexington suddenly blurts out, stepping back into Killian's path as he tries to skirt around him. It takes a full month to create a batch, and it's really freaking hard to get it right. All of my insides freeze, and panic rises in my blood. No, he can't do this. That note you just read? He says. The original document is on my computer back home. Lexington continues to lie, sounding absolutely confident, not skipping a single beat. The contract for this unit is in a fake name, Sammy Peppers. I moved all of my stuff as soon as I heard you were in town. I've finally found something that I hate about Lexington. That he so easily lies in stressful situations. That he's so quick to spin tales to manipulate the tight and hot moments that keep popping up. The words are on the tip of my tongue, ready to scream out that he's lying, that it has been me all along. But my hands come up to my stomach, and there's a protective instinct that keeps my lips sealed shut.
And Ian's hand on my shoulder squeezes tighter, begging me to let Lexington do this for me.
You are then guilty of treason,
Killian says quietly as he leans forward, his nose only 2 inches from Lexington's.
You are under arrest and will be transported to Roter Himmel tomorrow night for trial.
Killian's guards leap forward, chaining Lexington's hands behind his back, pressing a stake to his back, and dragging him away. Killian walks toward the exit without another word. "No!" I snap, darting after them. "No! It wasn't him! I swear he had nothing to do with this! It was me!" "Elle!" Lexington calls back as he trips over his feet, being dragged away. "It'll be okay! Ian!" My brother grabs me around the waist, stopping me right there. But Killian halts, turning back for just a moment.
This is quite a sweet scene to behold,
he says, though his tone says he's not enjoying it whatsoever.
But do not lie to me. Logic clears you, my sweet little human. You would not survive the work. A Bitten would have turned or killed you long ago had you put yourself in harm's way.
He begins to turn back, but pauses for just a second.
I am not a heartless monster. You may quickly tell your child's father goodbye.
The breath steals in my chest, pressed out with a little huff. Emotion instantly springs into my eyes.
Elle,
Ian whispers, but he doesn't know what to say. His grip on me loosens, and the second it does, I dart forward. My hands wrap around the back of Lexington's head, our bodies crashing against each other. I bury my face into his neck, and he tucks his face into me since he cannot embrace me with his hand secured. "Why?" I begin sobbing into his neck. "Please, please don't do this."
"It'll be okay," he says quietly.
But there's a note in his voice that tells me he knows the likely outcome of the situation I've put him in.
"We'll figure this out."
A sob rips from my chest, and I squeeze him to me tighter. "I'm so sorry," I breathe. "I'm so sorry."
"Time is up,"
Killian says impatiently.
"Take care of our baby,"
Lexington says, but it's so quiet. I know it isn't for show and the ruse we've been putting on. He pulls back, staring into my eyes with a plea. And something snaps inside of me. I stare at him, utterly frozen.
"It's time,"
Killian yells, and I hear his footsteps retreat. My panic sets in, and I pull my fiancé's face to mine once more, crushing my lips to his, telling myself to savor every millisecond of this, but internally screaming that this won't be the last time I kiss him. Suddenly, Lexington is yanked away from me, and the guards drag him away. "Take care of our baby," Lexington calls again, his eyes begging me to understand. A sob rips from my chest as the guards drag him around the corner, and he disappears from my view. I drop to my knees, my hands flat on the concrete as another cry rolls up my chest, and the first tear breaks from my eyes. Multiple sets of hands come to my back, attempting comfort, but I can't move. I can't breathe. They're dragging the one and only person I've ever truly loved away, to take him to a horrible place I've visited myself, to stand trial for something I did.
"Elle,"
Ian whispers, "we'll figure a way out of this. We'll get him back." But as my anguish threatens to overtake me, a spark of fire flashes through my brain. A light at the end of the universe's longest tunnel flickers. My fingers curl on the concrete, forming little cuts in my fingers. A hard ball forms in my stomach. I pick myself up off the ground, many hands supporting me, even if I don't need them now. My eyes fix on the place I last saw Lexington. I take 3 deep, slow breaths in and out.
"Elle?"
From the shadows, Kai steps out, looking around that the coast is clear.
I straighten myself, lifting my chin.
Oh, hell yeah, Aaliyah says, catching on. There she is. Does nothing keep this woman down?
Elle, what? I need to call Olivia. I cut my brother off. I grab my phone, walking toward the entrance, watching as 2 black SUVs drive off into the night. I press the phone to my ear and wait as it rings. Elle? Olivia asks. What's wrong? Everything, I tell her with wrath. I need you to find me a phone number. I quietly tell her a very brief version of my plan as I continue walking to the car Ian has been using. Elle, are you sure about this? Olivia asks with a tiny quake in her voice. Positive, I confirm as I slip into the passenger seat to wait for Ian and the others. Can you get me the number or not? Yeah, she says. It's going to take me a few minutes to track it down. I'll call you back in just a little bit. The doors suddenly open and the others climb in.
What the hell is going on, Elle? Ian asks as he starts the car.
I'm not going to let them kill Lexington for this, I say, staring out the window. Take me home.
Not until you tell me why you just called my wife, he growls.
Let us help you, Duncan implores softly. I shake my head. You'll try to stop me.
Elle, Kai says.
I said take me home, I explode, smacking my hands down on the dash. Every one of them is silent, frozen still at my outburst. Ian starts the car and pulls onto the road. Silently, he drives us across town, back to my apartment. None of them say a word as we park in front of my building, but every one of them climbs out and follows me up the steps, through the door, and up to the top floor. I walk through the door, a tight, wound-up spring, ready to snap. My phone rings, and I answer it immediately. I've got it, Olivia says. You have something to write it down on? I dash into the kitchen and open a drawer to pull out a pad of paper and a pen. Ready. I write it down as she rattles it off. Thank you, I breathe, the tension in my chest lifting just slightly as the first step in my plan comes into place. Elle, Olivia says, are you sure this is the only way? I'm sure, I say. I stand with my back turned to everyone. I can't look at them right now. Can't handle the idea of them trying to talk me out of this. Please be careful, my sister-in-law whispers. I will. I hang up without a goodbye. My fingers dial the numbers Olivia gave me, and I wait while it rings. For a stomach-sinking moment, I'm afraid no one will answer. I have no idea what time it is there. But finally, after 12 rings, the line connects. Hello? A smooth voice answers. King Cyrus, I address him without so much as a tremor in my voice. This is Elle Ward, and I need your help. This has been Garden of Snakes, House of Royals, Book 7. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2017 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright 2017 by Keary Taylor.